Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You would never wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey son, you got a party, got that little party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced lies.
It's where you wanna be, debt and childhood poverty. Oh, somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Barefaced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phone, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You wouldn't wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah. You think we ever wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise.
This is the time to stand up now. We can't carry on like this. is the time to stand up now. We can't carry on like this. This is the time to stand up now. We can't carry on like this. This is the time to stand up now. We can't carry on like this. This is the time to stand up now. We can't carry on like this.
There is no struggle. No, there is no struggle too vast. No odds too overwhelming. For even should we fail, should we fall, nah, we're not gonna fall. We're gonna smash him.
Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them. On the 20th of November 2003, James Ignatius O'Rourke McMahon was elected councillor for the Failsworth East Ward of Oldham. Deeply ambitious, he ruthlessly rose to power, and by 2011 he was already leader of the council. In 2015, exploiting a Labour Party loophole, he became MP for Oldham West and Royton. If only the people of the town knew then what they now know. Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them.
Good evening. This is election night, 6th of May 2021. My name is Raja Mia. I have been on this journey with many of you, and on the way we picked up the name The Rabble. So we have been on this journey together, and we have been waiting for this day. Win or lose, we have been waiting for this evening. I had hoped initially to get to election to one of the counts, but having reflected on it, and despite a kind invitation from my proud of Oldham and Saddleworth friends, I decided I would probably be of more use sat in front of my camera talking to 77 of you on my screen now and making our way through the night. We've got a packed night, but it's going to be a long night, so by all means, every now and then I might wander off for a cup of coffee. I might need to use the facilities, and at the same time, any of you want to call in or speak to me, most of you have my number of the means to get in touch with me. My phone is hooked up to the to this machine I have here. The messenger is hooked up, FaceTime's hooked up. We've got various people calling in or due to speak to you throughout the night. We're going to go and speak with Paul Boots Erock, whose team has been valiantly fighting and put themselves forward. We've got Mark Wilkinson and the Failsworth Independents, who are on the front line fighting the tyrants. So we've got Moyeb is coming on at some point as our political analyst. He's fought elections, won and lost elections, so he's going to be sharing how he feels and how the candidates will be feeling. And we, of course, have the various candidates throughout the night, before, after, during, and we'll get there as we get there. I am, before I continue, please, yes, right, my phone's bleeped. Raja, remind them. The likes are at 24, please. There's 81 of you watching, 24 likes. Please like the videos, because the videos being liked means that the algorithms, the YouTube algorithms pick them up and they are shared. So please like the videos. I would be grateful. This is free. All of what we do now is free. It's entirely up to you if you want to support us. There's a buy me a coffee link there, buymeacoffee.com/Recusant9. They mocked me, they laughed at me, they ridiculed me for asking the people of my town to help keep me going. And yet, not only did the people of my town keep me going, it seems that I had value also to the people of my town. And we are now in a place where we have had candidates across the town, independent candidates across the town, all standing on a manifesto of hope, all standing on a manifesto of anti-corruption, all standing on a manifesto of anti-cartel and anti-child abuse. That didn't just come from nowhere. And we together, the thousands of us together, haven't just come from nowhere. I see 2 dislikes, so hello to my cartel friends. Thank you for joining me. And hello to my former Labour Party colleagues. We're here despite you. Despite you, we are here. And do you think we care? No. We do not care one bit. All we care about is our town and the people in our town, and the rest of you can get stuffed. I have never seen an election like this. And let me explain. We have had candidates having to go and take time out of their campaigning to pick up their invitations from the civic centre so they can attend the count tonight. Of course, it wouldn't surprise any of you that these candidates whose invitations mysteriously got lost in the post were the Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth candidates, the independents. Julie Bruce at Oldham Council, you are a disgraceful woman. That is the woman who is in charge of elections, and she knows, like many of them in the council know, that should we get a foothold tonight, our councillors will not remain silent whilst Julie Bruce and her friends exploit, abuse, and destroy our town. No. We will be holding these corrupt council officers to account. So it did not surprise me that these invitations were lost. Nor did it surprise me that a white young man, and I put the video up, it's there for you to see, was asked illegally, unlawfully for identification when he turned up to vote. I don't think that was accidental, and I think that would have been repeated in polling stations. And unfortunately, I think some votes would have been lost as a consequence of that. Those were unlawful actions by Julie Bruce's team. Nor did it surprise me. Nor did it surprise me. Particularly in North Chadderton, where the cartels are seeking to take control. That votes have been proven to have been stolen. Proven to have been stolen. Isn't that right, Detective Sergeant Andy Day, who's the police officer in charge? Decent guy. Got on with him. We've overcome what we've got to, and I think he's a decent enough guy. Isn't that right? Yes, Andy Day. Votes have been stolen. Voter impersonation. Those of you who don't know what's going on in North Chadderton, the Labour Party candidate, Jim McMahon's associate of the cartels, the guys who took over the Carnegie Library, groomed children there, took over the Chadderton Baths at discount price, the police station at discount price, from a company whose chief executive was convicted for serious fraud. No, it doesn't surprise me that the electoral fraud is taking place there, where there is a brave candidate, Tracy Woodward, who I've never met, but I consider to be her brave, who is trying to fight the cartels. But the block vote was out with the postal vote. Remember, Mr. Naz, whatever his surname is, Islam. Of course it's Islam. Naz Islam. He's the chairman of the mosque, as well as a local businessman. When he ousted the existing Labour Party councillor, Jabbar, Arud Shah, Shahid Mushtaq, Sean Fielding, all of them turned up to his victory party. Unheard of, a victory party for ousting a candidate to become the new candidate. So I am not at all surprised that the cartels mobilised in North Chadderton and went and stole hundreds of votes, because they did not go and steal one vote. They went and stole hundreds of votes. This election is already riddled with fraud. It's already riddled with controversy. So much so that after months of abuse from the malicious blogger, proven liar, heroin dealer's associate, Neil Wilby, he finds himself at the count at the invitation of the council. That's right. The malicious blogger is at the count at the invitation of Oldham Council. Was there anyone ever in any doubt? No. I don't think so. Yes, Andrew. Can you believe it? They've invited him to the count. I spoke with Andy earlier. He's been out on the campaign trail, knocking on doors, getting people out. The fight, I know we've got Proud of Oldham, we've got 7 or 8 candidates, we've got some other independent candidates. But the fight is in Failsworth. Everyone knows the fight is in Failsworth. And after I revealed on Sunday evening how the Labour Party had sunned him, desperation, Angela Rayner came out in the rain this afternoon. Desperately trying to support her former agent and her friend, Sean Fielding. In Greenfield, Debbie Abrahams came out. Yes, I know. It's a rare sight in Greenfield, Debbie Abrahams. But Debbie Abrahams came out in Greenfield. These senior Labour Party MPs coming out. McMahon, of course, has been out all this time. As long as you live in the Asian areas, you might have seen him. Forget it if you're in Royton or any of the white Chadderton areas. But he was there in the cartel areas of Medlock Vale in particular. Not so much in Werneth, because it's that result was decided before polling stations opened. I am looking forward. Win or lose, it's a proud day for us. We have maintained our dignity whilst they called us horrific names, whilst they attempted to bully, intimidate, harass us, cause us violence, whilst they lied about us. Every one of the independent candidates have conducted themselves with humility and integrity. So we have already won, because we have stood up to them with the very values that they seek to destroy. So let me try and I've got to 51 likes. Brilliant. 52. Still 83 of you watching. I'll presume some of those are my Muslim brethren who watch, comment in the background, attack me when it suits them, but never own up to watching me or listening to me. Let me try and give Moib a call, and let's see if we can. Who shall I call first? I'm going to call Paul Boots first and see how his day's gone. How you doing? Hold on, I just need to try and get you connected. There you go.
I'm just
perfect.
Pulling up into the car park now, Rajan.
Oh, are you just rocking up now? Tell me, Paul, before I'll let you go, and I'll call you back in 10 minutes or so. Are you suited? Are you ready?
All right.
All right. I'll speak to you soon.
Speak to you soon. Bye for now.
So Paul's heading in there now. So he's heading into the count. He's allowed in apparently to all the different counts. As you know, the counts are in different places this evening. So let's phone Debbie up. Debbie might be there by now. Oh, no Debbie either. Oh, well. This is going to be an interesting night. I will... Let me try... Okay, so I figured that out.
Dialed an incorrect number.
Okay. How you doing, Mob? Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, so you're on my up. Where are you? Are you at the count?
Oh, I'm at the count. I want to speak. I'm going to go outside then.
All right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, go on. How's it going?
I'm in a side. We've not started counting yet, because and the other thing is it's not like a normal year where all the counting's done in the Queen Elizabeth Hall, so it's all been separated into different areas. So it's difficult to get a picture about what's going to happen generally. But where I am, it's just St Mary's and Coldhurst. That's in the Failsworth Suite in the Kiwi Hall. So no news yet, basically. The ballot boxes haven't been opened yet.
What's it? So where were you today, Mob? Where were you hanging around?
I was around Coldhurst, generally, in my patch, going around looking at all the different polling stations around Coldhurst, trying to get a view of what's happening, and let's see what tonight holds. But I am quietly confident there may be some surprises across the borough.
So you how many elections did you contest, Mob? 3, 4, 5?
No, well, I contested 4 elections. I was re-elected 3 times. Well, I won 3 elections and lost on the 4th one.
So how will candidates be feeling tonight, Mike? What's happening now with the candidates, Mike? Because they must be exhausted.
The candidates are physically exhausted, and I think this particular election has made it even more difficult. With being a COVID one, you've not been able to, as they say, press the flesh. Normally, in a normal election, you'll go around shaking hands, talking to people. Doing mini hustings, talking to different groups, church groups, mosque groups, religious groups, sporting groups, organisations. But clearly with being a COVID election, there hasn't been that same impetus or same level of voter engagement, shall we say. But it's been more online, via Facebook, Twitter, social media, Snapchat, and various other bits and bats. So it's been a different election. And I think having spoken to some very senior councillors from different parties in and around the count today, I think everyone's feeling a bit queasy, because normally you'd be able to get a gauge of what's happening in your patch, get an understanding with having 4 elections for a number of years. And because it's been a COVID election, it's the first time elections have been run in this manner. I think nobody's quite sure exactly what to expect. And that's what's making me putting a bit of an edge on a number of counts. So we'll just see how things happen later on in the evening.
So what you've got? Oh, Maya.
Yes.
We've got Debbie calling, so I'm going to speak to her and I'll call you back. All right?
No problems.
Debbie. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Debbie. You're on the speaker on the phone and you're next to the camera, but it's working. Not the camera, the microphone, but it's working. Go on. Tell me how the day's gone.
The day's been it's been a bit hectic for Proud of Oldham with under the Medlock ward.
Is that where you've been? So you went to help out where you were going to stand initially, yeah?
Yes. Yes, we've had a bit of intimidation. I've had a bit of intimidation. That's been great.
Who by? What? What? Gone? Sorry, I've not spoken to you properly, so you tell me, you know, because it's news to me.
Yeah, right. Well, the Conservative candidate, the lady, was parked right outside the polling station, which she's not supposed to do, waving out a banner saying vote Conservative.
That's considered intimidation, so that's not allowed. The law, the rules don't allow that.
And she was speaking to constituents as they was walking into the polling station, obviously, putting her views across and saying vote Conservative, which you're not supposed to do. You can go and canvass and knock on doors, but you can't do it outside a polling station. So I went up to her and said, you are not allowed to be speaking to constituents and trying to impose your views and trying to get them to vote for you. So she said to me, well, no, I asked her who she voted for. And I went, no, you didn't. What you did do is you influenced her vote, or you tried to influence her vote, and then she walked into the polling station because I witnessed it. With that, a man that was, the only way I could describe it, he was built like a brick shit house, excuse me for swearing, and he came and walked over to me and went, what's up with you? And I went, I'm just speaking to...
These are the cartels.
Right, so he came and walked over to me. He said she can do what she wants, and what's it got to do with you? Well, obviously, in this situation with me, and this was an Asian gentleman, my thoughts was, I don't know who you are, who you're linked with, what the situation is. So I just said, it's got everything to do with me, while running back to my car and locking my car, because I didn't know who he was, but he was saying she can do what she wants and she can park where she wants. Which is not.
Yeah, but of course you can, because to these Pakistani cartels, the law is an irrelevance.
Well, yeah, obviously. I've just had a lovely conversation with Sergeant Andrew Day. He sends his regards, by the way.
Well, and I said nice things about him. By the way, I said nice things about him.
I said that to him. Yeah. I said that to him, and he does like you as well. I've just had a chat with him, and I've actually had Sergeant Andrew Day on speed dial this week, today. Not this week, today. I've had him on speed dial anyway. He's just popped up to see me. I said, I've got some sweets for you. He said, no, he's trying to diet, so that's okay. I said, I'll eat them. And, and he introduced me to another guy that's with him called Bill. And he's going to call me next week because, everything that we've done. Unfortunately, I've had to make official complaints about the Conservative candidate and also her accounting agent, Kaiser Rahman. I've had to do an official complaint.
Is that her accounting agent? So the problem with this is my problem with it. Just hold on a second. This is my problem with it. Hold on, let me just decline Paul. I'll call Paul back. This is my problem with it. These are the candidates and official officers of the Conservative Party who are in government. Now, what is a party in government doing with these goons?
I've no idea, but do you know what? Today, not today, yesterday, I went to Coppice with Matt Birchall. We were canvassing, and I went to Kaiser Ryman's house because I know where he lives. And he leaned out the window, and I said, "Where's all your posters for your candidate, the Conservative?" Do you know what his response was?
Go on.
My family are all Labour members, so we're not putting a Conservative banner in our window.
And you know what that's about? Let me explain to you what that's about. So what happens in these cartel areas is that Labour Party candidate members will happily go and secretly use their cartel links to lobby and vote for, gather postal votes in particular for, opposition candidates, so in this instance a Conservative, but they won't openly support them, because openly support them will mean expulsion from the Labour Party, and that means they won't be able to influence who the next Labour Party candidate is. And that's why the cartels are dangerous, because they know the rules and they can work around them or they can ignore them.
100%.
So where else have you been? Have you spoken to the other candidates? Because you're like the campaign man. You're like the morale person, aren't you? You're the PR morale.
Let's put it this way. Mohammed Alias, Labour councillor for Medlock Vale, walked in, came straight up to me and went, "Hiya, Debbie." Atik Rahman hasn't spoken to me, and his wife, he hasn't been told they've not spoken to me, but that's fine. I've not asked if they do.
I like Muhammad Alias. I like Muhammad Alias.
He's a lovely guy.
I've never had a row with Muhammad Alias, and he's never said a bad word to me in all the years I've known him.
No,
So, you know.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I actually said to him, I think you'll be glad when you voted out, won't you, Mohammed? And he sort of like looked at me and said, yeah. I said, you need the peace and quiet, don't you, mate? He went, yeah. So yeah, so that's what that's at, you know. So yeah, so we've had a drive round, and the boxes are now coming in. So I'm at the count now, and I'm going counting.
So, do you get to look at the boxes being emptied? I mean, explain to people what happens, because one of the reasons I stayed behind was so people understand. Yeah.
So there's a row of people, counters, and then they've got a screen in front of them, and then I've got a chair in front of them. So it's like two people sat at a desk, but we're not.
So it's like going to a bank where they've got a junior teller who's counting the cash and someone watching them. Yeah.
And then they count. So we're doing the postal box at the moment. So there's two boxes of the postal box. So we've just done one box of the postal box. Are you ready for this? So somebody in whoever, the department that counts the postal box, who then puts them in the box to send them up for us to count the postal box, they marked that the box had 1,529. We've counted them 3 times now, and they've got 1,629.
Oh, hold on. So already 100 postal votes have been miscounted. Yeah.
Yes. From those in charge who, when postal votes came in to the civic centre, you know, when they were delivered from Postman Pat, they were then counted and put in a box, and whoever did that has messed up and said there was 1,529, well, there's actually 1,629.
Just hold on there, Debbie. Just hold on 1 second. I'm going to put a question up because I've got an answer to this, and I think it's worth sharing. So Sally Ann wants to know, how do they choose who does the counting? Now, Sally Ann, in a past life, when I worked for councils and I had friends, open friends in the council, they would volunteer and they'd get paid for the night, or they'd volunteer and they'd go and count. And these would be reputable, decent people. Yeah. The problem we've now got in Oldham is it's already clear that council officers are complicit in the criminality that has taken place in the town.
Absolutely.
And the actions of Julie Bruce today have demonstrated that. Have they not? I mean, Debbie, tell people about the missing invites, because because I found it astonishing.
Well, my friend Shummus, he lives in Coldhurst.
Your friend Shummudge. I grew up with Shummudge. We'll have less of the friend stealing, right?
Excuse me. He was my age when I was in the general election. He was my friend. And let's have it said, Roger Mia, he didn't phone you this morning. He phoned me. Because
he'll know I won't pick the phone up because.
Well, my friend Shummus phoned me this morning and said, Debbie, what can I do about this? So I said, what's happened? And basically, you've got people to go and into the polling booths, into the polling stations. What do they call them? People that go into the polling stations?
Agents. Yeah.
So you've allowed these agents to go in. Anyway, this gentleman that's got all the paperwork to go into the polling stations, rocked up to his polling station to be told by Councillor Jabbar, don't let him in, he's not on the list. So my friend Shummus, I said, that's fine. I said, go to the elections office, ask for Julie Bruce. I said, demand to speak to Julie Bruce, and she has to sort it out. And eventually they let him in.
It's disgraceful, isn't it? It's harassment and intimidation. Did you see that video that young man put up? And he's put a comment on. So if he wants, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find his comment, and I've not spoken to him. I've spoken to his I think his mum or his dad before. But by all means, I'm sorry, I can't even find his name. But by all means, give me a call if you want. I'll get you on. You can call me on FaceTime. You know, the messenger thing. And I'll put you on, and you can share with people what happened. I know people have seen your the video, but you can you can put it on. This is I think this is the parent. So maybe if the son drops me a message, and I'll give him a call, and we'll speak to him, because it's disgraceful, isn't it? What took place?
Yeah, it is. So they've had a lot of shenanigans. I spoke to Andrew Day because we were joking, and Mark said, well, you know, Debbie was probably at first phone call at 7:05. He said she weren't actually. So Andrew Day's got a very long day today.
Well, you know, and the problem is, no one will be prosecuted. No, nothing. You know what they did to us? Where they dragged us in. You know, where they dragged us in and lying from lies from MPs about us. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it all fell apart when the evidence was presented to them, and the Crown Prosecution Service had to drop the case against 3 of us. Can you imagine how many tens of thousands of pounds that case cost to get that far?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Here's Muhammad Ali. I said, have you got some refreshments now, love? Good. I have got some tweets if you want some. Yeah, chocolate.
I'll pass him my regards.
He's gone in. I will do that. I will do.
So you know, Andy Day, they won't prosecute any of these guys. They'll just brush it under the carpet and forget about it.
I said, what are you going to do? He said, on Monday I'm going to review everything. He said, some things will be followed up and some things won't. Yeah,
like how can they not follow up someone at a polling station trying to prevent a member of the public from exercising his democratic right to vote? Because the woman who stopped that, the woman who stopped that needs to be arrested, and she needs to be charged.
She did allow him to vote eventually.
Yeah, but the allowing eventually. How many other people would she have done that to and scare them off?
Yeah, you are allowed to vote anonymously if you wanted to, though.
Yeah, she's out of order. Absolutely out of order.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to save my battery.
You get off, because I've got to give Paul a call back. So let me give Paul a call back. All right.
I'll call you back later on.
Okay.
And let you know where you're
Any news? Drop me a call, because that's how this evening's going to work. Okay.
Yeah, I will do.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So there you have it. Already news of miscounting by Oldham council officials. 100 postal votes. Any guesses whose postal votes might have been miscounted? Am I being... No, I don't think I'm at all being either cynical or paranoid. No. I think it's clear what is going on in this town, isn't it, Julie Bruce? Very clear what is going on in this town. Let me try and get Paul Boots Eric up, but I want to try and get him on this way if I can make it work. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
Just queuing up to get in.
How you doing, Paul?
Yeah, just queuing up to get in at the moment.
Okay, well, sorry I missed your call. Well, I'll call you. Oh, there you go. So that works for me, Paul. That's good for me, because what it shows, it shows my video working. So I like that.
Okay, I'll give you a bell back in a sec.
No problem. Okay, bye. Okay, brilliant. So that'll work for us through the night, won't it? The video works, so I can do it that way. And yeah, brilliant. Okay, we'll figure that out as we go along. Okay, let's carry on, and we'll wait for Paul to call us back. Really, Lisa, I feel like a child on Christmas Eve. You know, Lisa, I think... oh, sorry, I'm just looking at some of these comments. Wow. It means a lot to many of you, doesn't it? I know. Sometimes I'm too close to really understand, but I'm just looking at these some of these posts. Anita, for the love of God, Please. Ignore the scumbag. It's election night. This is our town. Now, I know part of me wants to go to the civic centre and wait for him outside. But we're not like that, Anita. Ignore him. The fact that he's in the civic centre proves to us what we've all suspected all along. He is on the payroll. One way or another, Wilby is on the council payroll. See? Paul agrees with. On the council payroll. Karen, there's no need to watch Coldus and Glodick because I'll tell you what's already gone on. Voter fraud, electoral fraud, every dodgy shenanigan you can come up with, they've done it in Glodick and they've done it in Coldust. Oh my. So this is my friend Sammy. Sammy, his wife is normally on, Nicola. But Sammy's away from his PlayStation. It must be a special night. Even his two daughters will laugh. The fact that if anyone knows Sammy, he's a postman, by the way. He's a friend of mine. He's a lovely man. He's either sat in front of the telly, getting battered on some tank game by some Chinese 6-year-old online, or is on his way to the kitchen to get a second, third, fourth, fifth plate of food. So that's where it's. That's what he's usually up to. Oh, Marilyn's just messaged. She can't comment. Please, Anita, make yourself useful. Get in touch with Marilyn and help her out. Help her work out. Help her work out how so she can comment. And we've all missed Marilyn. Marilyn is the reason why I no longer swear on these transmissions. She told me off like one of my aunties tell me off, and I felt very small. My friend Bertie wants to know how long is the broadcast going to be. Bertie, what sort of stupid question is that? Probably until we find out at the very least whether Fielding's won or lost. Come on, man. How long is the broadcast going to be? So Bertie did something very interesting today. He found out retrospectively he was nominated by a councillor to be his agent. Bertie had no idea. Neither did the candidate when Bertie rocked up with the brother of the other candidate. Oh, wow. Oh, 104 in the... Oh, I'm up to 104 in the chat. Anita, I think I always laugh because we've got these live chats, and then you can still anonymously watch and stuff. And so this is the lad, Glenn. I have no idea what you're uploading. I don't know how long it's going to take. But if you want, mate, give me a call or on Messenger. I'll answer your call, and you can tell the 100 or so people who watch this live, and probably the 500 at least that watch it over the course of the week, what went on with you. Just drop me a friend request or call me on Messenger, one or the other, and we'll sort it out. I'm just seeing if I get anything off him. Let me see if I can play this. How can I play this? I can play this by doing that. Doing that. Doing that.
Right, everybody, just been to do my voting, and they've asked me for ID. And when I've challenged them for it, they've said, well, we've been told that we have to do it under a spot check.
There you go. Let's
the
watch
lady
this.
in question is called Deborah Duffy. I've rang her office on the number that she's provided me with, which is...
Okay, I'm just pausing that. Deborah Duffy. That is the name of a woman who unlawfully and illegally tried to stop a man from voting in our town. And this is this young man, and I think he is very brave, Glenn, what he's done, and he went live. This video, I'll play it. I'll play it for 40 minutes, because what happened with the police... Well, judge for yourself. Judge for yourself.
0161 770 4712 for the elections office. Spoke to a lady there, explained the situation, that she's asked me for a driving licence, and they told me that they should not have done that in any way at all, and that I need to raise a complaint with the manager, who is a lady by the name of Julie Bruce. Now, when I've gone back in to confront the woman regarding this, she's not liked the fact that I've challenged her and that I've recorded the conversation with her, which I'll upload in the comments for you guys afterwards. And she's telling me that she's rang the police regarding the situation, because I'm telling people to be careful that they may get asked for ID. So, what I'm just doing now, guys, I parked the car up. I'm now about to go back to the polling station in question once I finish my cigarette, because it's actually in a school ground, so I want to be conscientious of the kids. And then we'll ask her what the fuck's going on. It's a bit cold, so I do apologise about the shaking, everybody, when you do watch this. Got to finish my fag first. Hi, Chris. She is. Doesn't like showing her face. She's got to make sure everyone's kept safe when anyone does turn up. Not had that many voters today by the sound of it though. There was only 97 before myself. Give us a wave, Deborah.
So that's her.
Did you like asking me for ID? Did you get some sort of kick out of it? You got no right to. You couldn't find no legislation that tells me why. You just kept saying the Electoral Commission, which is a body, not a law or a legislation. You're not going to talk to me now, Deborah. Now you know you're on camera. Oldham Council's corrupt at its finest. Conservative agent asked the polling agent asked for polling numbers, and now she's telling me that I had to give ID the second that he walked out, after they've whispered to each other for a second.
Oh, so they whispered to each other.
Cold.
Right, so they whispered to each other. Can you see that?
There's no one else coming. All gone. Look, Debbie, you're not talking.
Please leave the premises. You've voted.
I may have voted, but I've got the right to defend other people from being accosted like you, by you.
Please leave the premises.
For what reason?
You voted.
And keep your social distance, please. Keep your distance. Keep your 2 meters.
Look at this.
Keep
Look
your
at
2
this
meters.
aggressive
You're only 1 arm's length,
behaviour.
that is not 2 meters.
Please
now you look at the spacing that you've got there.
Please leave now. Please
Look at that
leave
woman.
the
What a
premises.
disgraceful woman.
Do you want me to phone the police?
You said
Phone
you
the
already
police.
phoned them.
I have. Do you want me to phone them again?
For what law have I broken?
You're on the premises. You've voted, so you need to leave the premises.
Under
now.
what law?
Under my law. Please.
Under
leave
your
the
law?
premises.
What?
It's illegal to stay on the premises.
How is it?
Disruption.
How is it? I'm not causing a disruption. There's no one here to disrupt. There's no one here to disrupt.
Hi, it's Andrew. Andrew, it's Deborah Duffy again at Orley Road. I've just left a message on your voicemail.
Look, there's literally no one here. I'm being followed.
I've got a gentleman outside who's been a nuisance. And
Being a nuisance? You're asking me for ID at voting. You're asking me for ID to vote.
Voted. He's called Glenn.
This woman should
You're
be
giving out our
sacked.
personal information now.
This woman should be
And you wrote it
sacked.
on a piece of paper in there. On an A5 piece of paper.
Right.
You don't have rights to ask me for ID.
Right, okay, I keep asking him to leave the
Hold on.
premises, but he won't.
This bit is really, really important. When he went in to vote, let me just bring myself up. So when Glenn went in to vote, and they refused to allow him to vote. No, Lisa, this is worse than a job's worth. This is unlawful and illegal. When he went in to vote and she refused, and then he went away, made the phone call that many of us wouldn't have made and insisted he speak to the person in charge, blah, 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 went back in to vote. She wrote his name and address down on a piece of paper. Unlawful. Illegal.
No, I'm asking you to give me what law.
All right. All right then, that's fine.
I'm just asking you for what law. I'm not saying I won't leave. Yeah. I'm asking you to tell me what law you were challenging me under. What's up? Because he said leave me to it because you have no right to. Because I've already raised a complaint. Corrupt Deborah. Disgraceful Deborah. I think that's her car, I don't know. Since there's no voters inside, I'll do what she says. I'll stand out of the grounds. And then when someone comes, I'll give them a shout.
Let's forward it a little bit.
Not doing any sort of illegal with the legislation or the act. Show the proof of this. Show the proof of this. And 70 0YZ.
Okay, so the police have arrived.
Here comes Deborah to come out and talk to them. I'm clearly outside the school grounds now, though, as you can all see. So I'm not doing any sort of illegal action at this point or anything that she can question me for.
Indeed,
and as you saw
Andrew.
when I stood here, the sign's right there, so I was like clearly out of school. Okay, we got a full fucking van. Boom. And all I've done is ask them what law they've got. Come on guys, get sharing this video.
Oh, we're sharing the video, alright lad.
I want to make sure that, if I get locked up, I want to make sure there's proof of this. I'm got every right to ask him what's going on. I don't know anyone that's ever been challenged, asked for ID at voting before, whether it's because of my mask.
No, mate, she could have asked you to remove your mask, but, you know, it's got nothing to do with your mask.
I don't know. But I found this outrageous.
It's never easy talking to the police, you know. When they knock on your door.
Every right's a challenge.
And
they
no matter what anyone says, you get butterflies.
Right to be able to ask for ID. If they had a reason or any right to do so, they would have been able to provide me with the legislation or the act or the statute which it relates back to. Because to vote is a right where you have to consent to it. It's an act. You have to consent. You have to register to the electoral roll. So to do that, to register, you are consenting. Now, for anyone who likes nice cars, we've got a lovely one about to come down. I'll show you.
Your camera's sideways, lad. Like a Fiesta ST, is that? Or
Don't know how much of that you've caught, guys. My phone said I can't rotate while I'm live. They're still talking to the lady.
You can see this is just a
Disgraceful
working
Debbie.
class lad. A
Asking
working
for
class
ID.
lad.
And if I get challenged by the police for it, I'm going to ask them the same questions because I've not committed any offence. So I'm not under any suspicion of an offence. Therefore, they have no rights or reasons to ask me for ID either. If I'd have caused any harassment, alarm or distress under common law, then yes, they would have a right to, or if I've committed an arrestable offence, which I have not. So therefore, they can't ask me these questions. So let's see what goes on in a few minutes when they turn up, when they finish talking with her. Still talking. Yep, they're coming now. Afternoon.
Are you okay?
Good afternoon.
What's happened?
Before we go any further, can I take your identification for my records?
15361.
15361. And yourself, please, sorry? 12199.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, I've come in to vote today, which I'm completely registered to do so. As it says on the polling cards, which you all may be aware of. Oh, hey, buddy.
How are you?
How are you doing? Where do I recognise yourself from? Oh, yeah, with the neighbour, yes. Can I take your call number, sorry, for the record?
Yeah, 1095.
1095, excellent. Basically, I've come down to vote, and as you may be
So
well
free
aware,
coppers,
looking on your
free
polling cards,
coppers.
it says you do not have to bring the card itself with you to vote. Now, I've been registered to vote for as long as I'm legally been entitled to. I'm 28 now myself, so it's going on a while. There's been a few votes since, yep. Now, in that entire time, I've never ever been challenged on being asked for any other form of identification. I don't know anyone that ever has done, and there is no law that says they have the right or act or statute that gives them any power to ask me for my identification when it comes to voting. You have the right to do this anonymously, and when I've called her, the lady in question that you've just been speaking to, Deborah Duffy, when I've called her office regarding this, her manager, Julie Mills, I believe it is, on the piece of paper I've got somewhere, say is unavailable. Julie Bruce is unavailable, but I spoke to another lady, explained what had happened now, she's asked me for ID, and she's telling me that I need to put a complaint in regarding this straight away. I've come back in, asked the lady to explain why she's challenging me on this, what law she's got, and the fact that I've spoken with her office and that they're telling me directly to raise a complaint regarding this situation. Yeah. And at this point, when she sees that she's on camera, she's immediately scarfed her back in, grabbed her phone and rang yourselves. And when I've carried on trying to ask her, what is the legislation, what act, what statute, what power do you have to ask me this information, and for her to write my name, my address, and my voting number, my MVK number dash whatever it is, I'm not going to say it because I'm recording something, why has she wrote that on an A5 piece of paper that has on the front of it presiding officer or something like that, but on the back is just a plain A5 piece of paper? Why has she wrote my name and my information down on that document, on that piece of paper? It's not even a document.
Okay.
And then when I'm challenging her, she can't explain it. She can't give me the answer. She keeps going on about the Electoral Commission. Now that's a body, isn't it, that governs the electorals, the voting side of things, shall we just say. I was trying to think of the right term there, I do apologise. But because she's saying the Electoral Commission, I'm saying that's a body, that's an organisation, that is not an act or a statute, that's not telling me the answer to my question that I'm asking you, and she could not give me that answer.
Okay. Right, so have you managed to vote now?
Yes.
Yes, so I understand you want to make a complaint about what's gone on, that's right.
Yeah.
But you managed to cast your vote, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, okay. So what we're being told is that you're kind of hassling people that are now coming.
No, I'm actually warning them that they may be asked for ID, which they don't have to provide.
Right, okay.
I'm actually trying to protect members of the public.
Right.
Rather than them having to give out personal information, which in the 21st century can be used for all sorts of things. Just a name and address can be used for quite a few things, really, can't it?
Yeah.
So giving out that unnecessary information to somebody who, as far as I'm concerned, is Joe Bloggs working on behalf of a council, yeah, who is a private body. Then what do I know? How do I know she's going to do the right thing with that information? How do I know that other people aren't going to be harassed or alarmed or distressed by her actions, like myself.
She's governed, isn't she, by the rules and regulations that are going.
But she can't tell me what those rules or regulations are.
But the reason
Sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
All right. But what she's saying is...
Oh, and she wouldn't keep any sort of social distancing either. She was closer than you two are now to me on video.
If there is a concern that the person who's come to vote isn't who they believe they are, then they do need to check ID. When I was 18 and you first had to go to vote, you did have...
That's wrong. That's completely incorrect, because on what basis is there a concern? She should have to say this police officer, whatever her collar number was, is making things up. She is making the law up as she goes along. Someone should put a complaint in against this police officer. She is lying.
...to take ID with you. So that is something that they kind of ask to check.
But when her own office is telling me that they should not have asked me that.
Okay, but you've then made a complaint to them?
I'm going to be doing tomorrow, yes.
So that matter's been dealt with. Spoken to her and you're speaking to you. If other people are coming here, then that's going to be up to them, isn't it, to act as adults rather than you telling them.
But if they're uninformed and do not know...
That's exactly the point. If they are uninformed, unlike young Glenn here, then they will be prevented from voting. This police officer is an absolute disgrace. She is trying to defend a criminal. Because that's what that woman is. Deborah, you're a criminal. You tried to prevent a man from exercising his democratic right to vote. And when challenged, you failed to provide any lawful reason why you did what you did. And now you have a member of the In Special Measures Police, already exposed for their links to Oldham Council and the covering up of crime and the covering up of the grooming gangs, proven. Here you have a policewoman lying.
Know the fact that there is no law or power regarding that, then how are they supposed to be able to defend themselves?
But defend themselves though in what way? So
Defend themselves from from releasing unnecessary...
Defend themselves in what way? You stupid woman. And sorry, if there's a man, I'd call him a stupid man as well. Defend the right to vote. You know that thing that Emily Pankhurst, the suffragettes, all of those things did so people like you could vote? Police officer? Defend themselves for what? See how she's trying to escalate it and make Glenn into the perpetrator, when the perpetrator is clearly the council officer inside that polling station who tried to prevent someone from voting after exchanging whispers with the Conservative agent in there.
He's got to keep that information confidential.
What, so an A5 piece of paper is confidential? Just a random piece of paper that she's wrote my name, address and voting number down on, when there's no, it's not lined paper or anything on the back of this piece of paper, it's not a name, colon, then a place to put a name, it's not got an address section, it's not a form of any kind that she's put my personal details on. This is what you're not grasping.
No, I'm grasping that I understand that you've got an issue with what's gone on in there, and obviously you want to complain about this, which is well within your rights. You know, I'm not saying that. The issue we have is that we're having a complaint in relation to your behaviour outside the polling station to other members of the public.
Warning them.
Right.
Yes.
And look, I appreciate there is two sides to every...
No, there's no two sides here, police officer, either. Okay? There's not two sides here. So did any of the people that Glenn spoke to call you? No. They didn't, did they? The woman, Debbie whatever her name is. Yeah, Andrew, exactly. Debbie whatever her name is the one who called you. And because she's a council officer, you've automatically taken her side against a white working class lad. Do you see how I repeatedly refer to the fake liberal middle class metropolitan elite and how they have special privileges that the white working class don't. Here is another prime example. The police have turned up alleging that this poor lad is harassing or intimidating people when the people he's meant to be harassing or intimidating have not said anything. It's the council officer who's been caught red-handed trying to fiddle an election, because that's what it is. Not being able to vote, prevented from being able to vote by a council officer manning the voting station, is attempting to fiddle, to rig an election. Debbie tried to rig an election through her actions, trying to illegally, unlawfully stop a man from voting. How many others do you think Debbie tried it on with? And how many others do you think went home and thought, I'm not going to bother again. I'm not going to bother going back. And then come next election, they're not going to bother because how they were intimidated and scared and made to feel small. Being picked out in a crowd randomly for voter ID when you're not allowed to ask for voter ID. She has, Jessica, and that's what the point is he was trying to make to this policeman, but he wasn't getting it. She has broken Data Protection Act 2018, writing his information down on a piece of paper like that. It's intimidation, it's harassment. She should be prosecuted. She should be fired. She should be suspended from her job with immediate effect. She should be interviewed by the police to determine how many other white working class people she did this to. No, Sally. He went back in and someone would have given her a phone call from the council. Because this young man phoned the council. This is disgraceful behaviour. But this is not surprising from Oldham Council. This is a council that were banged to rights, exposed for attempting to rig an election that the police are protecting them from. But that's not over yet. And here you have the police trying to twist it to blame this young man rather than haul that woman out and drag her into the back of a van and carry her away for attempting to rig an election.
Story, okay? What the concern is from the staff at the polling station is that your behaviour out here is discouraging people from coming involved.
Sorry, no. I've not stopped anybody walking into the grounds at all. I've not obstructed anyone's path. I've not obstructed anyone's vehicles entering or leaving the premises in any way. I've not jumped into their way and said, no, before you go in, you have to know this. I've been stood to the side and I have told the people as they've walked past, yes, but I've not obstructed them in entering or casting their votes in any way.
Right, but what I'm trying to explain to you, and I appreciate it's very,
I am autistic, by the way, so I'm a little bit emotive at times, so I will, don't take that as me being aggressive or anything, yeah?
Not at all.
I'm just honestly looking out for people's rights.
And I appreciate that.
And as someone who took an oath to serve the Crown, you'll understand those rights that the people have.
The account that the lady in the polling station is saying is that she had reason to...
I would come off Facebook Live and show you the videos, but I want to make sure that this is recorded and documented.
What the lady in the polling station explained is that she, for whatever reason, and that's her justification, not ours.
Like you said, there's two sides.
That she had concerns regarding whether you, the person you were stating you were. Does that make sense?
But what basis?
So that's
what basis?
This all happened immediately after a Conservative polling agent turned up, asked for the polling numbers. They put their heads together for 30 seconds, as close as I am to my hand now, near enough. he's whispered something to her, and they both looked at me and asked me for ID. Like she's asked me for ID straight away.
You weren't there.
I know, and I didn't have that documented.
But what she's explained is that that is the reason why she asked me questions.
Has she justified why she's wrote my information down though?
Finish 1 second. I will let you speak again.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. But what I'm trying to explain is that she said those questions she was allowed to ask because she had concerns. However she formed them concerns, she had concerns about if you were saying who you were.
However she formed them concerns, she had concerns, so he just accepted them. Can you imagine if I, as a black person, went in and she had those concerns? I'd be calling her racist immediately. And I probably would have every right to. No. Poor Greater Manchester Police. Really, really poor, but predictable.
Who you saying you were? She then satisfied them, and you got the vote.
How so? She didn't. No, because when it came to it, when she did under duress get me to answer the questions on this A4 piece of paper that she's got there, all she asked me was my name, my address, which I'd already provided to the officer sat next to her, and are you the person that's registered to vote? So why did she ask me for do you have a form of ID earlier on in the conversation?
Okay.
That is different to what she'd gone through with in the end, under duress, when I have given her the information. I've not given her a driving licence, I've not given her a bank card or a passport or any other physical form of documentation to confirm my face belongs to me and I am the fictitious entity known as Mr. Glenn Brown, because that's all we are, is a fictitious entity, if you know your sovereign rights and so on. So, in realistic terms, she didn't even get the information that she wanted in the end because she's only just gone with the name, the address, and are you the person that's registered to vote? That's different to what she asked me at the start.
I can't explain her decision making.
So if she's asking me for a form of ID and then she's telling me that no, that's fine after I've just given my name and address. Obviously, I've not got that part on record because that was inside the actual building, which I know you're not allowed to record here in a voting centre, in a polling station.
Right, okay.
So that I do know.
What is the issue now?
The issue is she's got my personal information wrote down somewhere that she shouldn't have done, and she's asking me for ID that she shouldn't have been asking for.
She needed to satisfy herself who you were.
What, by name, address?
No, she did not. Who is that police officer? Come on, Andy Day. Wow, what sort of police officers are you training, Andy, and sending out? Come on, Andy. What sort of police officers are you sending out? Who is that police officer? What are you doing sending out a woman like that to be aggressive when she doesn't know the law and she's picking on a self-declared autistic young man who has been harassed and intimidated, whose name, address is written on a piece of paper unlawfully inside by a council officer? Why are they picking on him? After the council officer, colluding with the Conservative agent, attempted to prevent him from lawfully voting. Why are your officers intimidating this young man? Yes, exactly, Tanya. Her behaviour is disgusting, isn't it? Sorry, and your voting number as well, Glenn. This is disgraceful. It's illegal. It's unlawful. And she is getting aggressive. She is becoming confrontational. And she is looking for a means. This is not accidental. She is hoping that the young man then rises to her confrontational nature so she can find an excuse to arrest him. That is the strategy being played out here.
Taking those details and they will be passed to the presiding officer. It will be put.
She is the presiding officer, she told me.
The presiding officer's report. Sorry, it will be put on the presiding officer's report. The piece of paper that she's written on wasn't the original official form. She has transferred that information onto the official form. She has said, if you want that blank piece of paper that has got your details on, she will give it you back. But that's the reason why she's done it. And
But she's got no right to ask me for the ID.
She needs to identify who you are.
Can you ask her what act, statute or law she has the right?
What is your issue now? You've voted. What is your issue now?
My issue is that I was asking her to provide me the information why she's wanting to take these
Then
details.
if you said you've got to make
And now yourselves are obstructing, I think.
If you've got to make a complaint, then you go away and you make a complaint. But right now, you can't stand here and harass people while
I'm not harassing them, as I've just said to your colleague while you weren't here.
Well, there you go. There you go. False accusation by a police officer. Clearly already took sides. On video, you can't stand here and harass people. Who was she? Who was here? Who was Glenn harassed? In any of that, who has Glenn harassed? These are the actions. These are the traits of the Gestapo. These people have been sent out to intimidate voters. Harass them. And I have no doubt whatsoever that the voters that have been targeted today are those who would not be voting for Sean Fielding and his Labour Party. Those who would not be voting for whoever the Tory candidates are, or Howard Sykes' Lib Dems. This is the establishment trying to scupper our democratic right to vote. This police officer, him as well, but the woman more so clearly, should be suspended and investigated.
I've not been obstructing the path, the entrance in or out of the property in any way. As people have gone past, I've gone, careful, she might ask you for ID. That's not getting in their way.
Completely unnecessary right now.
No, it's not.
You need to be here speaking to them.
Your name Glenn?
It's not for her to determine what is necessary or unnecessary. It's not for her to decide. It's not for her to decide. She has lost control of the situation. You can see she has completely and comprehensively lost control. If that camera was not on, she would be arresting this young man and making something up. Of that I have no doubt.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, right. What I think the best way forward for you, Mr. Brown, is that you've obviously got...
Careful, she might spot check you and ask for ID.
Can you please stop speaking like that? I think it's...
I'm not obstructed ever.
He is allowed to say that to a member of the public. It's not for the police officer to get aggressive and to start to raise her intimidation. Well, if you stop, please stop speaking like that, because the consequences are else what? You are a disgrace.
Mr. Brown.
A breach of the peace of people.
With all respect, how? What?
See, there you go. Threaten him with arrest. Threaten him with arrest. You all heard that. Threatening him with arrest for potential breach of the peace. You're a Nazi. Andy Day. This is why the people of this town increasingly hold Greater Manchester Police with contempt. It is why increasing numbers of the people of our town think you are corrupt and in bed with corrupt politicians. This man was a victim, and your police officer now is trying to arrest him, threatening him with breach of the peace. You all heard that. You all saw it.
Because you're shouting at people who are trying to come and vote peacefully.
I'm not shouting.
It's unnecessary. You're standing here.
Mr. Brown, what I think the best way forward is you clearly have some issues and complaints about how you've been dealt with here, which I accept, and that you're well within your right to go and take that up with whoever that needs to. What we're asking is that, you know, we're monitoring these stations. We've not been made aware of any other issues regarding people being asked for identification.
Because you don't get asked for ID, you shouldn't do.
Right, okay, but you have, right? Okay, and you have a right to complain about that. Sorry, just bear with me a second.
Yeah, obviously, if you get a priority one, I understand.
That. Right, okay. But what I'm asking you to do and trying to reason with you is that go and take that issue up with the relevant people, get your piece of paper back with your details on that you're not happy about. I appreciate that as well in the 21st century, like you say, but just let people to come in and vote.
Like you just saw there, though, did I obstruct that lady in any way? Did I obstruct that lady? That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry, but
you didn't obstruct her, but...
So did I hinder her in casting her vote?
In coming into vote...
Did I hinder her in any way, though?
Will you let me finish? Just...
But you're making it out as if I'm stopping people when I'm not.
Saying that.
I did not move from where I'm stood when I gave that lady information.
Obstruction. Somebody's trying to come and vote peacefully and you're shouting at them about ID and about things like that, and that might put somebody off voting. It might make somebody feel...
Yeah, because then...
That might put somebody off voting. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, imbecile? Did you hear her? That might put somebody off voting. Listen, you stupid woman. This young man has just been attempted by the council officer who attempted to prevent him from voting. That's the issue here, not him shouting across to a young woman crossing the road to saying, make sure you've got your ID with you. This officer is a disgrace. No wonder Greater Manchester Police are in special measures with officers like this.
Not informed that they don't have to give ID.
It might make them feel uncomfortable about going in to vote, and we've got to let people come in to vote.
No, exactly. Like I did. I let her in to vote.
How would you feel if someone was outside filming someone coming to the polling station? How would you feel if you came to vote?
I'd understand it's well within public rights to record anywhere on public land that you can, and also that you can see from public eye as well. You can record anything. You can record anything that's within public eye.
I'm not saying you can't.
I could walk up to Oldham police station and record everything, including the car park, if I wanted to.
Just let me finish, Mr. Brown. What I'm saying is, you might feel that, you might feel entirely comfortable with that, but how might someone come in voting for the first time?
With all respect, comfortability and legality are two different things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to reason with you.
I understand that you're trying to reason with me, but with all respect to yourselves, I do understand you're trying to just justify the situation and to pacify myself at this point, but I've not hindered, I've not attempted to stop or make anyone feel uncomfortable in any way or harassed, alarmed, distressed in respect of casting their vote. In respect of casting their votes.
You're making the people in charge of this polling station uncomfortable and harassed.
If they're feeling uncomfortable because they're doing things that are illegal, that is not my concern. I'm ensuring that...
So what we've got here, I'm just pausing this, is this guy, Ewan Stewart, who has been involved in harassing me, intimidating me, lying about me. Bye. No, Marilyn, I won't swear. But he's gone. One day, I may take a trip down Didsbury Way.
Members of the public are within their rights when they are knowing their rights when they come to voting.
What is your intention? Stay for the rent until 10 o'clock?
That is not decided at this time, and that is my choice. As long as, like you say, I don't hinder anyone in their ability to vote. I don't record in the voting station and so on.
Shouting at them as they're coming in to vote is hindering them. It could cause somebody distress. Could stop them from voting. If we've got an elderly person walking past and you start shouting at them, how's that going to make them feel?
Stopping someone from voting is trying to... What is stopping someone from voting is unlawfully and illegally asking them for ID, then intimidating them by taking their details down and writing them on a piece of paper when they came back, and then phoning the police on them. That is what is stopping them people from voting. Where did they train these?
It's unnecessary. They are adults who have to take responsibility for their own decisions and reviewing of the policies.
Yes, agreed. But when there's no signage in place that says they have to give ID either, or that they may be challenged on ID, why? Again, that's another thing that the voters are not informed. If there is legalities in place where they have to provide ID, if they're, as Deborah Duffy has put it, spot checked, then there should be signage, or the voters should be made aware of that beforehand. There should be signage in place. There should be documentation available online. It should be published out with the Oldham Council's online systems. There should be multiple national guidances regarding this prior to voting when there isn't, because there isn't.
Well, Mr. Brown, maybe that's something that you should look to kind of, speak to your MP about and stuff like that. And
speak to your MP? Speak to your MP?
And standing out here filming people.
He's allowed to stand out there.
I've started filming since the point of her. I've not actually got any voters on video actually thinking about it.
Right, okay, but do you understand where I'm coming from? Maybe your time would be spent more productive speaking to your MPs, complaining to the council about what's happened to you.
Complain to the council.
In relation to that signage that you want within a polling station.
It's not about signage. There's no law to have the signage. That's the point I'm getting at. There's no point for the signage or no law for the actual asking for the ID. So therefore, there'd be no point in doing the signs. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying the signage saying you do not require ID. When I get my polling card, it says you don't need identification. You don't need to take the...
It says you don't need to take the card to be specific, yes.
So everyone got that. Everyone is getting that who is coming. Everyone who comes to vote gets the polling card through.
Yeah.
They've been told that already.
Yeah. So then to turn up and to be challenged on it, to contradict the information that you're already being supplied...
Right, okay. But for them to challenge that, she has to justify her own reason for doing it, doesn't she?
Afterwards, she took my name and address. Are you the person registered to vote? Yes. Okay, there's your slip.
Right, okay.
And yet outside, she's asking me for a physical form of ID.
I'm not getting into the ins and outs. You clearly have a grievance about what happened inside, and I appreciate that. What I'm trying to say is, instead of standing out here, speaking to people who might be intimidated or upset at you speaking to them or shouting to them as they come in to vote...
They may ask you for ID, pal. That was a calm, collective way of saying it, wasn't it? I didn't shout or anything in any way, did I there, sir?
No, you didn't. But
so that wasn't going to cause any...
previously, and this is what we're responding to, the polling staff saying that you were.
Yep, so it's one side against the other, as you said earlier on yourself. There's two sides to every story.
What I'm trying to do, Mr. Brown, is encourage you to, let's try and avoid any issues with the polling staff. Let them go about getting the votes cast, going back to the count. You go back and spend your time speaking to MP, speak to the council, make your complaint, which you're well entitled to do.
Are you voting?
Yeah.
They might ask you for ID, Daz.
You ask me for ID, you get told off.
Exactly, they don't have any right, do they, mate? You know the one. Thank you very much.
Is that your dad?
No, it's a friend. But I made sure I didn't catch him on camera. Just as a pointer for yourself there, sir.
Look, I'm not disagreeing about your grievance about ID, right? But that is something that is an issue in there with
yes,
them
Michelle.
That you have to take up, and you're well
you
within
made a challenge for ID, love. Don't accept it. What's your language, you?
Do you know where I'm coming from?
I do.
So why don't you go home, take your issues up with the council, take your issues up with whichever relevant body you have to, and just leave people alone to come and vote? Is that not reasonable for now? I think you've made your point. You've had us come out and speak to you. You're on your Facebook.
I didn't have you come out. No. I didn't have you come out at all.
No, but...
Sorry, don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
Unfortunately, because of your behaviour towards the staff and because of the phone calls...
But they're pushing me, they're physically...
Because of his... okay, listen. I'm going to stop that there for now. But look at that. Once again, she's trying to make him out as though he's the criminal because of your behaviour towards the staff. What was his behaviour towards the staff? Yeah, Daz had the right idea indeed. I don't think I finished watching this to the end. Let me just check what it goes. So he's walking off. All right. So that's where it goes. Well done, lad. Absolutely well done. But on a serious note, do you not think this was an isolated incident? My suspicion, based upon everything I have seen Oldham Council do to this point, particularly with that woman Julie Bruce in charge, is that they have instructed their staff to do these random spot checks. And clearly these random spot checks are on people that they suspect will be voting the independents. No, Charles, I don't think they'd have done anything of the sort, do you? I spoke to my nephew earlier. He's my nephew in an Asian sort of way, but his family. His dad is my cousin, so he's my nephew. And my nephew phoned me crying, upset, genuinely upset. He'd been to the polling station in Chadderton, and someone had already voted for him. It was at lunchtime. And they just told him to go away. He phoned me up in distress. I gave him Detective Sergeant Andy Day's phone number. I posted it on Facebook and I gave him clear instructions to go back. Now, because he's my nephew and he knew who to call, they allowed him to vote after having a number of worrying phone calls with, no doubt, Julie Bruce at the other end. And they allowed him to vote on a pink form after reading him some sort of rights. My nephew was not the only person whose vote was stolen today by the cartels in Chadderton North. I suspect hundreds of votes have been stolen today in Chadderton North by the cartels. The cartels who endorse and have openly supported the Labour Party candidate. Now, I'm not going to accuse the Labour Party candidate of being a cartel member. But what I will clearly demonstrate and share, and have done, is that he, Nazrul Islam, has not distanced himself from the cartels. In fact, he stood and campaigned alongside them. The OBA cartel today stole hundreds of votes in North Chadderton. Of that, I am in no doubt whatsoever. The cartels in St Mary's, in Medlock Vale, in Werneth will have done the same. Because this thing for voter ID, I actually agree with voter ID and it needs to be brought in. It needs to be brought in to prevent voter impersonation. And it needs to be brought in to prevent idiots like Debbie, Jobsworths, whatever you want to call them, from harassing and intimidating young people who, as a consequence of her actions, may never go to a polling station again. Yes, Pauline. These are the actions of the cartels. And what they do, and I've explained this in one of the Samosa guides, and I've explained this before, I think in one of the Welcome to the Cartels of Voter Fraud sort of posts I've got up on my webpage. So you'll find it there. I'm not just making this up now. This is years old in terms of my analysis of it. There is an army of illegal immigrants in this country who do not have the right to vote, so they won't be recognised, who are here by the grace of the cartels, smuggled into this country or working cash in hand for them in this country. And they are tasked to go and vote in person. And what the cartels do is, because they have the list of voters and they know who's voted by post already, they can identify who has previously not voted or is unlikely to vote, so they'll mop them up. Then they can identify who might come home late from work, so they can mop them up. And what they do is they identify some of their political opponents and vote and mop them up as well. This systematic abuse of our electoral system has gone on for years, predominantly in Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities, where the cartels control the outcome of elections. And when we pushed for voter ID, on the BBC News on a Sunday afternoon, they interviewed Abdul Jabbar, who objected to the introduction of ID. Now, I'd like you to hazard a guess why he objected to the introduction of voter ID. In a 21st century Western liberal democracy, we should not be seeing anything like this. This third world ghetto politics does not belong in our country. But you will not see any of our MPs speak out against it, because our MPs are reliant on this third world form of ghetto politics. It's why Debbie Abrahams is still an MP. Voter ID is introduced next year. Is the law. Someone sending me messages to do with Ewan Stewart. I don't want Ewan Stewart on here. I've banned him on here. You can find out a way of logging on and watching me if you want to. Ewan, you can buy me a coffee if you want, lad. But there's no way you're commenting on this thing on the side. You tried to intimidate, harass me. You tried to send people to harm me. Come and do that to my face. See what I do to you. Wilby's little sidekick. Let's make a phone call. Gone past midnight. Let's see if we can get Paul on video. Paul just sent me a photograph a little bit ago of him hanging out with Moyab, both at the count. But no, I am here with all of you, with 100 of you. So please, why are my likes only at 67? And has anyone bought me a coffee yet? No, I'm joking. But please, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do subscribe to the channel. Let me try and find Paul on my Facebook. Let me go back. I need to get rid of that. I need to do this. Let's try and get him on a video call.
Hey up, Roger. How you doing, mate?
Paul, brilliant. Your camera's off, but that's all right if that's how you want it. But if you wanted to put your camera on, you'll be on as well.
I don't know how to do it.
There you go. That's brilliant. You're on, and so I need to. If I do that,
that's me and Ronnie.
Brilliant. How you doing, Ronnie?
I'm good.
All right.
I've only spoken to Ronnie on the phone. We've not met yet. So like many of these people, I met Mark Ince for the first time the other day on Saturday. So Ronnie, nice to see your face, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we've just been walking around, Roger, introduced ourselves. Mo, I've just sent you a picture of me and Mo.
Yeah, I was just saying to people, I've just laughing at that. You've sent me a picture of Moy about the count.
And then there was a chap over there who introduced himself as Irish Amy. And I said, well, come here, let's have a photograph then. So there were, me and Mo have been Irish Amy.
So Irish Amy is at the count?
Yeah.
You see, I know you're laughing, and I know it's fine, but I find that disgraceful. I find that despicable.
Well, he was with Warren and Sean.
So Irish Amy, Dale Cregan's getaway driver, was hanging out with Sean Fielding.
Well, he's stood over there. I'm looking at him.
Wow.
I've just had a word with Brian and Mark, and apparently Sean Fielding shut his Facebook page down.
I've seen some of the comments on the side, but it's difficult for me to keep going. But Andrew's got the best question for you. Why is the bar closed behind you?
I don't.
Where are you? Is that the Kiwi Hall? That looks like the Kiwi Hall. Is that?
Yeah, we're in the Kiwi Hall. Yeah. So I've just had a word with Brian and Mark, and apparently they've got a quite a good turnout at the vote for Failsworth West. Normally they get 600, but they've got over 1,000.
Yeah.
So that bodes well, but so they're keeping their fingers crossed on that one. So I've just sort of been having a wander around the Shires, just up the road behind that screen over there. Failsworth of keeping their fingers crossed on the vote. So all good. So I'm going to spend a bit of time with Ronnie, and then I'm going to make my way into the next door. I've got 5 different destinations to get into, so they've been giving me lots of different security bands, so being party leader and what have you. So, but I had a good chat with Moib, and Moib saying it's Failsworth is looking, very positive for Failsworth Independent Party. So,
and what about you guys? I mean, because you've risked so much and you've suffered so much. Like and like Ronnie's next year, like you've been so brave. The way you guys have been abused, harassed, and you've conducted yourself with nothing but dignity. How you feeling?
Yeah, well, it goes with the territory, right? We knew it was going to be a rocky ride. What upset me was that we had 4 female councillors or candidates who pulled out for intimidation, bullying, and harassment. We actually did a video, Gary Tarbuck and I, outside the Annie Kenny statue.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
And we brought that topic up, and said, in the next election, we're going to try to, attract and recruit.
Because I know you joked, but and this is important to me, okay? Because I know you understand this, and you're a lovely, both of you are lovely gentlemen, but Irish Imi is the man who harassed and practically chased Debbie Barrett Cole out of Oldham, isn't he? Let's be honest, that's what took place. He posted on a whole host of Islamist websites, Facebook groups, that she was some sort of far-right activist, and following that, she got threats of kidnap and rape.
Yeah, it's a very, very sad state of affairs. I mean, we've got to change this direction of this town, and that's what we're trying to do. And for the benefit of everybody, really, Raja, you come out with some great points. And I was just saying then to Ronnie, it breaks my heart seeing what's happening with Oldham, and the town hall awards. You've got people who are currently in charge who are making decisions that are just bringing the town down, and it's become dangerous. So we want to change that round. We want it to be a friendly place to live. and we want to sort of ensure that democracy, rules the day, really.
And that's it, isn't it? That's what we've all said all along. All of us, that common denominator, well, for us anyway, that common denominator is free and fair elections, and we elect our leaders to run our town.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. It's our first ever election as a party. So, we've done well.
And look how far you've come. Look how far you've come in such a short time, to mobilise the way you have.
Well, we've got, across all our various Facebook, social media, we've got now 17,000 followers. But it's getting them all to vote. And if they don't vote, for all the interaction that we get off people, which is very welcome, it counts for nothing. So we've just been trying to get them to vote.
And that's a question I want to ask Ronnie. I mean, whilst you've got him next to you, Ronnie, you've been out on the, you've been pounding the streets and in what, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way at all. What I reference as the white working class estates, the disenfranchised communities who historically have been disempowered and don't vote, and what's that been like? Because you're one of them. You're from those places.
Found a great deal of bitterness and resentment to the current council and the party, but also a lot of apathy. Like I said to Gary last year, if you can change the mindset of the people of Hollywood. But that's the hard bit. What you said there, getting people to go out and vote. They're all like, yeah, no problem. But if it's raining, they won't go out and vote. It's just a strange thing. You can post 1 million leaflets, but on the day if they don't want to vote, they won't vote. Simple as that. You can't force people. Hopefully, it doesn't matter, win, lose, or draw. I'll still carry on campaigning with Paul and everybody else. I'll still carry on being a pain in the arse to the council and Labour.
Because the Labour Party, candidate there is the councillor's son and Jim McMahon's employee, isn't he? I mean, he is, yeah, Pythian, yeah. Some 23-year-old kid straight out of university, given a job by Jim McMahon, son of a councillor, and suddenly he's the Labour Party candidate in Hollywood, in a place he doesn't live. He doesn't really, it's just it makes me want to cry.
Yeah. I think, Roger, a lot of people, sadly, they've been in despair for so long and given up on the town for so long. Yeah,
that's why I want to cry, Paul. It genuinely makes, it upsets me.
You kind of wake people up and try to get them to sort of, I think reignite people's interest in trying to regenerate the town, and that's what we're genuinely trying to do.
You need to take the politics out of it. That's what you need to do. Yeah. Politics is in the town.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things that we've tried to introduce, which is...
you spent time in Northern Ireland, haven't you? I mean, I've spent... when it becomes so sectarian and the people stop mattering, it's just, you're just blinkered, and it's got, and they destroyed the communities. We're going to have
to shut the phone down.
Right.
You can go out.
Yeah. Okay, no bother. We're going to have to shut the phone down.
It's all right.
So,
it's not a problem. I'm still in shock that Irish Immy is inside. This is a convicted heroin dealer. Dale Cregan's getaway driver is now inside. Wow. Yeah, we heard that. Irish Immy hanging out with Sean Fielding. Dale Cregan's getaway driver, convicted heroin dealer, is hanging out with the leader of Oldham Council. I'm just going to pause and go and get a drink, if that's okay, because, just give me 1 second, please. Oh, sorry, I forgot my drink. I'll have to go back. Just give me 1 second. I brought the chocolate, though. So what we have here is the malicious blogger and proven liar, Neil Wilby, invited by Oldham Council as a member of the press and hosted by them. And we have Irish Shimmy, who's at the count, and the only way he would have got into the count if he was invited as one of the guests of one of the candidates. Or through the Labour Party or something, you understand. This man was convicted of a hate crime in November against me, regardless of what he or his friends might want to try and claim. Where he referenced what he claimed to be my sexuality in the sense of inferring how his scouts had been following me. A judge convicted him. And he is now in the Queen Elizabeth Hall as a guest of one of the Labour Party candidates. They're not even hiding, Michelle. They are so powerful they don't even care. I think it's exactly that, Denise. Sometimes I wonder if there is a way back for this town. It is so brazenly corrupt and bent. Sometimes I wonder if there's a way back for us. Okay. Ronnie was sat there. I spent my life looking at people and body language and picking up. Ronnie didn't look good there. He looked dejected. I think it's clear that in Medlock Vale the vote did not come out. And it's what I feared for a long time in terms of the white working class vote in those disenfranchised and disillusioned, failed and forgotten communities. They don't know how to vote, they don't know why to vote, and they don't think voting will make any difference. And those three outcomes are not accidental. If you watched the Postal vote fraud Samosa guide I did a few weeks ago, you'll see that the disenfranchisement of the white working class is intentional because it makes the cartel control bloc vote all the more powerful. the Labour Party truly have betrayed the working classes in this country, not just in this town, but in this country. Because what's took place in Oldham has took place across this nation. I'm getting messages. Let me just check. Thank you. People are buying me coffees. So a few people have bought me a couple of coffees. So that's what the messages are. I'm really, really grateful. We are at 20 to 1. Yeah, sorry, Sally. If I'm dejected, Sally, you've got to understand that if I feel like I've lost a bit, it's because these people have tried to kill me, Sally. It's no more complicated than that. My friend Debbie Barrett Cole, they chased her out of this town. I don't find that funny. Thank you, Michelle. That's exactly how I feel. Sorry, Charles. Yeah, he is in the Hollywood board. But what I mean by that, I think my point, Charles, is the smaller the vote, the easier it is to get the outcome you desire. I think turnout will be very low in Hollywood board. Charles joined me yesterday evening for the samosa guide, and he sent me a message, and I did put it up. So those of you who are still on the supporters page or the transmissions page, and it's a genuine offer every time. I've got to keep the pages going and keep the pages running in some way or another. So every now and then I put these paid events up called the samosa guides. At some point I'll write a book about this on each of the samosa guides, and there's a fee attached to it. But if ever any of you who are the supporters or in any way connected to the Recusant 9 platform, whatever, it just, Facebook allow me to give out free passes. So by all means, I'll do that. I think it's clear to all of you who've been working with me and alongside me for a couple of years, there's no financial gain in any of this. It's aged me. It's tired me. And if it wasn't for you, all of you, it would leave me broken. Let us phone Mark Wilkinson. Let's see if we can get Mark on. I did say to Mark I would give him a call, so let me try and find Mark's details. Just give me a second.
Momenteel is dit nummer niet bereikbaar. Probeer het...
No idea why it's doing that. Let me try again. Hi, Mark.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Mark, I've got you on if it's all right with you. I just wanted you, I promised people I'd give you a call. And for you just to share how the day's been. For you to share, because people across the town, Mark, are really, really with you, and they wanted to hear your voice.
Oh, right. That's really nice indeed. I mean, wow, what a long day, really long day. 6:30 start. It looks like we're going to finish here about 4 o'clock, I think, because of course they've got the mayoral votes as well. So it's taking some time. At the moment, we've just had 3 postal votes and 1 polling station vote from my area. I would say that I possibly won the polling station vote, which is the smaller one, and I'm hanging on in there on postal votes. But I expected that. I expected the postal votes to go, the majority of them, to Labour. So all in all,
is that what we're up
we've
to?
got a real good fighting chance. Yeah, I mean, looking at Neil on Failsworth East, I think it's all over now. He's walked it.
Okay. And you? Sorry, just so people understand, the postal votes have gone towards Sean. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they have. They've had three postal votes at the moment, and I would say it's perhaps, I'd say I've probably picked about 37% up of those postal votes. That's not saying the remainder of them are going to Labour, because there's a few other little bits in between them. Yeah. But this is what I expected, because obviously the majority of the postal votes are older people who are set in the ways, of Labour voters. So as long as I could hang on in there, I was happy with that. But the first polling station vote came through, and I think I picked that. So I'm quite happy with that.
Good. No, and I'm pleased to hear your voice, and I'm pleased to hear, we're still in the fight there. So you think it's all over and done? It's all over and done in Failsworth East. Yeah, where Mark is standing. Yeah, so hopefully we've got rid of one, and it was always going to be a fight. Mark, we're taking on the leader of the council.
Absolutely. I mean, Roger, I'm still confident that I'm going to nick this. I really am. And I mean, you know what I'm like. I would be really honest with you. I wanted to be in a position after the postal votes that I was still in it. And having seen the first polling result, as I say, the actual polling, I've just picked that, I think. So hopefully things will go well. The local polling station to myself has broke all records today. The record for Holy Family on Lord Lane was 600 votes. There was 1,024, which tells me
what's your
people have come out to vote.
And what's your take, Mark? I mean, how many votes do we think we'll need? 1,200, 1,500? What's your... You'll have done your estimates.
Yeah, I think about 1,400.
Yeah. I thought that. That's why I said, 1,200 to 1,500. I think it's somewhere in that, isn't it? Yeah? Yeah.
I think so. How was everybody else doing? How's the Proud of Oldham?
I just spoke to Paul. He was sharing with me how Irish Immy is in the building, which I'm sorry, Mark, it just really disappointed me, saddened me that someone like that is allowed into the count. So there's that. But not just because of me, but because of Debbie would be a candidate today. Yeah, it's that.
Right.
Yeah.
I've had a good talk with Moab and a good talk with Boots. In fact, we could do with a couple of Moab's tiffins being delivered here, because we're all famished.
You know what I did earlier? Because I wanted to kill some time, I went and picked myself some food up, yeah? And by the time I got there, right? And I'm like, these are the meals our mother's made. The only problem, lads, is I'm here and there's no meals left. I know. I'd got there at 7 o'clock and they'd sold out. I'm like, but I'm your official taster, and there was no food left. There was no food left.
So fingers crossed. Right,
so we're thinking about 4 o'clock, give or take. Mark, if you hear anything, just drop me a call, please, because there's over 100 people listening in and joining and going. But we're with you. The town's with you. The town is with you.
Well, I know, and with that also a lot of responsibility, and
we can only do what we can do. We can only by standing up. We've already won. That's how I started this evening, and that's what I genuinely believe. By standing up, we've already won.
That's right. Absolutely, yeah. So the latest is I'm still in it and fighting, and I think Neil's already won it. So that's one in at least.
Brilliant. Mark,
All right,
I'll
Roger,
call. I'll call you about 3 in the morning, maybe, or something like that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Absolutely fine.
Thank you. Speak to you soon.
Thanks,
Bye.
Roger. Bye. Bye.
So there you go. The what Mark was explaining was the first round. The postal votes are in, and of course we expected the postal votes to go to Labour. So it looks like Mark's probably got about 35%. So he's got a third of the postal votes. Don't think Sean's got 2/3 of them because it won't work that way. The Lib Dems would have got a few hundred, and the Tories would have got a few. So it's probably 35 to 60%. I think is how it's how that'll have carved out. So Sean Fielding is currently in the lead of postal votes. But in Oldham East, it looks like we knew we were going to trounce her in Oldham East. So let's keep going. Let's see. Indeed. It's I didn't know what to expect when I volunteered to do this, but here I am, and it's strange, really. Part of me wanted to have been at the count, but part of me wants to be here with you, and I just want to give Mark a hug. I'll be honest with you. I hear his voice, and I think, and those around him. Let's try and give Senor Pe a call. He's got an update. Call me for an update. So we are calling Mohib for an update. I'm sure Moya will call me back. Oh, my mojo's fine. We're in a fight. We always knew we were in a fight, Denise. We always knew we were in a fight. My entire career, I remember going into places and being sent there and working like 20-hour days and just... I'd look at them. I'd look at whichever minister or whichever civil servant had paid me. Never enough. And they'd always come to me late after they'd messed up, and I told them not to do what they'd done, and they went and did it. Like, we only come to you when it's not easy. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. That was the mantra. We only come to you when it's not easy. And we only come to you when we've messed up. And we've got 10% of the budget left because we blew 90% on some other idiot. We're going to win this. We've already won this. Let's see. Anyone? Let's give. Mark? Good time to talk, or... Yeah, Mark, could you do me a favour? Would you mind? Because my phone's messing around. If you could phone me back using not WhatsApp, but a normal call, I can put you on the speaker and everyone else can hear you as well properly. Would you mind? Thank you, Mark. Thank you. So that's Mark Hintz, who's standing against Howard Sykes. Mark Hintz resigned from the Labour Party because of everything going on and stood as a brave independent, and he's standing against Howard Sykes in Shaw, where he lives, where he's raised his wife with him, his family, they all live in Shaw, and he's fighting it out in Shaw. Again, a brave underdog, a very decent man. I met him in real life for the first time on Saturday when I went up to Amoy's. Hiya, mate. Hello? Perfectly, and everyone else can hear you. So let me turn my camera to a... Mark, fire ahead, mate. Tell me where we're up to.
Well, the count is going exceptionally slow for reasons I'm not too sure on. It's the slowest count I've ever witnessed. For me, I'm getting quite a number of votes. Howard Sykes is getting quite a number of votes. So it's difficult to tell. Obviously, the Liberals are there with the clipboards meticulously counting it, which we're not really infused to do that because the result's the result. Obviously, the Liberals are very bureaucratic and they like that sort of thing. But yeah, there is a sense of positivity going round. We're all getting votes, like I say. Get tonight is a new vote, and you know it's a victory. We can't lose in that respect in terms of making a statement and getting our message out. So we're all very positive. The feedback is that it's not looking good for Sean Fielding.
I just spoke to Mark. Wilkinson, and he was saying the postal votes have gone against him. He's like 37%. He doesn't know what Sean's is, but they never expected to win the postal votes.
Right. Well, that's an indicator in itself, isn't it? I think the other thing I overheard a conversation between a senior Labour person and the Shaw candidate who's here on his own. I feel a bit sorry for him, really.
Maroof is my friend. Go over. If he's there next to you, tell him, please, Mark, pass on my regards, because they're not allowed to publicly speak to me because they'll get in trouble. But we grew up together. Maroof is my friend, and he should never have stood in Shaw, but they won't let him stand where he lives.
I spoke to him. He's told me about how he grew up with you and you've been and whatnot, and like I say, I said, well, Brad, you've never got a bad word to say about you. In fairness, so that's all thingy. But the word on the street is, and this is what Labour are calling a best case scenario. They will lose 7 seats.
Whoa! Say that again. Just say that again.
Labour have the words I heard coming out of the chairman of Oldham Labour's mouth, was they're looking at a best case scenario of losing 7 seats, which it isn't a best case scenario, it's a disaster.
It's for Labour. That's
yeah.
It's never before seen.
I know. Well, that's what they're talking about. So whether that'll come to fruition, I do not know. I don't know what's happening. A lot of the security people here are actually friends with the guy who's standing in Colders.
Abdul Jabbar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're saying they're positive, and we'll see how it is. But it's just absolutely arduous watching this count come in. It could be done a lot. It's one of them sort of things you go and you say, well, this could be done a hell of a lot quicker. But we're all very positive, and we're seeing whether the amount of what we need. We're seeing a hell of a lot of ballot papers with the crowd of Oldham and Saddleworth tick. So.
And for every vote we get, and I say we on purpose, Mark, as far as I'm concerned, I'm one of you guys, right? Is every vote is a vote of defiance, is a vote for hope, and is a vote for change. And one vote is more than we've ever had before. These people vilified you. You're a lovely man. You have a lovely family. These people vilified you as far right, as this, as that. It was absolutely, it's horrific. I found it horrific.
I've been, to be, like I say, because this is the first time I've ever stood in an election. It's the first time I've ever stood in an election. And I've been really surprised how, superficially, you would think the Liberals are nice people, school teachers or whatnot. But you scratch the surface with them, and they are vicious. And some of the things that have been, pointed at me,
I mean, I just shrug it off, Raja. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, it's more of a reflection of them than me. Do you want to speak to Gary Tarbell?
Oh, is Gary next? I'll talk to Gary, but let me just finish with you first, Mark, because I was in Shaw yesterday. I have a dear friend, because, you know, I grew up in this town, and I have a dear friend. She's called Jenny, and Jenny's mum worked at Cannon Street Health Centre for many years, and I worked alongside Jenny, and she's now got a baby, and I was in Shaw, and she took me for a walk, and to my shame, I've never had a walk around some of the countryside in Shaw, and it was beautiful. It was breathtakingly beautiful, Mark. It was, you know, it was breathtakingly beautiful.
We have something called Crompton Circuit, and it's like the boundary of Shaw, and traditionally people used to beat the boundary every year, but it's now an official circuit. It's 12 miles and, you know, you get people who drive to the Lake District, you know, for the day to go for a walk, and that in itself is just a beautiful walk. You just don't realise how close you are to countryside.
No.
The fact that they want to tarmac it, it's absolutely criminal.
And I spoke to my friends in Shaw whilst I was there, and they all said the same. They, you know, they're in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s. They've come back because their families were there. She took me for a walk. My gran grew up there. You know, that other girl, you know, her great grandma lived there. This, you know, and it's such a proud place, you know. And everywhere I walked, everyone who was walking, you know, it was a beautiful day yesterday morning. Everyone said hello to me, you know, politely. Everyone said hello, really polite, and you deserve better.
We do, and like I say, there's two ways of looking at it. We'll never get a better chance to do this right now. But ultimately, if we do fall short, which I'm not saying we will, the message, the genie's out of the bottle. The message is out there. We're only going to go stronger. You know, this is, you know, we're not got 5 votes one time and then built from that. What we've achieved today, and what I think we will achieve today, it will send a shockwave, irrespective of whether that transforms into seats. It will send a shockwave because people, and then what will happen is the people who know about us, the people who voted, will pass it on more to the people who haven't. Nothing's going to I've said this, and I'll say it again in statements. Things are not going to get any better. They're only going to get worse. So if you have to wait another year, things won't improve in that time. There's things going on in the background in Shaw. I can't comment on certain planning permissions that are going in for certain things, allegedly. But it would be unright for me to...
No, it's going to get worse. I mean, I can tell it's going to get worse because they will double down because they'll think they've defeated us or whatever. But we know what they've not worked out. They don't know what we're planning. And what we're planning next will inspire the town. You know? What we're planning next will inspire the town. But these guys, they've underestimated us all along. And they're underestimating us tonight. And look, I picked up a leaflet. In fact, sorry, I threw it in the bin. When I was in Shaw, my friend Jenny gave a leaflet to me. And the leaflet said it's a 2-horse race between Labour and the Lib Dems, and no one else can compete. And I'm like reading it, thinking you're deluded.
Well, they've not changed that. Obviously, the print type on that since 1992. Then, have they? But it was interesting. It was interesting with Howard Sykes because he's never publicly. I mean, they've just totally blanked. I mean, to be fair to the Labour guy and the Conservative people who I'm involved with, you know, I know people in Shaw and the Conservatives are all very friendly. Just totally blanked me, and which is fine. It's you know, it's their right. We don't have to interact. But I just thought, you know, I've been very vocal. I've done videos. I've met people. I've sent out leaflets. I would have no problem with any Liberal Democrat come challenging me and what I'm saying, whether it be on social media, privately, whatever. I've had nothing. I've just had abuse.
Yeah.
And for me, you know, that's
You've had Labour Party people call you, who you've known for a long time, suddenly decide that you're right wing or far right, and I
mean, like I say, when we went canvassing, you know, I'll say this on air. I was challenged in the centre of Shaw by the leader of the Shaw and Crompton Labour group, and I was chastised, and my wife was chastised, and my wife was chastised because about 8 years ago, my wife refused to put a Labour poster up in the window, and I just thought, really? So, you know, they're not. Like I say, they need, what I tried to explain to this person was, You need to get over that barrier of looking at party politics. It's not a football team scenario here where it's do or die.
It's what I was saying to what I was saying to Paul Boots earlier. They've made it sectarian. They've forgotten about the town. They've forgotten about the people, and it's some sort of sectarian, blind loyalty to one and hatred of the other, and the people have been lost.
I'm not interested in people. It's actions that I'm interested in. Now, if I'll be perfectly straight with you, if Howard Sykes was doing a marvellous job and it didn't look like Shaw was on the decline, which it seriously is, I'll probably vote for him. But as it is, I'm standing for what I believe in. I think we need a new, fresh approach, and we are where we are. And like I say, I'm nothing but proud to stand here tonight for the people who voted for me. And I think there's only going to be more of them.
And Mark, I think on behalf of everyone, we're grateful to you and to your family, because this is never done on its own. For you stepping forward and standing on our behalf, because it's easy to tap away on a keyboard. It's easy to do what I do. It's easy to put messages up, but to do what you've done, I admire you, and I'm grateful.
Well, to be perfectly fair with you there, Roger, if it wasn't for brave people, and I use the term brave people like yourself, I'd be none the wiser. I'd still be voting for Labour and still be, indoctrinated in national issues when really I should be looking at local ones.
Yeah, we should be looking at local ones.
And like I say, when I first came across you, I was disgusted, not by what you were saying, but the fact that you were saying it, and it took me a bit of time to. And people were open about it. I said, "Is this right?" "Oh yeah." And you're thinking, "Well, why can you be a part of it?" Because I certainly can't be anymore. And so I thank you for that.
No, and I'm like you. I spent my life, my professional life, working for Labour Party prime ministers, Mark. It's not even And this isn't a Labour Party, I recognise. Mark, I've got Paul phoning me, so I'm going to answer. Thank you. Paul is with Amoy. Let me bring this up. And if I can do this. Oh, no. Paul, do me a favour. Call me back, because you're on the wrong machine. Yeah? Thank you. So Paul is calling me back. Let me answer it on the right thing. And... Hello? Hello?
I'll have to ring you back. We're in the chambers at the moment. But we're here with him, so I'll tell you back when I'm outside the chambers. Because we're actually sat in the dock, as Moy calls it.
I just wanted to see Moy's smile. Okay, so...
So I'll tell you back in a bit.
No problem, Paul. All right, good to see you, Amoy. So that, and I'm sure we'll speak to her at some point, is Amoy. And Amoy is standing in St. James, so Durka, Sholver way. And I was torn, actually. Well, not torn as such, but I was, I saw two, and it's rare. It's rare in this town. I saw two candidates in that ward that I looked at. There was actually Amoy, who's lovely and brilliant, and of course I'd support her. And I also saw the young lady from the Tories, Beth Sharples, who clearly cared about the community where she lived, knew it well, and wanted to represent it. And I admired her, and I admired Amoy, and I'm just ashamed that both of them are standing in the same ward. And it's whether one wins or the other wins. Or the worst case is whether they cancel each other out and the Labour Party councillor gets through. So that's my worry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the comments on the side. Oh, I've got to put this up. Zoe Smith came on a few months ago as well, defending some police officer or some council officer. It was some council officer. She seemed to know more, or some police officer involved with the council, and seemed to know more than was letting on. So Zoe Smith is clearly an Oldham council plant, or more likely Ewan Stewart. So you know what I'm going to do? By Zoe Smith. Banned. The mistake I made, and in all the years on Facebook, in the last 2 years, and the thousands of posts, and there have been thousands of posts, I've had 2 posts removed from Facebook. Sorry, 3 posts removed. One was the post where I put up the Lee Rigby and the Nazi sign, but the Nazi sign was, what sort of country do you want to live in where our soldiers are killed on the street, sort of, you know. So it wasn't an endorsement of the Nazi. No, of course it wasn't an endorsement of Nazism. And did I know, of course I didn't know, that the Nazi sign was somehow banned because people use it to promote it. And I'm like thinking, no, I was using it to educate, but the Facebook bots didn't understand that. So that was over a year ago. I then put up a post in March this year that was removed, and it was a post that had gained traction, and you've got to bear in mind the election was coming, but there's nothing wrong with the post. It was a post once again showing the photograph of the deputy leader of Oldham Council, Abdul Jabbar, launching his re-election campaign alongside the convicted sex offender former chairman and former Labour Party candidate and Jim McMahon's associate. There was nothing unlawful, illegal, or even accusatory. There was no swear words, but Facebook had decided that's what's going. So those 2 I can deal with, but the one I thought, nah, I allowed myself, for reasons unknown to me, I allowed myself to get involved in an argument with an idiot. And you know and I know that each time they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. So those were the 3 posts I've ever had deleted off Facebook. And you've seen my Facebook posts. Sometimes I post 2-3 times a day, 4 times a day. So this is thousands of posts. So they've tried and tried and tried. So when people like Zoe, whatever, fake profiles come along, I just block them. I'm not interested, because they're not interested in debating with you, are they? They're not interested in having dialogue. So, bye. Who's drunk? Anita, are you already? Are you on your way? My friend Pete. In fact, I've not got the mug. I've got the mug in there from Ancoats Distillery, the gin place. He sent me a photograph earlier, and he's launched a rum. Ancoats Rum, I think it's called. So he's launched a rum, and I'm looking forward to catching up with Pete. But he's being elusive. But what's the drink, Anita? Is it gin? Is it? It is, Anita. I know it is. But we always knew, didn't we? We always knew, didn't we, Anita? They've only proven what we all suspected. They've only proven what we all suspected. I think, Michelle, the problem with this town, and it's not this town, there's a problem in our country. And the problem is we have some deep-rooted challenges that have grown year on year, generation on generation, because we've not had the bravery, or those in charge, those that we've elected to lead us, have not had the courage to engage with us and finding solutions that benefit us all. And I think this division on race, religion, is one of them. If people saw my live broadcast the other day, I think I did 2 short ones. I mean, I know I mocked and ridiculed Sean Fielding with his 7 sins, but then I had a very serious one after a would-be jihadist had threatened me again. And that was because I was objecting to the building of an Islamic centre for £1.8 million. That would be a school, and it would separate Muslim girls, Muslim boys, and I think long-term that is detrimental for all of us. I have so many of my Muslim friends who phone me who disagree with me. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with an engaged discussion and dialogue as to why you disagree with me and why I have my point of view. It doesn't mean I'm going to call them an Islamist, and it doesn't mean they're going to call me some sellout coconut like this jihadist did, who then started quoting scriptures about how people like me are beheaded. And that's the problem we have in this town, and that's the problem we have in this country. We're quick to judge. We're quick to label. And it's to the detriment of all of us. Now, the truth is, I couldn't care less if he had a view or opinion that I might have considered to be racist. I would care how it is, what issue it is that got you to manifest your view through a racist lens, because I guarantee nearly every time I've looked at it and worked on this, and bear in mind I've got 25 years of working on this, that the issue itself was never racist. They've made you into a racist. Which is why they call us far right. And the fact that they call my friend Moib far right, I just found, I got it wrong, didn't I? He told me off. He wasn't the vice chairman of the mosque. He was as a secretary or something, wasn't he? But he's the, yeah. Let me try him again. Gary's texting me, Fielding has closed his Facebook page and took the sign down outside his house. Okay, that's about midnight. My friend Oldham Eyes messaged me. A couple of his sources outside Oldham have told him the signs are that Labour are going to get a right kick in the bollocks by the Conservatives and the Independents up and down the country. And the Labour candidate in Saddleworth for Western Lees has just told Paul Hilton to F off. Oh. And the Lib Dems have conceded and gone home, and it's now a 3-horse race by Mark Birchall. That's in Medlock Vale, so the Lib Dems have gone home. Oh. Let's see. And my friend Jenny has messaged me, are you staying up all night? 3 question marks. Well, I hope not, Jenny, but it's looking like we'll be staying up till 3 or 4. What are we doing, people? We're staying up for Sean Fielding, aren't we? Even if you're falling asleep and having an atom and just leaving me on in the background, I presume we're staying up until Sean Fielding, the result mark that we all want and hope comes in. Is that right? Someone message me on the side, and I'll see what you say. Let me see if there's any Twitter chat on Oldham whilst you guys are doing what you. Okay, news coming in from Charlotte Green. Ready? Charlotte Green is hearing that the Failsworth Independent Party have won Failsworth East from Labour, unseating Councillor Liz Jacks. False alarm. Verification. Since when did Charlotte Green was ever going to tell us the truth? Since when was Charlotte Green ever going to tell us the truth? False alarm. Her bosses have spoken to her. Verification continues. In previous years, the first result would normally be announced about now, but they are also having to verify the Greater Manchester mayoral race votes, which will be counted on Saturday, causing things to slow down. So what? The other thing? Nah, she's gone, isn't she? We've took her out. We've took Liz Jacks out. I think that calls for...
Too often, I'll say bare-faced lies. I'll say bare-faced lies. I'll say bare-faced lies. Again, bare-faced lies. Too often, I'll say bare-faced lies. I'll say bare-faced lies. I'll say bare-faced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced lies.
Bare-faced lies. Bare-faced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party, got that Labour party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced lies.
Bare-faced lies. Bare-faced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced lies.
Is this where you wanna be? Debts and childhood poverty. Oh, somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Bare-faced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? 'Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money
brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. honestly, arrived on a memory stick. It's absolutely brilliant. And I'm sorry, John. Best one of the night, mate. If the beer's run out, I heard a guy in Royton sells beer by the barrel. Indeed, yes. It seems that way. I mean, they're not calling it yet, but I'm calling it. Yeah, she's gone. Liz Jacks is gone. I think we've took her out. And it seems that the council know that we're talking to our people there and they're having to turn their phones off and being picked on. So that's the other thing. They're doing selective monitoring. So that's it. And Mr. P, Moyab, for whatever reason, Moyab, what are you doing with that prick? Moyab is shaking hands with Irish Imi. You see, what these people don't understand, and these are my friends, is that these images will be used in a way to clean up the gangsters. He's barely been out of prison. He was convicted 3 months ago. Moyab, you should know better. In fact, Moyab, I'm going to call you. What are you doing shaking hands with that? No, I'm not getting through to Moyab either, so I'll message him and say, what are you doing with Irish Imi? In fact, I'll message him saying something else. What are you doing shaking hands with that? Ah, here's a beautiful photograph. That's much better. Yeah, Sheila. Yes. I know people get put in uncomfortable positions. But, you know, a bit of heart. A bit of courage. Yes, Lisa. I agree with you. Oh, no, Jack. You know, some relationships... my first ever fight was with Moyab. I was probably about 5 years old. I remember being battered because he pulled my hair. So my second fight with him, we used to fight over football, and then we'd be friends the next day. You know, like kids are. Ended with, in 2 seconds, I kicked him between the legs. And I was really satisfied with myself until my mum battered me. Tanya, it takes courage. I know. I know. You know, I'm not making excuses for other people. I can only talk about myself. And at times, I don't actually think it is courage. I think I'm stubborn. But in the end, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is courage. It takes courage. And it also takes courage to give people a chance. But I don't think he's at that place yet. This is a career criminal who chased my friend, Debbie Barrett Cole, out of her home. And who was convicted on December the 21st. What, 4 months ago, for crimes against me? No. I need to. I'm of the opinion at some point you want to date with Neil Wilby. I'm joking, clearly. But come on. I mean, what is that man doing in Oldham? What's his connection here? No, he's not checked his phone. Brilliant. Yes, Michelle. Brilliant. You know what the fear is? I want to know who invited him, Anthony. Because he wouldn't have been just allowed in. Because you and I wouldn't be just allowed in. This was an invitation-only event. And the invitations were for guests of the candidates, their agents. That's right, isn't it? I think each candidate got two or three people that could go. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Karen. Karen. I hear is a laughing stock at Oldham Police Station. The gatekeeper, I hear, is a laughing stock. He had a laugh behind his back at Oldham Police Station after we exposed him. That's right, isn't it, Detective Inspector Kenny Blaine? You're a laughing stock at Oldham Police Station. Let's see if there's anything. Sorry, it's just a lull because I'm looking for news. Okay. Brilliant. Ready? Ready? She continues. She can't help herself. According to Labour, it's been a very difficult campaign on the doorsteps in Oldham. COVID concerns affecting door-to-door canvassing, but also discontent turning to abuse from some residents, including racist slurs to campaigners. You're a liar, Charlotte! The people of my town aren't racist. Who were racist? I'm sure they've abused your candidates, the Labour Party candidates. But I don't think they'd have racially abused them. No. DC? Oh, we were racially abused. How about we focus on what you did? Charlotte Green has yet to write an article analysing why it is that the Labour Party finds itself in the position it does in Oldham. Indeed, Ellie and Co. What a pile of crap. Sorry, I'm going to have to put this up. Looks like Labour are going to lose Hartlepool. Burnham will win. Burnham will win because the South Manchester elite will vote him in. And actually, Burnham will win because there's not been any credible opposition to Burnham. We'd normally get the first results around 1 a.m, but I'm being told it may not be until 6 a.m. tomorrow. And that was Charlotte Green at 11 o'clock. I doubt that very much. I like Sutcliffe. He entered the race a lot too late. It's not his fault. He was trying to raise money and all the rest of it to enter the race. But he entered it a bit too late. And he was excluded. He was excluded from the hustings and just couldn't reach the people. But I like the lad. Ex-copper, isn't he? Yeah. Should have given me a message, didn't he? I'd have come and said hello. I would have come and said hello. I think he also saw the video I put up of my stroll round Westwood. Some people phoned me back up and said not to go back, otherwise I'd get it. And I said, tell me where you don't want me to come back. Which particular street? Did you have some drugs there? Were you hiding some children in a room? Yeah. They won't believe the first one. Second one. Perfect. Not until 6 a.m. so they can fiddle them in their own time. Oh. It's never going to be 6 a.m. because there's not been that many votes for the mayoral thing. It's just nonsense. Yeah, it's just absolute nonsense. They hate what's going on. Apparently it's 4 a.m. They reckon the results are expected. 4 a.m. So we'll find out. If it's 4 a.m. I might have a little rest, but I want to try and get hold of a few more people. And no, Moab hasn't checked his phone, so it's not like him. I might phone his wife. She's in charge. Probably losing. They're doing an American whatever, you know, where the ballot boxes are found afterwards, which I always find bizarre. That entire ballot boxes disappear. Are we with Smudge or the younger ones? Yeah, Nick, he was the guy to vote for, wasn't he? Yeah, Sutcliffe, I think so. No nonsense. Straightforward. I don't really. I know I should, and I agree with the pub. I don't feel the mayor thing. I was in Manchester at the time when Andy Burnham first got elected, and my friend Judith runs a homeless charity. And in walked Burnham, flanked by Ivan Lewis and some councillor. And I'll tell you the story later. Let me get Paul on. How you doing, Paul?
How you doing, Roger?
I'll put you on the. There you go. You're on.
Yeah, we've just come outside now. When you're inside the actual counting room, they're asking you to turn your phone off while coming to the corridor. So we've come into the corridor. As you can see, we've got the sector there behind us. It's looking like Failsworth have had a bigger turnout than they normally have, which is indicative of the Failsworth Independent Party getting people voting who don't normally vote. The turnout in St James's, Amoy believes is going to be quite low. So we don't know how that's going to go. There's Amoy having a quick hello there. It's been, I've had a long chat with Brian Orbin and Mark Wilkinson. They've got sort of a bit of nerves about how well they've done or not. They're feeling quite confident. The vibes are pretty good. Charlotte Green's wandering around.
I was just laughing at her because she's yeah.
She's bobbing around. But seems to be hovering around Sean quite a lot. I've personally not seen Neil Wilbury. Obviously, I've bumped into Moib. Arushah's in the room over there. Sean's sort of, I think he's sweating cobs at the moment, but I'll have to wait and see how that one goes on. So I'm just about to go down and see. I've been in to have a sit down with Ronnie Bailey. Just been having a chat with Amoy, obviously, and I'm going to have a chat with Paul Goldrin very shortly. I've not been in to see Paul just yet, so I've sent some pictures, some snapshot pictures to your WhatsApp group, Roger.
I saw the one of Moya with Irish Shimmy, and I'm not happy at all. What's he doing shaking hands with him?
Well, we walked in, and they were all sat having a chat. I was still having a chat. I was talking with Warren. Come over and had a chat. And I just, Moy had a photograph, and I turned around, oh, come on then, I'll get it middle. So I said, you're going to smile. So I had a smile, had a photograph, and wandered off. And Sean were looking over, and I said, all right, Sean, how are you? And he didn't respond for some strange reason. I don't think I'm flavour of the month. But as I say, I'm going to go down to see Paul Goldrin next. It's a bit quiet at the moment. It's not anticipating any results anytime soon. The feedback we're getting, it could be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, I'm hearing now. I mean, why is that? Why is it so late? Because it's never been this late.
Because they've been counting the mayor. They've been doing the 2.
Well, who cares about the mayor one? Just dump that on the side and...
Naughtiness.
Yeah, isn't it? It's intentional, isn't it?
Counting the mayor too, so that's what's taking place. I had a chat with Paul Taylor. He said the turnout in Crompton is very, very high. I don't know what that's going to be indicative of.
Who's standing in Crompton?
Sorry?
Who's standing in Crompton?
To be honest, we've got nobody standing in Crompton for Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth, and I think Oldham Arts have got a candidate standing there, but the only feedback I've had so far is that they've got quite a big turnout. So, as I say, I'm going to have a quick word with Paul Taylor. Just let Amoy say I lost.
Yeah.
Hello.
So we'll just say, like said, it's going to be.
Amoy, it doesn't matter. We've got to fight, haven't we, Amoy? We've got to stand. We've got to, we've got to stand for our own. Win or lose, we've got to stand for our own. And and what you do, Amoy, inspires. Sometimes those who make the stand create the way for others to follow. And that is more value. Without people like you, Amoy. You know, we don't know who's going to follow. You know, there would be no one following. It'd just be the same.
Yeah, no, it's true, definitely. And it's like you said, it is quite close in the sense of, you know, people, the vote, the people who actually come out to vote for St James this time is very, very low.
And you know why? Because they've been so disheartened, they've been so failed, and to hope again. You know, when you've given your hope and you've been trounced, and to believe again, it's the hardest thing to do. To believe in someone again after you've been failed, it's the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's precisely what Ronnie was saying. Ronnie Bailey said the problem you've got is you've had a town so badly broken and so badly sort of despondent for so many years. It's trying to wake them back up again and show them hope.
Yeah.
And I think this is the start of a long journey. I mean, we always said that this was going to be a marathon and not a sprint. So we had to start somewhere. And there's two options in life. You know, you either give up or stand up. And the likes of Amoy and others have stood up. So, and I think we've just been trying to talk a son into standing next time. So we'll keep on our fingers crossed on that. He's smiling at us right now.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Hey, brother, you good?
That's the future.
The rosette suits him. I'm good, man. The rosette suits you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It suits him down to the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll chat to you later. Okay, I'll chat to you later. Okay.
Bye for now.
Bye. I'm sorry about that. I gather the sound wasn't doing what it's meant to have done, so I need to just unpair this and try and pair it again, of course, yeah. My equipment, I know people laugh, but it's not the best. You know, I've hodgepodged it all together the best way I can. I've got a nice mic, and the rest of it is just begged, borrowed, stolen, bought on the cheap. So I just do the best I can. But just give me 1 second, because I've unpaired that. I need to... you don't need to see any of what I'm doing there. You can just see me whilst I do this. Bluetooth, do that off, do that on. Click that. Okay, so that means we connected that. All right, well, we'll see if it works next time. And Moab, do me a favor, call me back on your normal phone and I'll be able to connect you to the iPad and hopefully have you properly speaking. Is that all right? Will you just call me back off your normal number? All right. Okay. All right. So Moab will call me back in a couple of minutes and we'll get to the bottom of that. I'm always lovely, Lisa. But I met her a couple of times before, and I met her first time I met her was with her husband. And this is my thing. And I know many I grew up alongside not just Bangladeshi and Pakistani and white working class kids. I grew up alongside the traditional African Caribbean community in this town. I know many of you know my godson's firm and his family are in Barbados. So, and many of my friends are African Caribbean, the black from Barbados, Jamaica, historically, those families. And I I'm so disappointed in this town that the African Caribbean communities worked so hard and integrated so well, and then they've just been exploited and disappeared and lost in all of it. And I think people like Amoy and her son and those others have a place in the history and heritage of our town and made it what it is. They're a beacon of hope for where many of us want to be. They have their own challenges, and of course they have their own challenges in terms of many of the issues they face. And we need to make space where we hear their voices better. Now, that doesn't mean we have to have black councillors to represent black people. I'm never for that. I've never been for that. But isn't it interesting how in this cartel-dominated, Pakistani, Bangladeshi-dominated ethnic minority politics of this town, racialised, divided politics of this town, ramped up to a new level never before seen by Jim McMahon. That's the truth of it. And Debbie Abrahams. That's the truth of it. That the minority voices are completely lost. I find that difficult, and that's why I love Amoy. I met her once. First time I met her, she came with her husband. I know he's not doing so well at the moment. He's been ill. And yet, look how positive she is. How well-spoken, sincere. Sincere is the word I'm looking for. How sincere she is at all times. How you doing, buddy? Are you well? I had not seen you pop up, so a multi-million-pound sound system. Is that to go with my multi-million-pound and my Lamborghini and my friends who yeah yeah. Can you carry a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old in a Lamborghini? Will the paw prints still the chocolate smears still? Yeah. Multi-million-pound sound system. I wish, mate. No, I wouldn't change it for the well. Look, I'm full of these strange adapters and things. I'm just gonna turn this sound off and on, and maybe that will fix it. Well, I'll wait for Moab to call back. I use for those who are technically interested. I know Charles once contacted me. I use something called Ecamm Live on this old Mac, so it does all the streaming online, but they're forever updating it, and Apple are forever doing whatever Apple do, and every now and then things don't work. But we struggle through. I think it's been, I've enjoyed it. I want to launch a zine. They call zines those sort of historical political newsletters that I'd love to launch and raise more awareness, because I know there's so many people who don't really use social media, and I'd love to get a quarterly zine out, and I think it's one as we move on, because we've got to politically educate a town, and that's I think where I'm going to in my ramblings. That's where I'm going to. Because when there's a law turnout in St. James, when there's a law turnout in Hollingwood, traditional white working class communities, the law turnout is not about the failings in those communities. The law turnout is all about the failings in those who serve those communities. We have failed them. And we need to do something to change that. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. And I think people can hear you, so go on.
Yeah, no, come back. It's really weird this year, the way they're doing it. It's really slow. It's created a lot of tension
information all over the place because they're doing the counting in several different places. That makes it even more difficult. And the counting, and it looks like they're counting the mayoral ballots first, the yellow ballot papers. So in some places they're counting more local papers than others, so it's a bit more difficult. From what I can see so far.
So you can't really tell. There's not been enough ballot papers that have come out to give a fair assessment, really. St Mary's, the turnout is higher than usual, so obviously Aftab was a little bit worried.
Well, that's the cartel fighting the cartel, isn't it? I mean, that's the Pakistani faction fighting another. Yeah.
But from speaking to Labour sources, they think Aftab's won. Aftab thinks he hasn't won, so it's all a bit until that's resolved. I think the extra votes, I think, will probably be the people who turned out to vote for an independent. If that turns out correct, then obviously Aftab's won. But again, that probably will be. I think there's a lot of votes on the knife edge. Coldest is on a knife edge. St Mary's is on a knife edge. Chadderton North, I've spoken to the candidate and the other candidates. They think Islam's won.
Well, Islam. I mean, you saw the thing of the postal vote fraud in Chadderton North. Yeah, the voter impersonation.
Yeah, I've been out and about, so I've only seen briefly something. So, but he thinks he's on a knife edge. I think he's not. I think he's won, from what I hear from other sources.
And that's the Bangladeshi cartel-controlled vote in Chadderton North. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's that. St Mary's, from what I can gather, speaking to people, it's between the Tories and Labour. So let's see how that goes. I think, again, it could become close.
Where's that? St Mary's?
St James, sorry, St James. I'm getting St James. Medlock Vale, I'm hearing it could be close between Atiq Rahman, the Labour Party, and the Tory candidate.
So these are so that's just another cartel fighting out, yeah. These are it's a Kaiser's extended family fighting out with Atiq Rahman's extended family, yeah. Yeah,
but I don't think it's Kaiser's family that's pulling the votes, from what I can gather. Having spoken to various sources as I was mulling around in the council chamber and the various other bits and bats. It's difficult to tell. Fido will clearly win in Werness. Should be a problem.
I spoke to my brother, and before and he was asking about voting, and I said, well, he goes, he's not going to vote, and you know why he's not going to vote? All the candidates are either Labour, Lib Dem, or Conservative, and Fido's name was on the thing, and he says the vote's already won.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the election opened, Fido had already won on postal votes.
Chadderton Central, Chadderton South, I have no idea. But the problem is it's split up everywhere, so you can't really have an honest assessment from yourself, really. So that was difficult. Hollingwood, I met the candidate, but that was really early on, so I don't really know what's happening there. Failsworth East, is that the Brian Hoban seat? I've got it right down to East. I'm pretty sure that
she's out. Jack, whatever she's called, she's out, and the Labour Party woman's out.
The count is not finished, but my gut feeling is that they've walked it.
Yeah, no, I've already played the music. So every time there's a result in our favour, I play the finger song, Barefaced Lies. I've already played it. That's gone.
Failsworth West, right? I've spent quite a lot of time at that table, and that's where I've met, shall we say, various characters.
I've seen you shaking hands with him, Maya, and I'm disgusted. What are you doing shaking hands with that?
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen all the full battle that we actually had in between.
No, you shouldn't be shaking hands with a convicted heroin dealer.
Yeah, well, that's by the by. That's one bit of it. But anyway, we'll cut the long story short. First few postal votes, Sean Fielding was up the first 3 boxes slightly, but then when the first actual box came out, one of the 6 polling stations in Failsworth, and it was supposed to be a poor one. It was supposed to be a good one for Labour, but actually Mark Wilkinson slightly won that box. So the people who turned out on the day in that one particular polling station actually voted for Mark. So that was supposed to be the worst box. So then the better ones are still yet to come.
So that was in Mark's worst one, he won. Yeah.
Yeah, he won slightly, ever so slightly, but he was expecting to do worse there. So he's actually done better than expected.
And the postal votes, how did the postal votes go? What's your
postal votes? From what I can gather, is that Sean's won the postal votes in Failsworth. Well, you've got to understand with the postal votes, they're generally people who vote a particular way and may have requested them in advance.
Yeah, Mark said he reckoned he got about 35 to 37% of the postal votes. Yeah.
but that's expected, and I think would have probably done better. Because if you think about it, people who've requested a postal vote in advance would normally be people who normally vote anyway.
Yeah.
And vote for a particular party.
Yeah.
So actually, even if you got one vote there, it's better than what you got. What we got. So 35%, I think, is actually a good figure. The fact that from my experience in elections, the fact that he's actually won on the day in his worst polling station says something. The tide is going in a particular way. The key thing for him, from what I can gather on the election, is where Mark lives. The polling station in that particular district, I think it's at the Zion Church. I'm not sure exactly which one it is. Near his house.
Yeah, on Lord Lane. On Lord Lane. Yeah.
Just off Lord Lane. The record turnout before in an election has been 600 votes on the day. We've had nearly 1,200 on the day. You're not telling me an extra 600 people have turned out to vote. They're not going to vote Labour. They're not going to vote Lib Dem. They're not going to vote Tory. They've come out for a reason, in my view.
Yeah.
Experience of elections. So if they've not come out from voting for Mark, then he's walked it. I think that's the key. That's the polling station to look at. Once that comes out, whether it's the next one or the one after, once we know what the makeup of that polling box is, I think he's walked it. Having spoken to Brian Hoban and the other people, I think Brian Hoban is quietly confident Mark's got in. I am quietly confident he's got in. But until we see that box, we can't be 100% sure. If you ask me for my professional opinion, from experience of the elections, I think Mark's gone in. And looking at Sean Fielding's face, it just made me smile all day. I was standing there, right behind him, and Warren Bates just being Warren Bates.
This is Sean Fielding who complained about you to your employer. Did he say anything to you to your face?
Yep. Well, what would he say to you? You wouldn't even look at my face.
No, of course. That's a sign of a coward, isn't it? It's a sign of a coward.
Yeah. And when I say I've been speaking to various different characters, some people talk to you face to face aggressively, any manner or the matter. Fielding, I didn't even have the courtesy even to turn around and even say hi.
No.
Well, why would he?
No.
Why would he? I mean, he's standing there. You to think that he's the leader of a council, is standing in an election. I've stood in elections as a candidate. It looks like, well, I don't want to use the wrong words. In scruffy jeans, scruffy top. It looks like he's been sleeping rough for the last God knows how long.
Well, this is the thing. You're standing as you're the leader of the council, yeah. And I think this is the thing, isn't it? I think that put aside, because I've clearly riled him, Moyab, over the last day. But I saw a picture of him today, and he looked haggard and tired, yeah. And
even listen, I won elections. I've lost elections. As you know, in Calders, I've won, I've lost. All my candidates or my fellow candidates have won and lost. But every time even if you lose, you don't go to.
You wear a suit, don't you? You wear a suit, don't you?
You wear a suit, shirt and tie, and everybody else is wearing a suit, shirt and tie, and he's the only one who's turned off like he's like some sort of hipster.
Yeah, no, you wear a suit, because I remember, we lived a couple of doors away, and when I started working for the government and stuff, I went to Debenhams and bought a suit. And I had to spend the best part of a month's wages from working in a restaurant. Yeah. But I knew I needed to look right. And even when I got there, the suit was cheap compared to everyone else's. And it looked cheap compared to everyone else's. But everyone recognized that I tried. Yeah?
Yeah.
And it made, and that matters. That matters.
I think one takeaway from today is this first time I actually met Sean in the flesh, shall we say. He's taller than I thought. He's actually a tall bloke. That's the only thing I'll say about him in terms of his personal appearance.
So he looks tired. Calm. Yeah, I feel part of, and I mean this to everyone who's listening in on this. I feel for him in some ways because I think it's very clear now he was a stooge. He was used. He was placed.
The other thing is, I'm very experienced in elections in Oldham, and the good and the bad and the ugly, all the parties, non-parties, whatever kind of people they are, they all know me. I speak to everybody. We talk well. Might not get on. But one thing I will say is, though, of the people that I saw today, even Labour people came and spoke to me. Sean Fielding didn't speak to me. Jeremy Sutcliffe stood next to me.
Sorry, I've just lost Maya by pressing a phone button I shouldn't have done. But let me phone Paul Boots. Rock up. Paul Boots, 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 Paul Sorry, I lost my up. Trying to do too many things at once. Here's Paul. Hiya, Paul.
Hey, Roger. Right, I'm just going up to the Queen Elizabeth Hall now. I've been in the Civic Centre, and it's not looking good for Sean Fielding. It looks like him and all his crew have all walked out. I was stood with Mark Wilkinson while they were doing the count.
Just give me a second. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to do something with this so I can get you on speaker. Just give me 1 second. It's not playing right. Just give me 1 second. So I can hear you, but for some reason I can't. Okay, so that's better. I can get rid of me. Right, I'm gonna just move the mic to the speaker on the thing. All yours.
Yeah, well, I'm just leaving the Civic Centre, mate. I'm coming in the front here now. Sorry, the Queen Elizabeth Hall, and I'm just about to go into the Civic Centre for the Medlock Vale ward. And I was just stood with Mark Wilkinson looking at the count for Sean Fielding's ward, and it looks like Mark Wilkinson's doing very, very well indeed. There seem to be Sean seems to be sweating a little bit. Him and all his crew have actually walked out the hall. Failsworth Independent Party feeling confident and apprehensive. You know, it's not quite over the line yet, but it's looking really good for them. I was stood there with Mark and Brian, look at the counts as they were coming out the boxes, and they were really polling very, very strong indeed. By the look on Sean's face, he didn't seem happy at all. So fingers crossed. I think Failsworth Independent Party have put in a damn fine show. Let's just keep our hopes up that when the results come through, it reflects what we've just been witnessing there. So I'm going to have to turn the camera off when I go back into the hall here. They don't let you film when you're inside, but I just thought I'd share that with you before I go on meet up with Mark Birchall.
No, I'm grateful. So just before you go off, how proud of Oldham then are we? Are we holding our own? Are we?
Well, Paul Shilton seems to be doing very, very well. He's polling very strong. It doesn't look like there's been a big turnout again in St James's, which is disappointing because a big turnout would have been very good for Amoy. I still think Amoy's in the running there, but like I've said all along, we've had a fabulous engagement throughout our campaign. Something like 17,000 followers now, but if they don't vote, it doesn't count for anything. They've got to get out there and vote. I think there's a lot of apathy in our town where people have, given up, thrown the towel in. We're slowly waking some sections up. Ronnie Bailey just said, down in Hollingwood, that there are so many people that are just not bothering voting, and it's allowing this to prolong the agony for the people of Oldham, allowing people to get voted in who have got sort of the apathy on the side of people who've just basically given up on the town. We haven't given up on the town. There's two options. You give up or stand up, and as I've said before, many times we've chosen to stand up. So I think we've given them a good run for the money. It's certainly rattled them, and as I say, I've just left 1-1, and it's looking very, very good for the Failsworth Independent Party in the ward against Sean. But that's still remains to be seen. Let's just keep our fingers crossed on that. And when I spoke to Mark Birchall, I'll be back in touch and give you an update on how Mark Birchall thinks he's faring.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Take it easy.
I'll speak to you soon. Thank you. There you go. So I can't get the sound to work properly all the time, so I've got to put this speaker, the mic next to the iPad. But the next call, I'll take up my phone and I can do it like this. But for some reason, some of it works, some of it doesn't. But what I'm trying to do is show you the video. So but I think most of you managed to pick up on it once I moved it closer. So let me try and phone Moib back if it's still up. Sorry, Moib, I lost you. Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I lost you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I lost you. So you carry on.
Yeah, I just saw that. I just saw Paul Bruce Harris's interview.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was before, in terms of, I think was I on Failsworth? I was trying to figure out where I was.
Moib, you talk whatever you want because I'm just going to nibble some. I'm going to nibble some chocolate. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's been a long. The key thing I'll say was, it's been a long time coming. I've tried to keep the powder dry in terms of what Sean Fielding tried to do with some of us. I mean, the man made 9, God knows how many complaints. I've got lost count of how many complaints put against me and various other people constantly, and they were all battered away. And finally, like they say, karma will strike. I mean, someone's put a comment on take a picture of Sean. I don't think you'd want to see it. It's not a pretty sight. He's got a red checkered shirt on, scruffy jeans, trainers, and his hair's probably not been cut in the last, God knows, since, I don't know, probably lockdown 1. He does look absolutely scruffy. He's got, left hand, he's got one of the thingy on. He's got like a metal, them little things you have on your hand. And he's trying to hold a clipboard and write with a pen. His hands were shaking. Clearly, he's absolutely riled. Absolutely riled. And the funny thing was, looking around all the table, none of his mates were actually anywhere near to be seen. Well, I think that's that guy called, the other guy, BNP Brian or whatever he's called.
BNP Pete, yeah, BNP Pete.
Yeah. BNP Pete.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't even know his name, but Pete Davis or something. BNP Pete.
Yeah, Pete Davis, that's the one. He was near him, and there was one other person, female person. I'm not really sure who she was. Maybe another counsellor. I didn't know who that person was.
Was Arooj Shah being nice to Sean?
No, nobody else was there because don't forget they're doing the counts differently this year. So she would have been in the Chadderton South count, which would be on the side of the Kiwi Hall. So there would be not on this side. So it's in a different section. That's the problem this year. It's not all in the Kiwi Hall. So some counts are upstairs, some downstairs, some in the chamber, and some in the sports hall. So it's actually a right mishmash. So you can't get a true picture like you would normally do.
Do you know anything about the Saddleworth seats? Do you know anything about like people asking about Gary Tarbuck? Anything? No.
No. Saddleworth seats and the Shaw seats, they're all being counted in a different location at the sports hall. So it's unless you've got somebody there, you can't get a true picture really, from what I can gather. But I think it'll be. I'm quietly confident it'll be a proud day for Oldham. It'll be a proud day for the people of Oldham, and it'll be a proud day for the sensible people of Oldham in terms of the working person. But once this result comes out, which I'm quite confident will be in favour of Mr. Wilkinson.
You know, you've been
not just Mr. Wilkinson winning; it'll be in favour of everybody.
Moib, you've been in fights with me. I remember, and I was laughing at people saying, mine and your fight, first ever real life fight anywhere in the world would have been with each other when we were kids, and then our mums would beat us up even more harder than whatever we'd done to each other. Now, my thing is, right, and we've been there. You know, when there's a big sod, right, and we take him out. You know, one of us swings and we take him out. Right, everyone else who've been jumping around on the fringes, it gives them courage, and what this town needs is courage that we can beat these tyrants, you know. And I think the Failsworth Independents and the Proud of Oldham guys, they've given the town courage, and I think at the end of tonight, we, 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter. We're going to take some of these out. We're clearly going to take some of these out, and the town will not be the same again because we took some of them out.
Yeah, well, my prediction based on what I've seen so far will be that the leader's gone and the deputy leader is on a knife edge. So let's see.
Wow. So then that's the Abdul Jabbar, yeah. In fact, I'll give Shumway a call. So I'll give Shumway a call and see how it's going.
He's not the count, so he wouldn't know. But what it would be is what I would say is though is that just like I said with Mark, I'm waiting for that one particular polling station on Lord Lane to come out. Same with Calder Ward. I'm just waiting for a couple of polling stations to come out, the big ones, and then we'll get a better picture. Then we'll know for, I think, either way. But clearly, I think there's going to be seismic shifts in the town. There'll be no need for weather reports anymore. Because we love
the weather reports. We do love the weather reports. And by the way, whilst I've got you on, what did that? Because clearly, I can't let it go. And you've known me all my life, so all your life. So, what did the gangster want?
Well, there was loads of people there. You can ask Paul Boots-Eric, all the Failsworth mob, everybody. There was loads of people.
What was he doing there? What was he doing there? Who invited him?
Well, obviously he's there. He was invited by one of the candidates,
Okay.
so I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Obviously, so it was invited by one of the candidates, and shall we just say it was the first time I ever met face to face, and well, it's not stern words, isn't the correct word, but it was quite. It wasn't amicable, but in the end, Mr. Boots-Eric decided to grab us all together, take some pictures. He said we're at the count, we can go our own way. But shall we say we agreed to disagree? Is all we can say at the count. There's not very much you can do there, especially when there's. Let's just leave it at that. Shall we say we agreed to disagree?
It's all right, mate. Don't worry. That's enough for me. I mean, for me, I know is Did you see him, by the way? Did you see Neil Willoughboobies?
No, I was looking because I'm not sure which table he was at.
Because I think he's bound to be at Sean Fielding's one, isn't he? He'll have been invited by the council, and he's bound to be there. Yeah.
No, but again, he might be roaming because if you have a media pass, you can roam between any of them.
Yeah.
So he could have been roaming between the different venues and different locations. So that's a different. Whereas if you're a candidate or like ourselves, in terms of if you're there with a candidate. Or you're an agent, you're restricted to certain areas. Whereas if you're a media person, you will have more freedoms to go from different stations. So he might have been at a different station whilst I've been around.
All right.
So let's see.
But he would have been invited by the council, wouldn't he? He would have applied, and the council would have approved him. They wouldn't have just let him in.
The council would have been. Any media person will apply. Will most likely the council would have approved anyway. Because I know the local Cartel TVs, they were there as well, and all the other stuff.
Cartel TV there as well. Yeah. Okay.
Everyone's there. So
maybe I should have set up shop there rather than my living room. Never mind.
Yeah, but you haven't got a media license, have you?
Who needs a media license? I can just make it up as I go. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Maybe in another life. No, I don't think so. Anyway, by the way, I've got a bone to pick with you. I went to Jasori Road, thinking I might get a nibble. Right? I rocked up there. You had some nice lamb thing going on that I wrote the writing for, and because I wrote it and it looked so good with the photograph, I decided I wanted some for my tea.
Yeah.
Drove all the way there. You were sold out. Yeah. You were sold out.
Well, I wasn't even there. How do I know?
Yeah. How can it be the meals our mothers made? I've never been to your mother's house or my mother's house where there's never been any food. You're sold out.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, actually, whilst we were there, the Failsworth Independent crew were actually thinking of having a big celebration and ordering a load of tiffins.
Well, not the day I want to eat. Not the way I want to eat. Right, I'll let you get off. What are you doing? Are you staying up? Are you staying up? Are we speaking again? Are you staying up at home? Are you?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm going to stay up at home until about 4 o'clock-ish.
Will you
get to from there onwards.
Will you call me because I'm sure the cartel guys will call you, or the non-cartel guys will call you.
Yeah, as soon as I find any information, I'll let you know.
Brilliant. Cheers, Mab. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
60 All right, so we worked that out. We can have people on as long as they pick up on the phone, but we can't see them on the video. So as long as that does for people, I will try and do that. Mark Birchall, Tanya, Paul Boots was just going in to check with Mark. But what I want to try and do is drop Debbie Cole is messaging. It's looking... Let me find Debbie Cole. Debbie Cole. Debbie's not picking up, so we'll try her again in a bit. She is telling me it's looking like Attica Rahman has lost a seat in Medlock Vale, so that means I fear, well, either Mark's done it or the Tory girl's done it, and I think we'll find out soon enough. I'm nervous, actually. I think maybe it was a cartel shootout, and that young Tory lady who likes to point at potholes. I think that's the sum of her experience. And I'm just sending Paul Shilton a message to say, hi, how is it looking? Free for a quick chat. All right, I'm sure people will get back in touch with me. So we'll see what happens. Sally, you know my thing with Sean Fielding is I wrote to him right at the beginning of all of this, and I said to him, all of this happened before you, Sean. We've never met. I have no issue with you. Please launch an investigation into the historical child sex exploitation and the cover up by the council under Jim McMahon. And you know what he did? He started abusing me. Him and Arood Shah used the council chamber to launch attack after attack. They went to their friendly journalists, and all of you will have seen that Mia map nonsense by now, and they conspired that together and ignored that all of it had been declared and all of it had been accounted for and all of it had been done because it was the only way we could do what we did at the time, because everything was being rushed and all the risk had to be transferred to me. But put that to one side. He did not stop 1 minute to consider that children in our town had been groomed and gang raped and passed around by Pakistani men involved with the Labour Party and protected by the council. And then he launched an investigation where his own lead investigator ran away. He went running to the mayor. And of course, by this point, we're in a fight. But the most cowardly thing he did, as far as I'm concerned, the most cowardly thing, he's not coming after me. I've got broad shoulders. Not even going after my friends like Moya, because they're my friends. So I understand you going after my friends. It's when he went after Mark Wilkinson's daughter and tried to have her sacked from her job. When he went after a woman, a young woman, who had done absolutely nothing to him. Sarah had done, was it Sarah? I'm sure it was Sarah. She'd done absolutely nothing. And that is why, whilst I feel sorry for him, because I would not wish ill of anyone, I wouldn't. I would not want to see anyone in distress. It is of his own making. And as he's found out, politics is a very dirty game. And the people he was protecting were actually exploiting him. McMahon has clearly distanced himself from him, even though he was protecting McMahon. Because the grooming and the gang rape we exposed were Jim McMahon using the funeral of Lee Rigby to hide news of grooming gangs from parents. And then he emailed me or sent me a letter. I've still got it somewhere. And it was clearly a drunken rant. And then it became more and more apparent he was less and less in control. When Arooj Shah, the deputy leader, stood up and declared her loyalty to gangsters, and Sean Fielding stood up and applauded. So I understand, Gary. I understand your position completely. And we know that should he win today, the first thing he'd do is mock us and attack us. Because that's the sort of young man he is. His immaturity is one of the key reasons why he should not be a councillor, let alone the leader of the council. He has a journey to go on in life. And I think that journey will be best served because he has some lessons to learn, clearly. And that will be best served away from politics. Genuinely in the service of others. But it was never about the service of others, was it? He was just looking to replicate the footsteps of McMahon. That's Marilyn sending me a message. She's off to bed. Could we send her a message if Fielding, regarding Fielding? Yeah. I agree, Gary. I've seen what he's done to you, and you've seen what they've done to me. And he is responsible. But at the same time, he's not the head of the snake, is he? I think I shared this with you, Denise, the other day when I did a very quick transmission. the fight out, it looks like Jabbar was too busy fighting to see whether he can hold his seat. And as Moib explained, that's on a knife edge between Abdul Jabbar and Shamaj's brother Azad. So he's been otherwise occupied. If he comes through, I think he'll compete. I think if he doesn't come through, as in if Abdul Jabbar doesn't come through, because he's the deputy, the route is clear for Arooj Shah. My sources tell me, and by now I think you can trust my sources, or I at least trust my sources. I've trusted them for the last 2 years. My sources tell me that Arooj Shah wants to be leader and is essentially measuring for curtains. Jim McMahon, the real power behind the council, let's be honest. When we ask the question, who's going to be the next leader, it'd be the same leader. It's McMahon. He really controls the council, doesn't he? He really controls the council. He shouldn't do, but he really controls the council. But in terms of the leader of Oldham Council, Arooj Shah wants to be it. McMahon's uncomfortable because as he has his eye set on the higher levels of the Labour Party, the Irish IMI Association and the Dale Cregan link and the heroin dealers and child molesters he spent his time taking photographs with, the cartels that he's reliant on, that will damage him and hold him back. So he's apprehensive about Arooj Shah becoming leader, even though she works for him. He can't get rid of her because getting rid of her admits that she's wrong, which then brings his judgment into question. So he's hoping he can convince someone like Dr. Chauhan, who's also standing for election, but Dr. Chauhan has won, I think. So he's hoping he can convince someone like Dr. Chauhan. Dr. Chauhan has his eyes set on MP somewhere else, and he sees council politics in terms of being a leader of the council, particularly at this time, a poison chalice. So he'll need convincing or bribing in some way. I don't mean by money, but I mean by the prospect of a MP seat in a safe constituency, rather than wherever they sent him last time, which was one he could never win. It was like my friend Maroof going to Shaw. He was never going to win that for the Labour Party. So you can see all the cartel links there. Amanda Chadderton. People are looking towards Amanda Chadderton, but she's just had a baby and there's young motherhood. She's up for re-election. She'll probably get in, but she's up for re-election. So it's either Arooj Shah It's unbelievable, isn't it? That the prospective new leader of the town looks likely to be someone who hangs off the arm of a cop killer's getaway driver. I think, Evan, and I've shared this with you before, and I've seen some of the words about karma, and, you know, we call it kismet in terms of an Islamic thing. And I think we end up where we're meant to be. And I was meant to come back to my hometown, having taken the beating of my life. gather my thoughts. And I was meant to take a phone call from my friend Shumwich about the Oldham Central Mosque. And I was meant to take a phone call from a woman who I went to school with, who was concerned about her daughter, who attended Oldham Central Mosque. Here's Debbie. Debbie, how you doing? No. Let's try it. Paul, how you doing? How's it going? I've put the speaker next to the mic. Yeah, Peter, there's about 100 people or so who've been with me on. Actually, we're down to about 60 now because it's like 2:30 in the morning. But we started about half 10.
And it's a bit slow count because they're doing all the verifying for the mayoral election as well, and the parish and obviously the local election. So they're doing all the verifying before they start counting. But obviously I've been looking at the other parties who are doing their counters, and for Saddleworth Western Leeds, it's looking quite close. The Conservatives have coming up to me and telling me that I've done really well. But then the tables that I'm looking at, I'm kind of doing like 2 to 4%, 20 to 40%. So it depends how the vote's shared. But yeah, it's a good showing, no matter what. So I'm happy about that. We just need to see what the final result is now, to be fair.
Well, these people have fought a dirty campaign, aren't they? But I mean, for me, it's really interesting, because that matters to me. I know it's not news you want to hear, or the people listening want to hear. But we, to fight, we've got to stand up first and be able to show that we can hold our own. Yeah, and it sounds like you're holding your own.
Yeah. And I find it quite interesting. The obviously, I don't know if it's been leaked out to you, but obviously I've spoken to all my opponents in this election for Saddleworth Western Leeds, and I've spoken to the Lib Dem candidate Mark Kenyon, and I just said, I've never spoken to you before. I just want to say hello, and he said, and I just said, how's it going for you? And he said, well, yeah, it's been all right. And then he said, although you need to fuck off. Oh, I shouldn't have swear that. Sorry, I swore there.
No, it's all right. Yeah, but that's not you. That's what you said. Yeah.
But then, so, and I said, well, thank you very much. That's very nicely put. Thank you very much. And then just walked away.
Well, you've always conducted yourself with dignity, Paul.
Of course you have,
yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and then I just went, well, it just shows it in discussion with, obviously, the Proud of Oldham team. It's like, well, it's just somebody showing the true colours. That these people they're up against, they're all nicey, but then they're vicious behind your back, and that's ultimately the bullying and harassment I've had throughout the campaign, which I've not deserved in the slightest. All the work I've done in the last 4 years has been undermined by what I think is a certain Lib Dem Labour coalition who sought to defame me and disgrace me, which is unacceptable and disgusting, quite frankly.
And that's what they've done, unfortunately.
They have, and hopefully it's backfired. I really hope it's backfired, just so there's some justice in the world.
Yeah.
But yes, I reckon we'll probably look at. I think once the count starts, I think it'll be quite quick. But I think we're probably looking. What time is it now? 3:30.
2:30. Yeah.
2. I reckon it'll be about. I reckon we'll probably start getting results between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. I reckon.
All right, brilliant.
Once you get everything verified. But yes, say good morning to everybody. Or shall I? Good morning, everybody.
Oh, brilliant. Cheers, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Cheers, Raj.
All right.
Yeah, cheers, Raj.
I'm proud of you, mate. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Cheers, Phil. Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So we need to get Paul Boots on. Sorry, because he was trying to call. I'm all right, Paul. Sorry, you were being. Yeah, we were just. I was actually talking to Paul Shilton.
How
actually gone on? Does he know?
Yeah, well, he sounded positive, but I think, I think he's in the fight, but I don't think he's winning. Yeah?
Right. Well, I think that I've just left Mark Birchall now. It looks like the Tories have took Medlock Vale.
So that's the young girl who keeps pointing at, Kaiser's young girl who keeps pointing at the potholes, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, so it's a cartel civil war one there, yeah?
Yeah, so it looks like Mark Birchall won 3 of the counts. He got a Holy Rosary count, and he got the Barnsley count, but it were the postal votes that toppled him at Coppice.
Of course. Well, we knew about that, didn't we? We knew that was going to...
But he's pretty pleased. I think he's got 600 or so. So he's pretty chuffed up, his Mark. With his, bear in mind, it's his first ever attempt.
600 votes is, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But it's something we can build on. It's something we can build on.
Yeah, he's done really well. So he's chuffed up with his showing there. So I'm just now making my way down for the remainder. I'm interested to see how Mark Ince has gone on in Shaw. I don't know just yet. I'll find out in the next few minutes. And obviously Paul Schultz. But
and what's Gary Tarbuck doing? I've just seen a message. He's not feeling confident or something. He's just a message has popped up.
Like I said, I've not met him yet because it's all split. I mean, I've had to be going from
I can see
to the next.
Yeah.
So I'm currently en route now to the next place, and to be honest, I don't even know where it is. I'm sort of been going in a general direction of it. I've a good idea. I can see it now. But what I'll do is I'll let you go, and as soon as I get inside, I'll get in touch again and let you know an update on what else I know.
Oh, brilliant! Thanks, Paul.
Take care. Bye for now.
Okay, so it's looking like from what I can gather that Medlock Vale has gone to the Tories. Mark Birchall, who was the proud of Oldham and Saddleworth candidate, there has got 500 or 600 votes, and the postal vote fight out between the Pakistanis decided what happened there. So we knew what was going to happen there all along, and but it's fine, because what we've got there is the beginnings of people actually coming out and voting from traditional areas where they don't vote, and that's where we start. That's where we start to beat the cartels. We've got to re-inspire the communities who have historically disengaged to reclaim their crown. And if 600 did it this time, 1,000 can do it next time. So I'm happy with that. And you shouldn't worry about Kaiser. He talks up what he is more than he is. Last I heard, he'd resigned from the Tories, or they'd kicked him out of the Tories. The same as they'd kicked him out of the Labour Party. They're irrelevance. And the Tories in the town, well, we'll see. I've had time for some of the younger ones, but this young lady, I'm not at all. I shouldn't be disrespectful, and I won't be disrespectful, but I've not heard any substance from her whatsoever. I look at Beth, I look at Luke Lancaster, I look at Max Woodvine, even right or wrong. I like Robert. I like the guy in South Chadderton. I really do. But this one, I get the impression she's she likes the idea rather than rolling your sleeves up. I don't think she's going to break a nail, do you, Denise? This is what the cartels are. And you noticed even when he spoke, he was very hesitant about the cartels because he essentially belonged to a cartel. There are factions in the Pakistani communities that are the cartels, and it's exactly the same. It's the same in in Coppice. Let's see how we're going. Debbie's tried to call me, so I'll call Debbie back.
Yeah, she's Labour. Yeah. Hi, Roger.
Hey, Debbie. You're on speaker on the next to the mic. Speak to people. Tell us what's been going on.
Well, let's put it this way. Atiq Ul-Rahman has gone home. So we've now got a new Conservative candidate in Medlock Vale.
So this is Kaiser's friend, yeah?
Yeah, Kaiser Spencer, yeah. She's won. Atiq and Yasmin and all the Labour people have all gone home now. It's really quiet. And the grapevine of the grapevine of the grapevine is telling me that ex-councillor Sean Fielding has took his bat and ball and gone home. And apparently took his Facebook page down.
No, I've heard about the Facebook page. That happened very early on in the evening, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I've just been speaking to my friend Shamus, and he's
You're not going to let that go, are you? You're not going to let that go.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And he's just told me that Montaz Azad got. All right, okay. They're having a break at the moment, so maybe they'll come back. I don't know. Maybe the Labour people will come back. I don't know. I doubt it. We'll see. So, yeah, Montaz has told me that he got 60% of the Rochdale Road count. So it's looking like it's 50, it's neck and neck with Councillor Jabbar, from what I'm hearing. So that's looking interesting. But yeah, there's quite a few Labour people that have took the bat and ball and gone home.
Brilliant.
So I've just done a little. I've just done a little live on Oldham Together to let a few people know.
Well, I'll find it and I'll play it. I'll be able to find that and play it. Okay.
Yeah. So we've done all the voting now. Counting all the votes, but now what they're going to do, they're going to start in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that, they're going to start separating them then. So it'll be like Labour, Conservative, Lib Dems. Lib Dems went home for Medlock Vale hours ago, and Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth. And it's looking very good for Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth. I believe Paul Schultz is rocked it, absolutely rocked it.
I just spoke to him. He didn't sound as confident. He said, he was okay in some and not in others, but you know what Paul's like. He's a reserved man,
He is a reserve man, and he's probably got a sore finger when he cut top of his finger off, so he might be in a bit of pain now. I don't know. But and Mark Birchall has taken, it looks like he's taken 4 boxes. So Holy Rosary, St Martin's. So he's taken at least 2 or 3 on fentanyl. But the one that I'm so made up with is that he's took Bardsley. He's won badly.
Brilliant. You know what needs to happen? The wars need to be redrafted, don't they? Because otherwise, those people don't have a voice. And unfortunately, when it came,
because we've got two. Well, there's 3. There's Hathershaw. You've got Hathershaw, Belfield Avenue, and you've got 2 Coppice.
But the Coppice postal vote cartel nonsense just absolutely skews everything, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, if you want to change the boundaries, by all means, if they want to do that, that's great. But and let Coppice go to Werneth or something, and then they've got that then, haven't they? But actually, no, they haven't, because Conservatives have taken Labour. So that's really good.
Well, it's fine, And I know the Labour anti-Labour thing, but I'm not really, my history is the Labour Party, so I'm not anti-Labour in the same way as in anti-Labour. But when the Tories took Medlock over Labour, it's not really, they're neither Labour nor Tories. They're just the cartel fighting the cartel.
That's exactly what it's been tonight. That's exactly what it is. It's one cartel versus another cartel within Medlock Vale.
Yeah.
And you know, whereas one has had most of the control for quite a long time in Medlock Vale, they've lost it tonight.
Yeah, so one cartel has lost out to the other cartel in Medlock Vale. Yeah.
And let's have it said, Conservative, they still got a whip.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that young girl will be looking towards a certain Kaiser Raymond before she lifts her hand up or anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I don't know if she's going to go on in chambers, I'll be honest with you.
Did they have mirrors?
I don't know, yeah. She's 25. She's learning law. You know, so she's got a lot of studying or whatever. She is a lawyer, I'm not quite sure. You know, she don't know a thing about politics.
No, it's not that. You know what? My thing I found I was disappointed by her was that she never said anything. She never did anything. And then she rocked up and stood outside. You know,
what she's done today. She brought the law doing what she's done today.
Well, then you know that needs to be, you know, the account. If she's won that, it needs to be nulled. You know, if there's clear evidence of her breaking the law on the day of an election, then there are clear consequences.
Oh, the police even witnessed it themselves.
Yeah.
So, but Roger, you and I both know, and all the listeners, or people that are watching, we all know.
The police are bent. You know, I'll say it for you. You don't have to say it. The police are bent.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So, you know, really, what's going to be done about it? Zero. That's what's going to be done about it. Zero. But, you know, we've done a good fight. We've put a good fight. We've been honest. We've been transparent, and you know, and Mark Birchall especially, because, you know, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of all the Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth, but I'm so proud of Mark Birchall because he knocked on every door, and, you know, and it's paid off for him in a big way. And if it wasn't that we had the postal vote, he would have won. So, but there you go.
Well,
we'll wait for the official. We'll wait for the official because they're going to just start doing another count and what have you. But all the Labour people, they've all swanned off.
So what happens now? So have they counted the votes, or have they?
Yeah, they've counted all the votes. So, and don't forget they've had two lots because they've had the local elections and they've also got the mayor elections. So they've had to count all that. So they've done that now. They've got the grand figure of all the votes. I think it's 2,000. I think it's 2,300 and something. But 2,700 and something. But don't hold me to it. Which actually, from the last local elections when Mohammed Alias was in, the actual voting is down from the figures. But that just shows you the figures are down. But yet everything's changed.
Well, it's because the cartel were fighting the cartel. I mean, that's all.
It sounds like a mile. You should have seen it when the lady that I'm sat opposite, who's counting all the things. I said to her, "I will be chuffed to mint balls if we've got one vote in Coppice," and I think we got about 10. So I brought a box of Celebrations chocolates, and I said, "Let's open the Celebrations and celebrate because we've broken into Coppice."
Yeah. You know,
infiltrated Coppice.
my thing is, I always think Coppice and Werner should have been together, as a ward, and then Medlock Vale should be the other, move towards the other areas and give the people those communities like Bartley a genuine chance, to be represented, because they're never going to be represented. Yeah.
No.
Whoa, Mark Birchall's just come on. Whoa, 1 free boxes maybe for brilliant. Mark, you've done us all proud. Yeah.
He has.
Yeah.
He's done us all proud.
Yeah.
He has. He's done Medlock Vale proud. He really has, and I'm really, really proud of the people from Bardsley that have come out and voted for him.
Oh, I think we start. The thing is, and sorry, I'm tired because it's like 3 a.m, and I've been going on at this since 10:30. So, but it's fine. It's no problem. I don't mind. My thing is, Debbie, we are starting a movement.
Yeah.
And you don't win at the beginning like this. You know, we're starting, and the winning is holding your own. Yeah.
We've been saying to all the
yeah.
candidates tonight. We've been saying to everybody tonight. Look, this is just a dress rehearsal for us.
Yeah.
This is just the start. This is a practice run, and it is a practice run. But I'll tell you what, God help them, they're going to stand up and listen to us now.
Well, he beat the Lib Dems.
Yeah, oh yeah, they went all right.
Well, there you go. Brilliant. Well done, Matt. We beat the Lib Dems. There you go. In fact, I'm having a song for that because I'm having that because we are now an official party. That makes us an official party. The fact that we beat the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
I am playing the song. Sorry, Debbie. Thanks. All right, I'm playing the song. I'm playing the song.
Okay. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
I'm having that as a win. We're having that as a win, aren't we? We're having that as a win. We got beaten because of the cartels, fighting the cartels in Coppis. It had nothing to do with this town. It was to do with dodgy Pakistani politics. Stuffed them. We beat the Lib Dems, and he took 4 of the areas, and it's clear to me, and they haven't done it. They should have done it. I'm holding it here because I had it here. You know, when they redrafted the boundaries, they should have redrafted them based upon demographics and communities rather than cartel expansion.
Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party, got that little party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Time waits, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, barefaced lies.
Is this where you wanna be? Debt and childhood poverty. Oh, somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Barefaced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal phony, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your...
Sorry. It seems that Labour leader Sean Fielding may have lost his seat in Failsworth West. A shattering blow for the Labour Party if this is confirmed. Simultaneously, there has been a Labour exodus from the Queen Elizabeth Hall, with counting yet to begin. Mark Birchall, you are a star, my friend. The fact that you stood for your own with dignity and grace, day after day, relentless, methodical. It will happen, my friend. This is only just the beginning. Charles, if you needed a pee, how do you think I'm feeling? I need a drink, actually. I need to make myself some coffee and I need a pee. So please talk amongst yourselves. I can try and do this, actually. Does this work? No. Talk amongst yourselves. I do need a pee, sorry, and I need to make myself some coffee because I think we're coming to the last hour or so. Yeah, we're coming to the last hour. I just want it announced, Katie. I want it announced. Okay. Saves me the double trip. Once my coffee's brewing. Please, if you haven't liked and you're joining us or you're still here, news is breaking that it's gone. It's going against Labour big time. It's going against the paedophile protectors big time. It's going against Jim McMahon and his corruption big time. The cartels. Proud of Oldham and making great strides. Laying some amazing foundations. No, we are winning. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. I've got 79 likes. If you haven't liked it, please like it. I've never got to 100 likes. Does that make me sad? I don't know. But brilliant, brilliant. You know, as a Labour Party man, and remember they kicked me out of the Labour Party after they lied that I belonged to a different party. I've never belonged to a different party, but that's by the by. It was done by Sean Fielding and Jim McMahon and Angela Rayner and all of those. I am really, really, really pleased that Labour are getting a battering, because without that battering, they will never recenter themselves with the working class vote that they have betrayed, that they have abused, that they have exploited. And the cartel vote will only get them so far. You'll never get them nationally anywhere. The cartel vote will only get them so far. And there's got to be a realignment in that party. And they don't get it. They don't get it. Which is why they ostracize people like me. I'm the far right activist, remember. Come on, come on. How close are we? How close are we? He's deleted his... Wow, wow. You see, I don't follow him. And the likes of Anita and the others will tell you, I've had to remain completely focused as much as possible on my purpose. And my purpose was raising awareness of bringing to you news of what these people have been doing. And whatever swings they wanted to throw at me and swing at me, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. If anyone wants to buy me a coffee or pay towards these lights that have been on all night, please, I would be extremely grateful. But we're winning. We're winning. So I'm just checking messages. Look at this. Can you see it? Oh, Paul, you're too good a man. Oh, no, Jack. No. Listen, it's always been the same. I am grateful to those who can afford to support me financially. And I am even more grateful to those who tune in and listen and support me by just being here like this. We've got some ideas, Mark. I'm looking forward to working with you post-COVID, where I can sit down, and I've got stuff in here, Mark. I've got stuff in here that was learnt from the best in the country, and I want to try and use it to make more of what all of you are, because you've all got massive potential. More than potential. That's disrespectful. You've got what it takes. Some things we need honing in, some things we need growing, but fundamentally, Mark, and you discovered that today, we've got to re-inspire our working class neighbourhoods, our working class communities. And I am happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone who wants to do that, because this is our town and it belongs to all of us. And when someone is left behind, our job isn't to carry on ourselves. Our job is to go back and pick them up and support them. And that's what Mark has been doing, and that's what we all need to be doing. It takes time. These things take time. You can watch, actually, Mark. You can just it's still on. You can watch the jihadi gym samosa guides. I'm going to put those into these little books, I think, and stuff. I think they're great. I honestly am. I chuckle to myself every time I mumble the words, the jihadi gym samosa guides. I think they're brilliant. I think they're absolutely, so that's just me and my sense of humour. At some point, I'm going to have to get a proper job. Because COVID is now coming to an end, and at some point I am going to have to get a proper job, because my daughter is constantly asking me, Daddy, my electrics blew a couple of weeks ago. She goes, Daddy, it's your podcast. Your podcast blew up the electric. Actually, clearly had nothing to do with the podcast. It's just an old flat. But Daddy, your podcast, it's that light and those cameras. Am I allowed to say this? Neil Wilby is probably sat next to Charlotte Green for alternative reasons. Now, I've given Charlotte a lot of stick, but I wouldn't wish Neil Wilby on her. Would you? Would anyone? Gary Dunkel is messaging me. Oh, you're saying thank you to me. Gary, why are you saying thank you to me? I'm saying thank you to you. You're one of the first ones who came and joined me. I remember when we started this. And they lied about me and lied about me and lied about me. Said I was going to be arrested any day. I'd stolen this, I'd done that, I'd done something else. And 2 years later, nothing, even after they've tried. I'm grateful to all of you. I think it's very clear by now that people like me need a purpose. Because without a purpose, we are nothing. And I'm grateful to have been able to serve my town. It's no more complicated than that. And it doesn't matter what that man says or what anyone else says. A Tory from Tameside phoned me the other day or messaged me the other day and said, you live in Tameside now. Why do you do stuff about Oldham? I said, I live in Tameside because I live in Mosley, because I could never afford to live in Upper Mill or Greenfield where my daughter's been raised. So, I'm here through convenience, but I've never belonged here. I know where I belong. I belong on the streets of Oldham. Oops, sorry, that's my coffee mat. I'll have to pick that up. You, Andrew, I remember meeting you at the council, and I sat next to a lovely lady that evening, and she's now no longer with us. I mean, she's not dead, but she's and I think something happened to her. I think she was got to by, she'll have lost her job, or her employer or something would have happened. Charlotte Green has made a statement regarding Sean. Okay, I'll have a look. No, it's the same one. I put that up earlier. Sorry, just give me a second. I just need to move this coffee pot out the way and put it on something so it doesn't burn through. So I thought I had a good idea, but clearly it wasn't as good an idea as I first thought. My friends in Failsworth, I want to know where the party is. Because I'm coming. Text me where the party is. I don't have to be up in the morning. I've got my COVID jab. My second COVID jab at 2:40 somewhere. And I've got to iron some bedding before my daughter comes to stay tomorrow night. But that's it. Good coffee, Mark. Okay, so we've still got the free Saddleworth seats and Mark hints really in terms of where we're up to. So Amoy we're still waiting on. She didn't look hopeful. Yeah, and I think the pattern is very clear. It will take us some time to inspire our people again. And we'll get there. We'll do that. But I'm thinking with and that's how out of touch he is. Why is it a massive shock, Yvonne? We came to the fight to fight. We aren't going to go home beaten. Every vote is a victory. I don't think they've done enough. I'm afraid, Paul. And you've seen how much Oldham, Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth did, and how difficult it still has been for them because these things take time. And what they're trying to be, if you look at, and this isn't a criticism. I would never criticise Failsworth Independence. This isn't a criticism, but they are a Failsworth exclusive party, and they've been working exclusively in an area. And what Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth and Oldham Heart have tried to do is field candidates across the board, and they've been stretched, and it's been hard. You can see how tired Paul is. You know, he's a lovely man. You can see how he's working, and he works really hard. Shara Silton, the full-time job in the NHS, and then running around. Paul Taylor, I publicly say to Paul, I don't have much time for Paul. I don't think he has much time for me. But I don't, I think I have nothing but respect that he's pulled a party together and he's tried his best. These things take time. These things will always take time. Karen, I'm coming. I'm absolutely coming. Tell me. I've never been to Key Road, I don't think, but I'm coming. I'll absolutely pull up outside. It was 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. I'm there. I'm having some coffee, and I'll be there. Oh no, Jack! I don't think anyone is advocating actually putting up off genuine fireworks at 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. I think that would be disrespectful and not in keeping with what the Failsworth Independents are all about. I was more in line with thinking there might be a party or an after party. It's been a long time since I'm up at 3:30. If I'm ever up at 3:20 in the morning these days, it's because I need a wee. It's nothing else. But I'll definitely do this. I'm definitely up for a concrete laser. Wow. Unbelievable. Who would have thought it when we began this journey we would be on the brink? Who would have thought it when we began this journey we would be on the brink of taking out the leader of Oldham Council, Jim McMahon's protege, Angela Rayner's agent and personal friend, touted to be future MP in Rochdale, youngest leader in the town, heralded in the Labour Party as the new McMahon, as if anyone really wanted that label. And it seems that after a disastrous 2 years, spearheaded by the Recusant 9 platform in partnership with the rabble, that we roused the town, we inspired a community, and it seems we are on the brink, my friends. The rabble are on the brink. Someone tell that to Wilby. The rabble are on the brink. I'm hearing Fielding is on the verge.
I've literally just put the phone with Mark Wilkinson, as you were calling.
Yeah.
So I cut him off. Charlotte's obviously tweeted, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
His favourite reporter. I was confident when I spoke to you even a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
From my experience that he'd be gone. I think it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. We just wait for the official verdict. Keep the music on. Oh well. As soon as I get some more info, I'll give you a shout.
Any more on Jabbar? If we could take both of them out, that'd be unbelievable, wouldn't it? If we could take the leader and the deputy out.
Yeah, I have some information on that, but I don't want to share it yet. I just need to double check my sources again.
Okay. You do that.
All right, speak to you soon.
All right.
Bye.
It could be a momentous, well, already is a momentous night. It could be even worse. It could be even worse. Sally, lovely. Thank you for my coffees, Sally and lovely. Thank you. I think I shared with you. I walked round Shaw with my friend Jenny. Jenny and I worked together for a long time. She's now a primary school teacher. Married a lovely gentleman from Cornwall, who's moved up here, and they have a beautiful young daughter. And Jenny and I went for a walk around Shaw because her family are from Shaw, and there's so many people stopped just to say hello whilst they're walking the dogs, and I mean this to all of you. And I don't recognise many of you, and I wouldn't know any of you, but if you ever come across me in the street, stop and say hello and talk to me. I know I come across angry and stuff sometimes on here, and I've got a job to do, and I'm very serious with my job, but I like to think I'm personable, so by all means stop and chat, and I'll chat to you about anything and everything, because I've missed people. I've genuinely missed people during lockdown. Oh, you want it playing again? I'll tell you what, I'm going to play it whilst I work out if I can find anything else out.
Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Think of one point where it's all gonna end, yeah. Think of you we never want to defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party? You got that little party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we never want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you want where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we never want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced lies.
Is this where you wanna be? Debt and childhood poverty. Wholesome that it set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Barefaced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever want to defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal road, barefaced.
I know you're being inundated with the calls, Mark, but people are asking me to call you because they're hearing news and they're feeling good, Mark. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, what's happened is at the moment is that Charlotte Green's put out a tweet. Did you see it?
Yeah. We've seen it, and you know.
And it would appear Sean and his entourage have gone. And they've just left Peter Davies here. But the actual count hasn't started yet. But they must have sort of, I don't know whether she's getting her information from the fact that they do their own count, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, I think if he's gone like that, it's not even close, Mark.
Well,
I can feel the excitement and the tension, Mark. We're close. I can feel it. You can feel it. We all can feel it. We're close.
I believe the Tories have took St James's.
So Beth has won St James's. I think I've always liked it.
That's what I've just heard.
Oh, she's a lovely young lady. I know I love her, Moy, but you know at the same time I have time for Beth. So she's a lovely young lady. So yeah, we're taking our town back, Mark. One by one, we're taking our town back, one step at a time.
At the moment, it looks like the Labour Party is disintegrating in front of our eyes here. It really does.
And that's what they deserve. They are getting exactly what they deserve, Mark.
Yeah. I just wish I knew the result, to be honest.
We'll know it soon. When you're thinking 4, 4:30, what are you thinking? It's 3:30 now. Can't be long. If they've gone home, it can't be long.
No, I mean they reckon it'll only take perhaps an hour to do the vote. And then that'll be it, and they're due to start. But I don't know, Roger. I just don't know. It's been so chaotic here with the mayoral votes as well. You know, it's made it really difficult. But we'll have to see.
Mark, I'm going to let you go. You've got people there. I'm going to call you later. You call me, but Mark, we're close. I really feel it.
I'll let you know. The thing that she wouldn't put that tweet out if she didn't know something.
No. This is close now, Mark. I think, and if he's walked out or if he's gone, there's something. And we knew we were in this fight, didn't we, Mark? You know, when you set off this morning, we knew we were in this fight, and we were going to fight. You know? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I will let you know.
Brilliant, Mark. Okay. Thanks. You can feel the excitement. You can feel the tension. You can feel it in his voice, can't you? You know, before he was nervous and apprehensive, and now we're swinging, and they are running, and they're getting beaten and battered all over the place. What does it feel like, McMahon? The Labour Party mess in Oldham is your doing, McMahon. And where are you? In Hartlepool. You just wanted to use my town and my people as a stepping stone in your career. We're going to come for you next, McMahon. Don't you worry about that. I wouldn't even know how. I'm afraid. I found a way. I spent a day filling in forms and all sorts just to get it on iPlayer, iTunes, whatever it's called. I spent my life around people who knew how to use this stuff, so I look cool by being in the presence of geeky people who made me look cool. And now those geeky people have disappeared and they're no longer part of my life, and I'm having to do it myself. I'm probably spending days doing things that should be done in minutes. Yeah, it's the adrenaline, Jack. He's trust me, that's not a tired voice. I know he's tired, but that's not a tired voice. It's like you're close. You're close. I've got 54 viewers. Oh my. Maybe Wilby will tweet and abuse me for having only 54 viewers throughout the night, but I couldn't care less, could any of you? Although it is like nearly 4 in the morning, it's 3:30 in the morning, and I did start at 10:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. I've been going for 5 hours. Oh, it reminds me of a time when I was sent to places and I used to sit there, and the horse trading would be and the terrorists would sit in rooms, and they'd rant and rave, and you knew the first 3 or 4 hours was a waste of time because they had to get out the crap that they were not for themselves but for the people that they were representing or the stooges around them. And then you knew, you know, once people got tired, it was like 3, 4 in the morning before the real talking started. So, we can't go to bed, Charles. You can't. You can be as knackered as you want. Oh, I know, Sally. You were saying 54 at the time is brilliant. They called us the rabble. Remember, Sean Fielding claimed that I had 15 or 16 people who tuned in to me, and half of them were Labour Party supporters or politicians. Nah. We knew. We knew from the beginning. And I'm sorry. And I'm not going to big myself up because I don't big myself up. I'm sorry. I have a set of skills and experiences, and I can do this. And as I said to you, Sean Fielding, 18 months ago, I'm just warming up. You've got to understand something, Sean, about people like me, and you, Matt Mann, and Debbie Abrahams, and all the others. You're going to have to kill me. Because that's as... I am relentless. I have always been relentless. I get to where I need to go through one attribute that I have. Perseverance. I keep going, I keep going, I keep learning, and I keep learning. And look where we are. And look where this town is. Look where the people of this town have took us. Yes. Any more news anywhere? Charlotte Green's gone all quiet. Moyab's gone all quiet with his elusive. Yes. We can't go to bed yet. We're so close. And we've got the Saddleworth votes yet to come in. I think Gary Tarbuck is a lovely man, and he's put the miles in and he's put the effort in. And he could have joined any of the other parties, but he chose to join. Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth. No. Really? I thought she was his friend. Once we get some councillors in, and now it looks like we've definitely at least got one councillor in, and the Tories will be stronger. It's whether we can build a better brand of politics in Oldham, because the Labour Party are still in control. But that doesn't matter, because next year will be another 20, and the year after will be all outs. And I think that's when Proud of Oldham will really show will be ready. Yeah, honestly, I think it'll be another two cycles before before we are mature enough. Sally, I'm hearing, and I heard this, I think I shared this last week, I heard that he'll be taken care of by his friend Andy Burnham. He'll walk into a 40, 50 grand job. There's a layer of deceit and corruption in a partnership of Labour Party towns across Greater Manchester. From Rochdale to Oldham to Tameside. There's a strong connection of corruption. Manchester is a city all in itself, and they're busy fighting Andy Burnham for control. So there's a civil war in Manchester between the Labour Party council and Andy Burnham. They don't show it publicly, but that's going on. Salford has always had an issue with Manchester and vice versa. Bury Bolton have played out the Labour thing and are trying to move on. And that historical tie is not what it once was. Stockport have told Andy Burnham where to go. Someone's got some news for me. I can't put that up. Yeah, I had that news as well. Yes, I think, I think they brought this on themselves through their arrogance, through the bullying, the harassment. Remember, the truth about Sean Fielding is he should have been charged. He should have been arrested and charged. This is a man who abused his position. He can't do anything to me because it's true. Just because the police are under Andy Burnham's thumb and bent and refuse to interview him doesn't mean they'll get anywhere with any of this with me or anyone else who says this. He abused his position, lied about people, contacted their employers repeatedly and tried to have people sacked from their jobs. This was the leader of a council. And Charlotte Green, his Fred I'm looking at, didn't even report it, did you, Charlotte? I take inspiration from Anita's Twitter skills because she always sends me stuff off Twitter that she finds with her multiple accounts and whatnot. I just can't. I just struggle with it. I'm an old-fashioned guy who's managed to get my head around a couple of just around Facebook, and even that I can't do properly. Yeah, I agree, Lisa. But I look at young Beth, I look at some of the others, and I think, there's I look at Robert from South Chadderton, and I think, the decent people. And I think the starting point of a politician, irrespective of their party, has to be whether or not they're a decent person. I think if your starting point isn't that you're decent, the rest of it doesn't matter. Oh, I can't follow any of this. So you're seeing things that I can't see, and I don't have TV in my house. So I do have a TV, but I don't watch TV. I. Nah, Denise, he really thought he was going to win. For a long time, really thought he was going to win. And then he started to realise he wasn't going to win after making all the right noises, his Labour Party friends wouldn't go out campaigning with him, apart from BMPP and Liz Jacks. He's gone next time, isn't he? Let's be honest. I hope, the fails of Independent Party are going to clean up. They'll have all 6 of those seats sooner rather than later. And good on them. Good on them. You're not surprised by that at all, Paul. They've been busy all day trying to rig the election. One of the things that the comedy side of me is most pleased with, and the storyteller side of me is most pleased with, is that I've introduced terms and sayings into our town that will outlive me and you and all of us. Actually, into the nation. The cartels, we now all know what the cartels are across the country. Working class people have understood what is taking place because I've explained it in a way and I've took the racism out and I've been able to articulate it. We now all know what the cartels are. But you know what I've really enjoyed? The nibbling of samosas. I really, really enjoyed the nibbling of samosas. Every Labour Party politician across the country will now think twice before they enter a mosque and nibble a samosa. I've got a nice heater on next to me. I'm checking my inbox on Messenger. I can hear it bleeping, lad. Just give me a second. News coming in. Not from from someone else. Just overheard 2 guys telling Sister Shah she has to go for it. They stopped talking when they saw me. There you go. Confirmation, Sister Shah. The COVID Queen. The Gangsters Mall is going for leader of Oldham Council. Yes, I've just and for obvious reasons I can't put that on. Looks like Beth has got in at St. James. If that's happened, brilliant to her. I'm keen to know what Amoy's done and how many votes she's managed to pull. Let's see. I'm just typing Oldham in the in my Twitter and see if anything comes up, because nothing's coming up from Charlotte Green lately. No, mate. So this guy, I'm going to put him up. This guy has been on Twitter, and I've seen him on Twitter. And these guys, this is what I call the fake liberal metropolitan elite. These idiots, as I said, fully understand the desire to push Labour left. I want that too. But supporting the loss of Labour in Oldham is supporting something much worse than shitty centrism. He's claiming we're racist. Do you see? These privileged... You know, what is it with middle-class privileged white folk who want to call working-class white folk racist? What is it with that? Chat on the floor is, I don't know who Gemma Carter is, but Oldham Council leader Sean Fielding has lost his seat, looking like several Conservative gains across the borough, also looking close in Crompton too. There you go. See, told you he was a racist. He called in us racist. There you go. It's not about the Tories. It's about empowering over racists. Do you see? Oh, is that what it is? Works at OMBC. Right, I have a problem going on here. So there you go. I've my things stopped working, so I unplugged it and plugged it in, and I'm trying to. There you go. I'm back. It was I don't think these things are designed to stream for as long as we've been on, but we've been on, and I didn't want to go, so that's perfect. It's great when you can just pull out a wire and put it back in. So he works at Oldham Council. Does he work at Oldham Council? Disgraceful. If Guy Parker works at Oldham Council and he's calling the people of the town racist, he needs a slap. You shouldn't be working at the council. We pay your wages, calling us racist. We're voting out Fielding, your mate probably, because he's covered up the grooming and gang rape of children in our town. He's empowered the cartels. And he's been a stooge for Jim McMahon. He's been a stooge for Andy Burnham and allowed the destruction of our greenbelt. You're a muppet, Guy Parker. So the counting's begun. Brilliant. We're at 4 a.m. I didn't think I'd last, or 3:53. Didn't think we'd last this long. But here we are. 81 likes if you're joining me. Like, if you're one of the 51 that are on this screen and haven't liked yet, well, what are you doing? Please subscribe. I'm nearly at 400 subscribers. And if you haven't, if you're one of the 50 or 51 that haven't bought me a coffee yet, please spend £2 and buy me a coffee. I'd like to think I'm worth £2. Buy me a coffee if you're one of the 50 or 51 that haven't yet bought me a drink. That would make my... No, it wouldn't make my night. My night has already been made. My night has already been made. Come on, come on. Where's Debbie Barrett Cole? What are you doing on my feed? Why are you not doing stuff there? Oh my. This is disgraceful. This is who Guy Parker is. After calling the people of Oldham practically racist. He is the Executive Policy and Research Advisor at Oldham Council. Do you see, people, what I mean about the fake liberal, privileged middle-class elite? Here we go. He's been there for 2 years and 9 months, Executive Policy and Research Advisor. And he's calling the people of Oldham racists. Do you see what we're fighting against? Guy, the day will come when we take control of our town. We're just going to march you all out and send you packing. And the day has come when we started to take back control of our town. You feel it, don't you, Guy? You're scared, aren't you? Looking down with contempt at my people. Treating us as pawns in your games of politics with the Labour Party and the Tories. Those days are soon to be over, Guy. Good evening, Steve. Absolutely, Mr. Parker should be sacked. You've seen what he said, and he's that's disgraceful. That's disgraceful. Thank you, Anita, for sending me that. I was just 5 minutes earlier, or 5 hours earlier, I've lost track. I was singing your praises at your ability to do things on Twitter. And you're still with me, mate. It is a research idea. He really hasn't researched. You know we're going to be singing it and humming to it. And I'll be driving up and down Q Road, playing it, windows open, pretending I was 18 again. I'll have to learn how to stick my arm out the window. I'll need a big subwoofer thing in the boot. I'll have to move the, the not so cool baby, the pram toys and stuff out. But, yeah. Well, Guy Parker and the others will try and push through with it. But this is the thing, Denise. If you've got 1 or 2 councillors in, and we'll get more in, clearly, because Brian's been on his own to all extents and purposes. Leave my dad dancing alone. Nothing wrong with my dad dancing. You know the car I always wanted? A Mark II RS2000, Escort RS2000. I remember the first time I ever saw one. I think it was in the professionals, and I craved. Never got one. I craved after a Mark II RS2000. The only Escort I drove was I think it was a Mark III 1 litre Ford Escort. How's it going, people? How's it going? Count starting. Come on. Sykes is congratulating himself, but I've had a good turnout, so let's see. That's from Mark Hintz. Got a phone call. Hello?
Nothing confirmed yet, but I've just spoke to Peter Davis, who is Sean Fielding's agent. They've all gone. They believe that I've won between 100 and 200, 150 and 200 votes.
Wow, so that's you know we've fought, haven't we? We've fought. That's good. That's yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but it's not been confirmed yet. But that's from Sean Fielding's agent, Councillor Peter Davies.
So he's not going to stay for the count. He's not going to come back and no.
No, he's left Peter Davies here. So I think we've done it, mate.
Mark, we're gonna get wasted together as soon as we're allowed, mate. I can't. Wow, unbelievable. Yeah. Wow.
I know.
Wow. Yes. Oh. Yes.
There you go, mate.
Brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. I'm gonna wait for the count and I'm gonna wait for it official. But wow.
Yeah, just wait until it's been confirmed, and then celebrate.
Oh.
I'll ring you once it's confirmed.
Brilliant. Cheers, Mark. Thank you. We are so close. We are so close. Yes. Oops, I forget. I live in a flat. Actually, you know, when they put the thing where it looked like a mansion, I live in a block of flats with at least 12 other neighbours and loads of them elderly or with very young children. But so I better not shout too much. But
That's right, yeah, got an agenda. This is your money that I'm gonna spend, yeah. I'm not real, well, I guess it depends where you're at now and how it was that you got there. And when I get around to giving my reply, never sugarcoat it, overload it, sugar-wood, bare-faced lies.
that was Mark Wilkinson on the phone. BMP Pete has come to him. Sean Fielding has left the building. It looks like Mark Wilkinson. It looks like the people of Failsworth have taken the fight to the tyrants and have defeated them, have cut off the head of a snake. Fielding has run away, refusing to stay to hear the results.
Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. You can point where it's all gonna end, yeah. You can feel we never wanna defend, yeah. Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal folded, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party, got that little party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal folded, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal folded, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feeling we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shoot the hole, overgrown, postal throwing, better face
That's where you wanna be. Debt and childhood poverty. Want somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Bare-faced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shoot the hole, overload, postal throwing, better thing. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shoot the hole, overload, postal throwing, better thing. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shoot the hole, overload, postal throwing, better thing. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shoot the hole, overload, postal throwing, better things.
Good morning. It's 4 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m. My name is Raja Mia. I am responsible for the Recusant 9 transmissions. The message remains the same. Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them. And tonight, it seems, the town indeed has not feared them. Sean Fielding is on the verge of being ousted by an independent in Failsworth. That is the leader of Oldham Council, Angela Rayner's associate, Jim McMahon's protege, Andy Burnham's close friend. Sean Fielding is on the verge of being ousted. This is a man who claimed barefaced lies to the grooming and gang rape of the town's children and stood and applauded his deputy leader as she declared her loyalty to the getaway driver of an Oldham cop killer. For those of you who are listening in for the first time, this is not fiction, although I am a writer of fiction. Please check the Samosa guides. This is all true. Charlotte Green, Jennifer Williams, all the reporters at the MEN, Nick Jackson from the Oldham Times, they've all took a hiding from us. And we, the people of our town, are on the verge of victory. The Labour Party have took a beating, a hammering right across the town. And the reason they have is because we have exposed them. We have done the job the Lib Dems daren't do because they were neck deep in the cover-up. And we have given courage and inspired a new generation of Tories. And at the same time, we have created a space through the Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth political party of giving hope back to the working class communities of our town. And if you join me just before we played the song, you will have seen an Oldham Council policy officer refer to us as racists. I spent 20 years of my life fighting racists on behalf of the British government. By the time I was 30, I was decorated by the Queen. I have designed award-winning campaigns, projects, interventions that safeguarded young people from far-right extremists and Islamist extremists. This fake liberal, privileged metropolitan elite that now control the Labour Party, if they continue on the path they are on, they will lose us all. And towns like Oldham, where the cartels remain strong. Even towns like Oldham. Change is in the air. Change has come. We are moments away from a decisive victory.
That's right, yeah, I got an agenda. And it's your money that I'm gonna spend, yeah. Am I real? Well, I guess it depends where you're at now and how it was that you got there. And when I get around to giving my reply, never show the word and overloaded, super worried, bare-faced lies.
Good morning.
How you feeling?
We're getting a little bit tired now because we're all sick of waiting. We're waiting for the mayoral vote to confirm that what figure we've got or what figure Oldham have got.
Who gives a toss? Who gives a toss about that thing?
Exactly. Mark's starting his campaign in about 10 minutes for next year. I'm getting giddy because I'm getting tired. Nobody's brought us a brew. Not one person has knocked on the door and brought us a brew, apart from staff are coming in about 2 hours, yeah. And
Sean took the starting pistol.
and I happened to pinch somebody's Asian tea. It was very nice, actually.
Was it
With lots of
masala
sugar.
chai? Was it the Indian? Was it the condensed milk one? Yeah.
No, it weren't condensed milk, but it was lovely.
No, okay.
I thought as he was walking past with a tray full of tea, I went, "Oh, have you brought me a cup of tea?" He said, "Would you like one?" I went, "Yes, I would," and I pinched it off him and drank it. It was quite nice, but yeah, that was a while ago.
Sean's took the starting pistol for the Kenyans.
I can hear Mark. I can hear Mark in the background. You might as well put him on so he can say it himself.
Here. He wants to talk to you.
Mark, I'm itching my ear
All
on
right,
screen.
Roger.
So, Mark, you know what, mate? I'm so chuffed to bits. I'm proud of you, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a journey, but it was an enjoyable one. It's been an enjoyable one. Really enjoyed canvassing, meeting the people, seeing a change, and we've got if the figures are right, we've got a 30% increase in people going out to vote.
And we did that. We did. You know, Mark, the Tories didn't do this, Mark. We did this. The Tories had no bottle until we rocked up.
No, so like I said, the satisfying thing is I've won a few boxes, and we beat an official party into the 4th place. So that's a thing, a success in its own. But the main success is we've managed to get more people out to vote. So next year we increase on that and get more and more people.
We build and before next year, Mark, you know what we do? We start serving the community with our own projects and our own interventions. You watch what I do with you guys. We are going to be epic, mate. We are going to be amazing. We are going to show this town what it means to actually serve the people.
Yeah, that's it. That's the conversation I've had with a few people already, you know, and the conversation with the Labour lot, and the reason why they've lost is because they've lost touch with the people.
Yeah.
And people have woken up to it and they've had enough. So they've had enough by voting. And if I'd have wanted anybody to get in other than us, it would have been the Tories. I wouldn't want to see Labour back in.
No, I agree with you. And I've said along. I mean, you'll have seen me. You know, I'm respectful to the likes of young Beth. I'm respectable to to the South Chadderton bloke who is decent. You know, he's very decent. I think Luke and Max are young lads who are on the up, and I think they were bullied, and then by the Labour lot, and what I'm clear of is that the only people who stood alongside Brian Hoban when he stood alone were the Tories, and they didn't do it for politics; they did it for the right reasons.
I think the good thing as well is put a shot across the bows of everybody who sits in the chamber now that
we won't be taken for fools. The electorate will not be taken for fools, and they expect more of the people who are supposed to guide the town to a better place.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what happens in the future. I've already had that words with the Tories, you know. You may have won, but don't forget, don't get lax like the Labour Party did.
The Labour Party are still in control. The Tories will actually, what we've got is a viable opposition, and we've got a model in Failsworth that we can learn from and replicate in all of the places where Proud of Oldham are standing, and you'll have a longer running. You'll have a longer running.
Well, I said that we're going to look at 6 to 8 months before the next election. But the thing that I would like to get out, and how we get it out, is a lot of people I spoke to never voted, didn't know how to vote, and that's a scandal. That you've got a right to vote. You've been given a right. People have fought for it. People have died for your vote, and it's sad when people think you've had to go and fill some complicated forms in, and that scares a lot of people. And it's just a case of going and put an X in a box. That's all it is. And I think it should be taught as part of the curriculum at schools. So when you're in your last year at school, you should be taught about the importance of voting and what it means and what it can do, especially for areas you live in.
No, I don't. I'm not going to disagree with you. I spent my life. I helped design what became the citizenship curriculum many, many years ago, Mark. So, I'm not going to disagree with you. I think, unfortunately, the disempowerment is intentional.
Yeah, the voting apathy works in the favour.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. Anyway, I'm going to go now.
No, you've done well. You've done well.
I'm absolutely
Head
shattered.
up. Chin up. Chin up.
We're not sat there. Oh, I see it as a victory, Roger. I don't see it as anything of been defeated. But we haven't got the luxury of sat there, people buying us coffees. We're sat here with nothing.
Yeah.
Bottle of water. But cheers, mate. Anyway,
No problem. Cheers, buddy.
All right, put Debbie back on.
Thank you. Debbie?
Hiya.
I'm hearing from Gary Tarbuck, he thinks the Conservatives have took Saddleworth North and South.
Oh, no.
No, it's not bad, Depending. Let's see how many votes they've got, and let's see what we build on. Let's see how many votes they've got, and let's see what we build on. Yeah.
Like we said all along, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning for Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth. And do you know what? I'm proud of each and every one of us, because we've all done really, really, really well. We've all supported each other. We've all been there for each other. We've all been there for the people in our wards. People have come to us already with problems in the wards, and we've dealt with it and we've helped them. I even took one guy to polling station today, bless him, John, in Medlock Vale. He's a poorly man. But he felt it's so important to get out there and vote. And what really gets to me is there's a lot of people out there that have struggled, not been able to get out and vote. And what's really, really got on my nerves is the fact that a lot of postal votes haven't arrived.
Well, I don't think that was accidental. I've been saying this all along, and I maintain it, Debbie. I think Julie Bruce and her team in the council are bent and corrupt, and have been involved in trying to fix, rig another series of elections.
Well, all I've got to say to that is the clock's ticking. The clock's ticking.
Watch what they do. They'll all be getting jobs elsewhere as quickly as they can. They'll all be weighing it up and thinking, hold on. Any day now, this grooming gang inquiry will come out now. Yeah, they won't be able to... And the council, it'll come out that they've covered up this grooming and gang rape of our children.
And you know what? If they think that they're going to put all the blame on Sean Fielding and Jim McMahon's going to get away with it, they can think again, because it's not going to happen.
No, it happened on Jim McMahon's watch. You've seen the emails.
Yeah,
You've seen the emails.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
it did.
You've seen the cartel links. It's Jim McMahon with the cartel links.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we know. I mean, he's just got his lovely posh new offices, hasn't he, at Chadderton Town Hall.
But to be close to the OBA cartel, who it seems have taken North Chadderton, and I am confident from what I've heard, what I've seen, and the witness I've spoken to, hundreds of votes have been stolen. False representation, pretending to be other people. The cartels have sent people in to the Chadderton because the Chadderton wards aren't used to this sort of stuff, and hundreds of that's what's took place.
wow. Well, you know what? The feeling that I got from Coldust, that the way that they were passionate. I'll be really shocked if he's still in there, Jabbar.
Yeah. And I see all
Because
these comments about Kaiser on the side. Listen, guys, Kaiser's not your counsellor. You might like to
No, he's
pretend.
not.
He like to hang out next to him, but Kaiser's not your counsellor.
No, he's not
Yeah.
going to be in chambers. He's
No.
not going to be doing anything.
No.
So, you know, he's not going to be doing anything. You know, unless she's a puppet, which she probably is.
Yeah, but she'll be a puppet for the Tories, not a puppet for Kaiser.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Although this, yes, I agree with Lisa. He's not going to do that. Right, Debbie, what are we waiting for? What on earth is going on? It's 4:20.
I know, we're waiting for the mayoral. We're waiting for Manchester to get back to say, yeah, they agree with the count.
So have they counted the Oldham ones? They've already counted them, haven't they? And they just sat there.
Yeah, they just, But we've not even started.
Right,
with
Paul's
the
calling
local-
me. Let me get Paul on, all right? Paul.
How are you doing, Roger?
I'm fine, Paul. I'm just, you're just on let me see if I can get this to work. You're on next to the mic, Paul, so you speak, so.
Right, well, it's, we're just waiting on the results now. It's neck and neck with Paul Shilton. At the moment, he's dancing from toe to toe.
Oh, so we're in the fight. We're in the fight in Saddleworth, Western Leeds.
Absolutely in the fight. Mark Birchall did.
I just got off the phone with him. Brilliant turnout.
Hang on a minute, they make an announcement.
Sitting with us for the stage that we're at. The verification for the 3 elections that we've been conducting across in this particular building, we've completed our part of that. We are part of a bigger, we're linked with the Hall, and then we have to wait for confirmation from Manchester before we can proceed to the count. So our figures are winding their way across, and as soon as we get confirmation that we can proceed, we will move to the count, and I'll come and update you at that point. So now is the opportunity for many of you who have still been counting to get a drink and a refreshment. And again, I know it's taken longer than we anticipated, but I just want to thank you and ask for your patience while we get through this next phase. Thank you.
Did you get all that?
Yeah, they're waiting for some nonsense from Manchester. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Basically, yeah. In a nutshell, yeah. Yeah, Mark Birchall's. He's had a great showing. I mean, I had a chat with Kaiser afterwards, and Kaiser said that he was surprised Mark Birchall did so well. He got sort of Holy Rosary. He got much of Bardsley, some of Avishaw, most of Fitnell, and it was just a postal vote at Coppis. But Kaiser kindly said that given the fact that Broward, Oldham and Saddleworth have taken pretty much most of the Labour votes at Medlock Vale, or a big lump of it, it's ended up with looking like a Conservative victory.
Yeah, I think that's. I think what we've done, and I don't know how Saddleworth North and South looking. Is it looking Tory as well?
Yeah, it's looking very much like it's Tory. I'm sat here with Gary Tyler.
I know, I can see the lad. Yeah.
And Simon's just made his way back in. I'll just flip round, Simon. Simon, quick wave. Who's this? Hey, it's Roger. How are you doing?
Hi then, Simon.
So, and obviously our party chairwoman there is.
She looks cold. The poor woman looks cold.
Easy, she's warming up. And of course, our party treasurer there.
I'm glad you're all there together. Hiya, Paul. I'm glad you're all there together.
And it's been we had a wonderful time. It was quite an experience stood in the hall with Mark Wilkinson and the fails with Independent Party.
He's phoned me. He said that's close. He's won. He reckons he's won it.
Yeah. I think. Well, we're thinking the same. We think they've won, and we're getting news through that Labour took an absolute drubbing at Hartlepool.
Yeah, Jim McMahon was on the news saying we didn't get the numbers we wanted or something. I'm like thinking, what's he doing in Hartlepool when his boys are getting whipped here in Oldham?
Well, we were cackling, saying, how come Jim McMahon's ended up in Hartlepool? And I think what Paul said is probably the closest MP they've got to Hartlepool. I mean, the thing is, Roger, and we've been saying this now, this last 12 months, that Labour Party took the worst drubbing in 88 years at the general election. And they're not listening to people. And even locally now, I mean, Labour Party look like they've took an hammering in the polls. We've took a lot of our votes off them in all areas. And this is our first ever election.
Yes.
So, we've been chuffed up with the people who've showed us so much support. And we've got a bit of a party atmosphere, as you can see, going on around here. And it's been a great experience, and grow from strength to strength from this. So pretty pleased about what's gone on. Great showing. Thanks everybody, and we have thanked everybody for the support. Amoy was hoping for a bigger turnout in St James's. She doesn't know. Obviously, they've not been announced yet, but it's looking very promising for Beth.
She's a good. She's a lovely young woman. It's what you and I have said all along. She's a lovely young woman.
Yeah, she's a great candidate. It's Lewis is just over there from the Conservatives. Just over there. He's from Higher Crompton. He's confident. He's done well. Markins has given Howard Sykes probably the biggest run for his money he's ever had. And bear in mind, Markins is just sort of been, new at it in the last 12 months. 7 months have just been reminded by Garrett Arbuck here, but Mark's done wonderfully well. And I think it's the first time that Howard has actually had any serious, opposition. And it's been Markins over there.
He's looking really smart.
Yeah.
Is that his wife with him? Tell him I look forward to having a drink with him at some point. Yeah.
Roger said he's looking forward to having a drink with you at some point. Yeah, absolutely. Thumbs up to that.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass you over to Sarah. So let's chat with you.
Oh, hello, lovely.
Sarah, it's looking like we've got a chance. It's with your lovely husband. Yeah.
Well, early indications are that it's close. Quite a few of the tables he won. We don't know. It's all up in the air. We don't know, and it's painful. It's painful. It's driving me mad. Paul's dancing around.
I can see him. Yeah.
We're all on tenderlocks, but yeah, it's. They keep telling us it's looking good. We've been with the Conservative candidate most of the night, who's just ticking loads off for Paul.
You know what? I haven't got an issue. The Tories, apart from the idiot Kaiser and whatnot, the Tories have been very decent, haven't they? Throughout all of this, they've supported us. They've supported us on our issues. They've helped amplify our causes, and they've been decent. I generally think they've been decent.
And they've been lovely and very friendly.
You'll see, I've not said a single, and I've gone after loads. I've not gone after any of them because they've been. Yeah. There's no need to go after people who are decent.
That's right.
Yeah, we don't have to enact that gutter politics.
Yeah. Which obviously, you've probably heard that Paul got a bit of abuse.
Yeah, from the Lib Dem guy. What's that about? What an idiot.
Well, if he loses to that guy, that's what the ward has got. Somebody who can do that. It's just horrible, rude, very rude and arrogant. So,
But we're not going anywhere. This is the thing, Sarah. We're just getting going. Yep. We're just getting going.
it's our first year.
Yeah.
Every single vote we've taken is a bonus. We've done what we've done in the last 12 months is phenomenal. Next year, you know, we will stop, we'll debrief, we'll go through, you know, things we could have done better, things we didn't do, things we should do, and brilliant things that we have done. And, you know, start again for next year. You know, we're not going away, not at all. We are here for the long haul. You know,
brilliant.
Hopefully,
No, brilliant.
Lovely to see you.
No, and you, and I'll see you in person soon. I mean, I saw you last Saturday. It was the first time I'd seen you in nearly a year or something, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It was see you in the flesh.
I'll speak to you soon. Okay.
Speak to you soon. See you.
All right,
Bye.
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 Paul, just let me know when you know. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll be in touch, and as soon as the announcement's coming on, I'll give you a call back, and I'll hopefully let you know live.
Brilliant. That'd be perfect, and I'll put you on the screen. I'll put the mic next to it. Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. You take care, mate. Bye for now.
So that's imminent in Saddleworth. The 3 Saddleworth seats. It seems the Tories have took 2 of them, or likely to take 2 of them. And the Tories are likely to take Compton, which we weren't in anywhere. Mark Ince has given Howard Sykes a run for his money, so I'm looking forward to see what that is. And we're in the fight in Saddleworth, Western Lees. They're decent, Lisa. The young Tories are decent. And I don't think the Tories in the traditional sense of you know, starve the poor sort of, yeah, I know, they're not like that at all. The kids that have grown up in our town. Would you, growing up in our town, if you had an interest in politics, join the Labour Party? No. I think all the votes have been counted, Andrew. They just can't announce them because they've got some process and protocol to go through, or the first lot have been done. So I think that's what it is. It's 4:30, people, and I've done well. It reminds me of my nights in Gate Crashers. I just need my blue hair back rather than grey hair. It's gone. Yeah. Well, you know, I did have blonde hair for a bit, so maybe that would work. And I'd buy a pint of milk on the way home. Oh. I don't think we're far now, people. I don't think we're far at all. They're just waiting for a phone call and then to make their announcements. Although, according to Oldham Council, they're still a way off yet, I'm afraid. And that was Oldham Council 2 minutes ago, so at 4:29. Oh, wow. Yes, the one in Sheffield. I'm probably a few years on you, Andrew. So, yeah, the one in Sheffield is the one we used to go to, my mates, and then what was the other one? Cream in Liverpool, and we weren't Hassie and the fans, and it's 4:30 in the morning, so I'll tell you why. We used to go to Home on Juicy House or Juicy Street, the nightclub there, Home, and just because the ladies were cleaner. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, but that's what it was like. Lisa, I'll share a story with you whilst we're waiting. It's a comedy story, but my body is riddled with scars, and it's riddled with scars from falling off motorbikes. So there was this one time where I fell off a motorbike. How I survived, I have no idea. I went sliding along, hit the central reservation. Got up. I thought it was all right. Anyway, the ambulance rocked up, and I wasn't all right. Half my knee was hanging off. So the next thing I know, I'm in some hospital with people like you looking after me. And they had to do things to my knee, put it back in and stitch it back up. But the doctor and the nurse were arguing with each other because they thought I'd catch my open wound would catch. It was more dangerous me being in A&E than it was being sent home. But no, they decided to keep me in overnight and did whatever they did to my knee. And my leg was broken, and yeah, you can make sense of all of that. And when I got going again, I went back to the gym, and I'm exercising, and I'd lost a lot of weight. I'm scrawny at the best of times, but when you've got a leg in plaster and a big chunk of it miss it anyway, the long and short of it was they'd worked out what my job was in counter-terrorism. They'd never said anything to me. And all the big muscular guys would be helping me, do my squats and stuff. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm doing really well. These guys really like me, and I'm lifting my puny weights clearly, but they're all helping me out. 2 years later, with my partner at the time and some mates, we're walking past a nightclub in the middle of Manchester, and someone shouts me over, Raj, and it was one of the lads from the gym. And I go over to say hello. And my daughter's mother, she ruined it for me. She absolutely ruined it for me. We thought you'd been called away. I'm like, called away? Yeah, back to Afghanistan or somewhere like that. We're all missing you. I'd moved to Manchester for work, nothing to do with Afghanistan. I said, what? He goes, yeah, we thought you were with the MI6 and you'd been called away. All the lads were worried about you. I'm like, really? And she started laughing at him. Ruined it. For a moment, I was in MI6. Well, according to the lads at the gym. Ruined it. Absolutely ruined it for me. Absolutely ruined it for me. Thank you for the free coffees, Peter. But yeah. I'm sorry, Lisa. I was scared of the Hacienda girls, perhaps I should say. Yeah, they scared me. So yeah, we're in home. Salim, I ride a very old Ducati. I've got my helmet behind me somewhere. You can see it. Yeah, but I ride a very old Ducati. Very old red Ducati. And before Neil Willaboobies or someone comes along and said, see, you was a millionaire. No. I traded in something else and I traded in something else. And anyone who knows old bikes knows if you buy them at the right time, they cost next to nothing. So I ride a very old Ducati. I wish, lad. I wish. It was funny though. It was hilarious. For a moment in my life, I'd made it, and then yeah, poor lad. But they took care of me. The lads at the gym took care of me. So, but there was me thinking I was getting, I was in with them, yeah. Lifting my little 2.5 kilogram weights whilst they had these big things. Oh, wow. Right, they are waiting on that nonsense. Let's see if... Probably. It wouldn't surprise me, Sally. It's a distinct old red Ducati thing. I'm just Paul's just posted a picture of the team, so I'll play that. I'll put it up, sorry, is what I meant. Oh, look at this. I've just been banned again on Twitter. So these things happen all the time. This is intentional. Because there was nothing wrong with what I'd posted, but it doesn't matter. I mean, this is just to try and silence us. Because I'd put this up. You can't post or comment for 30 days because apparently I've called out Wilby for this. It's all right. I will appeal that at some point, but not now. Oh. I want this. I want that camera. I want this. So what do I want? No, it's not having it. Anyway, it is a nice picture of Paul and the team. So that is an attempt to try and silence me on social media to prevent me from, well, we know it's Wilby and his mates who've done that. But we're still here on YouTube today. We'll carry on. Let me try and appeal this whilst I'm sat here with you. I've disagreed with the decision, and let's see what happens. But this has been going on. You can see they've been trying to censor us. These people have been trying to censor us, and the reason been trying to censor us has been proven tonight. We're on the verge of taking out the Labour Party in Oldham. We're on the verge of taking out Labour Party politician after Labour Party politician right across the town. Independents, Tories, whatever. The Labour Party are taking a hammering, and they're taking a hammering because we have raised our voices and we've said enough is enough. Sorry, I'm quiet because we're at 4:42 and we are it's getting daylight outside. It is getting daylight outside. So that's we're up to 4:42 in the morning. So here we are. If the worst comes to the worst and I can't get on Facebook in the morning, I am sure Debbie Barrett Cole will be all over Facebook, as will all the Proud of Other Oldham people. And I will try and do a transmission on Sunday night. Sunday evening, I think, is the thing. If I'm banned for 30 days, I'd be very disappointed for telling people not to engage with Neil Wilby and not to be lured by him and not to be drawn in by him. So we will see where that leads us. But here we are, 4:44 a.m. We still have 44 people. So at 4:44, we've got 44 people watching us, joining us, with us. Still, wow. 4:44. We started at 10:30 on the dot. And I have got 83 thumbs up. So if people are waking up and starting to watch this, wow, unbelievable night. Labour Party have took a battering. They've took a battering for one reason and one reason only. They have betrayed the white working class. It's as simple as that. They have betrayed the working class. They have also betrayed the progressive black working class, because with the divisive politics of supporting cartels as well as failing the poor white communities, it has got them so far, and they've hit not a glass ceiling, they've hit a samosa ceiling. And now they're crashing back down to earth. They are indeed. The rabble indeed are strong. We are. Let's be in no doubts whatsoever. The change that's took place in this town in terms of which councillor is in and which councillor is out has only happened because of you and every one of you who have spoken about what's going on in this town, shared your outrage with your friends, your relatives, your neighbours, your work colleagues, and supported alternative candidates. In this town, historically, you put, the old saying about sticking a red rosette on anything and it being elected. Well, those days are now over in Oldham. Those days are now over. Let me play the song. I just need to use the facilities and I will be back.
Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again, barefaced lies. Too often, I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. I'll say barefaced lies. Again.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you feel we never wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal rolling, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Hey Sean, you got a party, got that Labour Party going on there. Keep to the left, you can't think right, so everything you do goes wrong, yeah. Incompetence just leads to disaster. Corruption brings it on even faster. What you say?
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal rolling, barefaced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shit cold, overgrown, postal rolling, barefaced lies.
Barefaced lies. Barefaced lies.
Comrades, you always told us you'd build us all a new Jerusalem, yeah. You talk the talk, but when you walk, you only leave a crooked line there. And you don't see the trouble that's brewing if all you do is just what you're doing.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda. And it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you can shield the hole, overgrown, postal throwing, bare-faced lies.
Is this where you wanna be? Debt and childhood poverty. Oh, somebody set us free from this corrupt kleptocracy. Oh yeah.
Bare-faced lies.
That's right, yeah, we got an agenda, and it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal throwing, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda, and it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal throwing, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda, and it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think that we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal throwing, bare-faced. That's right, yeah, we got an agenda, and it's your money we're gonna spend, yeah. Do you wonder where it's all gonna end, yeah? Do you think that we ever wanna defend, yeah? Cause when the truth becomes so easy to disguise, you get shooting cold, overgrown, postal throwing, bare-faced.
Just speaking to colleagues in friends of mine in St James, and it's looking good for young Beth, it seems. So that's good news at that end. Yeah, so it's looking really, really good. We've got no formal results yet in whatsoever, and only rumours and second rumours and kind of instincts, but it seems that these counts, people know the results before they know the results, so we'll see what happens with that. But I think we're close. I think we're very, very close to a momentous evening, and the tyrants are on the verge of being taken out. And does anyone really think Arooj Shah is going to retain her seat in South Chadderton next year? I think she's up in next year. Does anyone think she's going to retain her seat next year? No, she's not. It's all right, I'm reading messages non-stop that are coming through from people. Yeah. Wow. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable night. We have taken the fight to this corrupt council and the corrupt councillors that work in partnership with criminals. And the town has seen this for what it is, and the people of the town have gone out and voted. In traditional Labour Party areas, the Fells have gone. This is a space that has been the bedrock of successive Labour Party leaders in this town. It's been the bedrock of MPs in this town. 3 that I can think of: McMahon, Rayner, David Hayes. And they're taking Failsworth back. Paul's tweeting. Were you one of those, Lisa, who stayed until the end and then the place had just, the lights come on and you're still shouting for more? I stayed up for the... did I stay up for the referendum? I didn't stay up for the referendum, Polly. No. I watched a bit of it. And then woke up about 6 in the morning and watched the end of it, but I never stayed up for it. Yeah. You're going to have 6. We're going to have 6 there. You can tell. You can tell. You can tell we're going to have 6 there. And the proud of lot just need to break through. Break through with one and they'll break when they, they've took a battering, aren't they? The amount of abuse, targeted abuse and harassment by Fielding, by this Guy Parker guy, by Irish Imi, by Arud Shah, by Wilby. And we still conducted ourselves with honesty, integrity and dignity. And sooner or later the townsfolk will see these people are nothing but honest and want nothing other than the best for the people in their town, the neighbours, the friends, the neighbours, the places where they live. $4.56. I actually, if someone told me, Raj, you'll be on till 5 in the morning, I'd have told you, nah, forget it. You know what? I'll wake up at 3 in the morning and they'll turn it on. But it's been a night, hasn't it? It's been epic. It has been an epic night. Is Moyab still awake, do you think? Yeah, see, Denise. Great minds, Denise. Is Moyab still up? Let me message him. Are you still up? Apparently it's neck and neck in Coldest is my source. Counting Postal now. Oh, God. Well, if they're counting Postal votes and it's neck and neck. I bet Mo's fallen asleep. Yeah, he'll have fallen fast asleep. Oh dear. Well, it seems my post didn't follow community standards, so I'm now not on Facebook for a month. But I need to show this post so you can see it all. Can you see it? Can I show it? Is it possible for me to show it? There you go. So it seems I can be abused day and night, but the moment I said this, the malicious blogger and proven liar Neil Wilby has been provided with hospitality by Julia Bruce and her team at Oldham Council. There's no abuse there. You'll see there's no abuse there. But unfortunately, Facebook have decided that's abuse, so I am off for a month. So there you go, folks. Unfortunately, that's what that is, so there's nothing I can do about that. Shame, really. But it's a distraction and a night of victory. It's a distraction and a night of victory. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant news. How many accounts do you have? I only have the one, as you will, or they're connected. It doesn't matter, and we are winning tonight, mate. We are absolutely winning. We are absolutely winning. Right, I am going to. No, Sally, I think the way it happens is they ban all of my things. When they ban all of my things, it's actually going to cause me some issues for some work stuff I'm doing. But I can have a month off, can't I? I think I deserve a month off after a 2-year fight. So we'll do the shows in the meantime. So we're fine with that. It would be good to know how many swapped a vote for a 5-bedroom house. Indeed. Hi, Paul.
Check out that Facebook post. It's just gone up. You'll love it. I've just sent it you via WhatsApp and Messenger.
All right.
The counting has started, and when it's sort of making the announcements, I'm going to sneakily put you on film. Hold my camera close to me so you can stream it.
Brilliant. Thank you. So we're close. We are close. So I'm tired. I'm silent because I'm exhausted. I'm run out of things to say, and I'm full of tension now because we've been waiting all night, and we're close to a result. Counting is about to commence here. So that was 1 minute ago. Okay, Oldham is just starting now. Jennifer Williams has even tweeted, so she'll be in for a shock, I think. Just trying to get this on, so let's see if that screen comes on. Okay, I am still here, sorry. I'm just trying to see if anything is coming our way, but we Who's nervous? Who's still with me? Who's nervous? I'm nervous. I'm now, I'm genuinely nervous. It's 5 in the morning. It's daylight outside. And I'm now... Yes, excited and tired out, but not nervous. Verifications are all done, and we're now counting in Oldham. That's from the council. We're still waiting. We are. I wrote first on Medium, didn't I? And they got me censored on Medium. So we carried on and we carried on and we carried on. I think it's interesting, not interesting. I think it's fate that they managed to finally ban me on Facebook for 30 days, just as the results are coming in. But these are scars we take. These are battles. Wilby and his team will hate what has happened today. Sean Fielding, Arud Shah probably is jumping with joy. We have took the fight to them. Tories have come in as an established party and are likely to gain. Let's see. It's also about the share of the vote. The Proud of team need to have a foundation they can build on to give them hope and courage and encouragement. The Fails of Independence need to lead the town. So when Paul comes through, I will be able to put it on. My phone's given up on me, so this isn't working for some reason. You can see there's no... oh, here we go. I'll be able... Did that come and go? It did come and go, didn't it? No, so that's not going to work on that. So I'll have to move my mic and I'll move it to the speaker there, and we'll see what happens. It's looking like he's gone, Mark. We're finding out. We're about to find out. He's gone home. Is the story. That's awful, isn't it, Pauline? I know. 37.5%. We've got so much work to do. We're back up to 51 viewers. We started the night with 100 and something. And they stayed with us for a long time. And people are now waking up. Jack, you're allowed to fall asleep for an hour, lad. I'm waiting. So sorry, I'm here. I am here. You don't have to do that at all. I'm glad to have been of value. I'm glad to have been of value. No, we're waiting on markings. I think Howard Sykes has won, but Mark's run him close. I think that's what we're getting a feeling. Apparently it's neck and neck in Coldust. Oldham has been beaten to their first result by Stockport, which are 5 minutes away 4 minutes ago. So come on, Charlotte. Come on, Oldham people. This is brilliant. This guy about Oldham, because the news is breaking about the fact that Fielding might be out. And this guy says, was that the bastard that got the police onto an elderly lady for raising the point about grooming gangs? With the video of Debbie, clearly. And someone else replies, Oldham, Labour loses, but not much of a loss by all accounts. Yeah, people are messaging me they're staying awake. Is your messenger still on? Yeah, my messenger's still on, Anita. They've not blocked my message. It's just a 30-day ban because I called Neil Wilby a malicious blogger and a proven liar, and I didn't believe he should have been invited to the count by Oldham Council. I don't think any of you disagree with me on that, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because if we can take these guys out in the next few minutes, I am going to have a month off. I'll do the Sundays, but I'm going to have a month off, I think, because I'm exhausted. And it's not just today. It's been 2 years of relentlessness, absolute relentlessness. So, no, I'm going to do it on here, I think. I think it's better on the iPad, and I'll move the speaker. Agree, Andy. Yeah, Yvonne, it is what it is. But I find it disappointing, really. For no other reason than the abuse that man's given And the fact is, he's a proven liar. He's a malicious blogger. These are what a High Court judge referred to him as. It's not what we calling him. It's a High Court judge referred to him as a malicious blogger. It's a headline in a newspaper. And in terms of the proven liar, that's what happens when you lose a libel case. It means you're a proven liar. But he shouldn't have been invited by the council. But this is not an ordinary council, is it? And Julie Bruce is no, she's a. There will come a day when this council is investigated for electoral fraud, corruption, the cover-up of grooming and gang rape, and council officer after council officer will have to account for themselves. The history of our nation shows that people continue, and one day justice is served. And it will be served in Oldham. And this morning is the beginning of that process. Apparently the turnout is higher than in 2019. And Matt is trolling them on Twitter. Matt Smith, good morning, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Wilby. House tricks. What was you both saying about? Again, no chance, not one seat. Never doubt the people of Oldham or treat us as being stupid with your BS and lies. I think he missed a nought out there, Andy. It's 100,000. I have a favour to ask the 50 or so of you, seeing as that I am on a 30-day ban. If you would kindly post on my behalf at some point during the day, just 4 simple words, 5 even. We did not fear them. Because that was the only other post I was going to put up. We did not fear them. I think it's massive, Pauline. They're scared. They're apprehensive. This is the beginning of the end. $5.31. If you're just getting up and joining me and you haven't bought me a coffee, I will happily, gratefully receive coffees whilst we're waiting for the results. If you haven't liked or done anything with the comments, please like the comments, subscribe to the page, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be back on Sunday night on YouTube after this to debrief and make sense of everything that's gone to pass today. If it looks like Fielding is out, they'll be quickly electing a new Labour Party leader. So that will play out. I will feed my information and my updates through Debbie Barrett-Cole and the Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth team. So you will still get the information I've got out to you in other ways. I'm still on PayPal, Matt. Absolutely still on PayPal. I am. They tried to close that down as well, didn't they? They tried to get rid of that. So, yeah. Thank you. We did not fear them. Thank you, Pauline. You telling me? We're chasing. We're going to chase Sean Fielding out of our town. Now he's been deselected. We're going to chase some of these other Labour Party politicians out. We're going to chase these dodgy journalists out. Come on. How much longer? Come on. No, I'm not nodding off yet. I'm reading messages. People are messaging me all the time whilst this is going on. It seems people are. It's just any minute now. An hour or two. No, can't be. It can't be. Can't be an hour or two. I'll just swap your camera here. You can see me here. This is the corner of my living room. I need some sleep at some point. I've got to get to Manchester in early afternoon and get my second jab. I think us rabble would have burnt all the postal votes. Okay, so turnout was 37.72%. 2019 it was 32.95. So the turnout is, it's gone up by 20%, nearly 15%. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, I don't know. I need to. I've not seen that, but I think that's hilarious. I think that's absolutely hilarious, Matt. Oh, well, someone's just sent me a picture of Matt Mann. He's put some weight on, hasn't he? You did. I just thought he looked... Good question, Jack. Very good question. No, my candle, that last candle there is not electric. The others are burnt out. That one isn't. That one's like a scented thing, I think. It did start off right near the top, but it's on its way down. So no, Sally, my candle at the behind me is not electric. All the others have gone there. You can see all the others have all gone out. I think that's what he has done, hasn't he, Sean? I think he fixed it so he's ruined Labour in Oldham. I think in the cold light of day, when these Labour Party politicians, the councillors in Oldham, 37 seconds ago, expecting our first declaration of results soon. In the cold light of day, these Labour Party politicians will look to see McMahon and his vendetta towards me and his abuse of the townsfolk, his willful dereliction of duty, his waste of tens of millions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds of interest payments now. This Labour Party defeat in Oldham is of McMahon's making. I think that much is clear. The questions are becoming deadlier. It's 10 to 6. Good morning, Charles. No, there's a lovely cartoon, but I can't share it. I can't work out how to share it on here, I'm afraid. Can I? How can I do this? Let me check this out. Yeah, I can do this. No, I can't do it. If I try and do it, it'll mess it up now, so I don't want to mess anything up now. But there's a cartoon. Ali Akbar sent a cartoon. He must have woken up. It's a lovely cartoon. Let's see if I can play this whilst we're waiting.
To represent the town further. But it's clear from the ballots that are being laid on the table that we haven't been able to get that in sufficient numbers to get over the line, which is clearly disappointing. We have fantastic volunteers who have worked really hard over this by-election. We had a fantastic candidate in Dr. Paul Williams, and Hartlepool is a fantastic town, and we would have loved for a Labour MP to represent the town further. But you know, you don't always get what you want despite the best endeavours and despite the campaign.
Completely all hope lost now then? You're not hoping, you're not thinking it's going to be a Labour victory when this result comes through in a few hours' time?
Well, I'm an optimist, but I can see what's taking place in terms of the ballot structure. And so, yeah, it's pretty clear that we haven't got the numbers to get over the line. Now, by what margin, we don't know, and that's going to take time to come through. But, yeah, our assessment is that we haven't got over the line.
Have you been in contact with Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, and what is his reaction to this, if you're able to say?
So I've been in contact with Keir directly during the course of the day. Obviously, as we've been out on the campaign trail, and we've been keeping an eye on turnout and how it felt on the ground. And I'm due to phone Keir shortly to give him the most recent update. And I should say, you know, given where we were in 2019, given the election that we had today, what Keir Starmer has done in a very short space of time has given us the right to be heard. And I should say the campaign in Hartlepool has been one that's enjoyable. It's been friendly on the door, people have been engaging, there have been fantastic conversations had, but you know, the Tories, their offer was compelling, wasn't it? You listen, look at the red wall seats surrounding Hartlepool, their MPs are attracting the Treasury to spend town fund money, they're restoring your railways fund, the Freeport bid. And if you vote for a Tory MP, you might just get a taste of what you're seeing around. Now, clearly, we would say that's wrong. That public money should be allocated on the basis of need. And actually, Hartlepool has needed that for 11 years that the Tory have been in government. But in a sense, this was risk-free. You know, if you're a voter in Hartlepool today, you were not changing the government. You were not changing the Prime Minister. But there was an offer on the table that for many people was worth taking.
Oh, dear. Oh dear, Jim. Hartlepool. What Keir has achieved in such a short time. People are wondering what he has actually achieved. I'm actually, you know when you're should have gone to bed ages ago and you're cold. My heater's on next to me. I'm now actually cold. It's the morning. I'm going to have to get some sleep at some point. But come on, guys. We've been at it all night. That's me yawning. That is me yawning. You know, he won't go yet. Yeah, Mark's still at the council. Mark's still at the count. They all are. I don't know about that, Tracy. I probably need to be a bit more reserved sometimes, I think. But it's hard, isn't it? It's hard when you're being swung at the way I've been swung at for the last 4 years. I think what I've done is be able to take the information that these people have done, provided, and the spin, and cut through that. And I think that if I've brought anything to that, it's that, and then just communicating it with you people. You've listened, you've picked it up, and you've carried it to the ballot box. Well, I'm grateful, Dennis, if it comes across as passion in what I believe in. And I do. I believe in the people of my town. And I do not believe that they are racist. I can't have that. Of course there is racism. And even when people are displaying racist attitudes, like I explained earlier on in the night, you've got to understand why. So we can do something about them, rather than write them off and vilify them forever. I think the one that hurt most is he claimed, forget the far-right activist nonsense, Tracy, because, no one in any ounce of sense would believe that nonsense. It's the one where he just completely fabricated in that I was being investigated as part of Greater Manchester Police's Operation Hexagon, which I then found out was the grooming gang inquiry. I just found that to be preposterous. I've got to put that up. I think he's maybe he's gone home because he knew the count would be at 6 o'clock and he's coming back. You'd want. Has he got any dignity? I don't think so, do you? So why would he behave with any dignity towards the end? I think the next couple of weeks will be interesting. What the Labour Party regrouping looks like. Whether Aruj Shah forces herself in. With Shahid Mushtaq, no doubt, as a deputy. Or whether Dr. Chauhan, or someone that seemed to be more moderate, can be convinced to come forward and compete. The Labour Party lots are arguing over Jeremy Corbyn and Keir Starmer. They've not realised that probably neither was right for the party in terms of its leaders. And they're not right. And you can see the reason why this Labour Party aren't right is because it doesn't matter who leads them. As long as they continue to betray the working classes, what happened in Hartlepool will continue to happen. Hartlepool. And McMahon had the audacity to essentially claim that the people of Hartlepool had been bribed. No, mate. What happened is the people of Hartlepool had been listened to. And when the Tories are listening to the working classes better than the Labour Party are listening to the working classes, instead of blaming or accusing people of taking bribes, or communities of taking bribes, you need to take a good, long look in the mirror. But unfortunately for McMahon and many of those, they're tarnished. They're tarnished with the grooming gangs. Who can forgive anyone? Who can forgive anyone for that? BBC Radio Manchester are saying Oldham is said to be imminent. The council is saying results are imminent. 606 people, 606. People are waking up and asking me, is fielding out? First things people are saying is good morning. At least people are saying morning to me. Morning, Mark. It's my birthday later on this month, so 2 weeks today? Yeah, 2 weeks today. I'll take this as an early birthday present. Good morning, Carl. People are starting to join us. I've not been all this quiet. So, Mark, Carl, some of the others who are just joining us. Honestly, I've been going pretty, non-stop since till about 5 in the morning. I reckon, people. Would that be fair for those of you who stayed with me through the night? First result is in. Failsworth East, Failsworth Independent Party gained from Labour. First one in. Failsworth Independent Party gained from Labour. Brilliant. First one in. Failsworth Independent Party gain from Labour. Well done. Hollingwood, Labour hold. So unbelievably, this is the Pythian lad. How Labour hold, I'm not sure, because the existing Labour councillor there is facing trial for child sex offences. Which Charlotte never reported about, but never mind. Liz Jacks in Failsworth East had got 1,029 votes. Neil Hindle had smashed her with 1,765. $1,765. That's 700 votes more. Absolutely smashed her. Pythian lad in Hollingwood got 1,036. So this is just historical Labour, people voting Labour. The Conservatives 478. Ron Bailey, proud of Oldham and Saddleworth 361. The Lib Dems are pushed into fourth. So there you go. The Lib Dems were pushed into fourth, proud of Oldham and Saddleworth, and now an official party in Oldham. They are now an official local party in Oldham, proud of Oldham and Saddleworth. There you go. That's their first result in 361. They came up short, but they are now ahead of the Lib Dems. Well done, Neil. Approaching 6:15. The Lib Dems in Hollywood only pulled 101. Pythian won Hollywood, I'm afraid, Anita. 1,036 votes. We're still waiting. We're still waiting to see what's coming through from the US. They're clearly taking the time, but the first two results are in. Labour the announcements, I'm on Twitter as we speak, Anita, so I'm announcing them as soon as they're coming through, so there's nothing else come through yet. Just those two results. So that's two Failsworth Independent Party councillors now so far. Brian Hoban and Neil Hindle. So Brian Hoban and Neil Hindle are the two parties now. Sorry, I'm yawning, and my earplugs are, my earphones are, but they have been in for. Okay, Waterhead is in. Labour hold. Birch 1260, Linda Dawson Lib Dems 334, S. Hussain from the Conservatives 546, Solomon from the Green Party 118, and Paul Taylor from Northern Heart UK Oldham, so that's Oldham Heart I presume, 268. I don't think anyone was expecting anything in Waterhead. I think I can do it like this. I've just got Oldham as the hashtag, so... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. St. James's Ward. Beth Sharp has beaten the Labour councillor. So the young Conservative lady has come in with 1,042 votes. 1,042 votes. Beth, who's been tirelessly putting those videos up of things that are wrong and how to help them, and people have been, she's been brave. Brave young lady. Well done. Well done. Well done. Amoy's done well, 285. She's there. She's again beaten both the Green and the Lib Dem candidates. So again, Labour, the Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth are clearly the third party now. The second one they've stood in, and they're coming third. But Beth Sharp, well done. 1,042. Calf Ball, 843. She's done well. Well done. That's two Labour Party councillors, two strong Labour Party councillors out, beaten. So I'm just refreshing the page, so that's all I'm doing. Amoy's done well, hasn't she? She's done really well. Calf Ball gone. Gone. Next one in. Wernerth. Feeder. That is the power of the cartel. Look at that turnout. 2,705 votes. And you voted even if you didn't know. 2,705 votes. That is what you call a block vote. Do you see why McMahon spends his time in places like Wernerth and Coldus? 2,705 votes. Wow. It's only a matter of time before Feeder or one of the others makes a power play for the MP seat. Those 2,705 votes aren't Labour Party votes. The Feeder votes. The Feeder Hussein votes. He could stand for whichever party he wanted, or no party at all, and he would win that seat. The BBC are hitting hard on Keir Starmer, mocking the Tories for wallpaper, so out of touch of what's going on at a local level, not just in Oldham, but across the country. I couldn't disagree with you, Peter. St. James is a working class community. And the Tories put a white working class girl up there who did really well. Girl, sorry, Beth, shouldn't call you girl. Young woman. And she smashed them. She beat. So 4 results in so far. 2 for Labour, 1 for Conservative, 1 for Failsworth Independent, but Labour have lost 2 seats so far. Might as well go on this page. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that Durker and Shulver have elected a Conservative councillor. That is how far the Labour Party have fallen in Oldham. And that's no disrespect to Beth Sharp. I'm waiting for it to come up, but I'm hearing that 3 Tories are in. Saddleworth North and Saddleworth South. Max and Luke have also got in. We'll find out. I think, Andrew, sometimes people know before the announcements are actually made, but my contact is spot on inside the council, so I'd be surprised if that wasn't accurate. That's me just constantly refreshing a screen. There's 4 results in. Not looking good for Labour so far. Hollingwood would be a relief to them, I think, with that young councillor there. Someone's clearly having some fun. You got the inflatable Boris Johnson up in Hartlepool. Yes, Jack, we should congratulate the young lady. She's conducted herself with dignity, integrity, passion. A clean campaign. I think both her and Amoy ran a clean campaign. He's just not a very good leader of the Labour Party, is he, Keir Starmer? He seems to be just disconnected. It seems it's happened. Guys, it seems it's happened. Yes, it seems it's happened. Mark Wilkinson is councillor for Failsworth West. Mark Wilkinson is councillor for Failsworth West. We have defeated Sean Fielding. The people of Failsworth have defeated Sean Fielding. They have kicked out the leader of Oldham Council. Gone. I'm hearing it on my phone. It's starting to come through on Twitter. We have defeated Sean Fielding. It is 6:34 on the 7th of May 2021, and Jim McMahon's protege has been kicked out of Failsworth. There you go. Jennifer Williams, Jim McMahon's mate. Charlotte Green, Oldham Council's leader, loses his seat. What did we say to you people? You should not underestimate us. What did we say? Sorry. If I've said Brian Wilkinson, clearly I'm at fault because I am exhausted and I'm over the moon. Of course, Mark Wilkinson has won. Mark Wilkinson has taken out Sean Fielding. Mark Wilkinson and the people of Failsworth have taken out Sean Fielding, the leader of Oldham Council. The leader of Oldham Council has been defeated. The barefaced liar has gone. Look at that. Look at that. Sean Fielding, 1,281 votes. Those of you who were with me earlier, I said, what do you reckon, Mark? I reckon 1,500. Mark Wilkinson got 1,472 votes. There you go. He has been taken out. And what they tried to do, Warren Bates, 223. Those 223 votes, no doubt, Fielding was hoping would split the vote and he'd come through the middle, but it didn't work. It didn't work. Mark Wilkinson is the new councillor for Failsworth West. We have taken out a tyrant. We have taken out Sean Fielding, leader of Oldham Council. The people of Failsworth have led the way today. Gone. Failsworth West. Failsworth Independent Party. Gone. There you go, Tom. You're right. I genuinely didn't think I'd see us make gains in Oldham Council outside of Saddleworth in my lifetime. In 2016, we came fourth in this ward with 155 votes. And that shows what happens when you empower local people with honesty, with integrity and with dignity and give them the opportunity. Well done, Beth. But the headline of the day. Send shockwaves through the Labour Party across the country. Sean Fielding has been ousted. Defeated in an election. Next result, Chadderton Central Ward. Labour absolutely smash it. Elaine Taylor, 1,356. The Conservative candidate, the young lad, 910 votes. Wow. Close. But Elaine Taylor, Labour hold, Chadderton Central. Well done to Saeed Mir. He did well. He ran a clean campaign. I know they Elaine Taylor's lot absolutely ran a dirty campaign against him. But 910 votes, it gives him a platform. Helen Pidd from The Guardian, lives in Stockport, one of the metropolitan elite. Oldham's council leader Sean Fielding has lost his seat to a hyper-local independent. Hyper-local. The term is derogatory. The battle in Oldham between a raft of Indies and Labour has not been pretty. Why don't you tell the truth, Helen, about what your council leader did? No more. No more. And just look at that. Shahid Mir, Conservative, 910 votes. Do you see? Do you see? Not just the fact that he got 910 votes. He's an Asian lad in a predominantly white ward and people came out and voted for him. This town is not racist. It's the Labour Party who want us to think this town is racist so they can carry on dividing us and carrying us winning their seats. Here we go. Fully expect to see Sean Fielding run as MP before long. Helen Pidd is already talking up Sean Fielding. What did I tell you? Before she even posted that, what did I tell you? And Jim McMahon is the MP, so that's what's coming out. He ran the Labour Party campaign in Hartlepool. So they sent Jim McMahon up to Hartlepool to run that campaign. So McMahon got trounced in Hartlepool. I'm up to 89 likes. I've been on for hours. If anyone hasn't liked or subscribed the channel, please do whilst we're waiting. If anyone wants to buy me a coffee, there's a link somewhere. I have no idea where it is. Please do. Fielding says it was disappointing, but that the electorate of Failsworth West have spoken. They have indeed. I don't know who Duncan Oldham is. He's just appeared on this feed, but you have failed me, Keir Starmer. Thank. And he's right. It's just that, isn't it? Labour have finished. Too many loonies associated to the party now. I'd say too many pedo protectors associated to the party now, but loonies I'll take. I voted Labour all my life and was a party member from leaving school until a few years ago. Wouldn't touch them now. Can't see them ever being elected again unless they change dramatically. They need to reconnect with the working classes. Keir Starmer. Next result in Chadderton South Ward. Conservatives win. Conservatives win Chadderton South. He's done it. Robert Barnes has done it. Brilliant, lad. Well done. I've said all along I like the lad. He used to send me messages and make sure I was okay. No, he hasn't. Oh, he's just come up short. Chris Goodwin, 1,186 votes. Oh, just come up short. I really feel for you, Robert. Oh, you'll get in, mate. Your day will come. Your day will come. 1,022 votes. Just came up short. 160 votes in it. 160 votes in it. So close. Goodwin survives. Just. That's a shame. So close. So close. Arud Shah ain't going to win next year, though, is she? Come on, Robert. You're going to stand next year, aren't you? Chin up. Yeah, it was so close. So close. I think what that shows is how you got to keep trying and you slowly build. It's got stronger and stronger every time. There's a lesson there for the proud of Oldham lot. Of consistency and being there and being there and being there and continuing to serve and continuing to serve. Chadderton North. Cartel got through. Mohammed Islam. The Labour Party candidate with the cartel support. 1603. Chairman of the mosque. Tracy Woodward again came up with about 1,000 votes, 974. Stable, she's got 1,000 votes there. Do you see? But how that guy just came through? Any of those of you who saw my video of walking around Westwood and moving down to Chadderton, you'll have seen it. You'll have understood why. This is the cartel expansion into North Chadderton, all but complete. We have lost North Chadderton. People of Oldham, we have lost North Chadderton. A Conservative got 521 there. That's where the vote was split between the Independent and the Conservative. My phone's bleeping, sorry, because I'm getting messages at the same time. So already, it seems the Conservatives have took Medlock as well. So we'll wait for that. See if the poor girl gets to stand on her own, or whether Kaiser's actually stood next to her as though he's won it. We'll find out. It seems that Jim McMahon was sent to Hartlepool because they thought with his massive margin in Oldham, West and Royton that he would be able to go over and do the same for the Labour Party there. Unfortunately, what the Labour Party didn't realise or refused to accept is that the politics in Oldham with the cartels is why Jim McMahon won. And where the cartels don't exist, he has no chance. Next one in. No, that's Chadderton South, we've got that. Good morning, Bazza. It feels like I should have just got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and done this rather than at 10:30. But it's been a night to remember, hasn't it? It's been, and for those of us who follow it, it's been a night to remember. A few more results to come in. I think Matt's busy on Twitter as well as he's on here. Oldham Labour are taking a battering in Oldham. You treated the people of Oldham like fools, led by their failed, arrogant leader. I guarantee you won't learn or admit fault, instead seeking blame of others. Fielding will have the cheek to move on to being a failed MP if he can. Yeah. Thank you, Tracy. I have indeed been here since 10:30 last night. It has been a brilliant night. It has been a brilliant night. Next one in. See the power? See the power? It was never in doubt. Dr. Chauhan, 16-9-19. Never a doubt, Alexander Ward. We didn't even talk about it. Dr. C, Alex Ward. Potential leadership material. Will there be a leadership bid by Dr. Chauhan? Brad, I'm gutted for Robert as well. He's a good lad. Yes, wake up, people. Sean Fielding is gone. You can see what the ploy was there, can't you? Hoping. And it's not Warren's fault. I don't blame Warren. He has every right to stand. It's what I said to everyone. Everyone has a right to stand who wants to stand. But Sean Fielding has been took out by Mark Wilkinson of the Failsworth Independent Party. Here we go, Sammy. Good morning. There you go. Can't help herself. Do you see? Helen Pidd wrote, after the Oldham thing, is referencing how she wrote a piece about how these hyperlocal parties, referencing Oldham, referencing Mark, are right-wing refugees from UKIP and the Brexit Party. Helen, you disgraceful woman. My friend Mark Wilkinson is nothing of the sort. He's not a refugee from UKIP or Brexit, and he most certainly is not right-wing. Do you see why I get angry at these people? Do you see the narrative? Do you see this is why they want me blocked? They've got me banned on Facebook for a month, by the way, for those who are waking up, because I stood up to Neil Wilby, and I'll stand up to him again and again and again and again, because I will not tolerate those who bully the people of my town and falsely accuse them of right-wing and being racist, and the same to Helen Pidd. The people of my town are not right-wing and racist, and Mark Wilkinson is a decent, honourable man, and he is now our councillor. Medlock Vale Inn is, like I said to you, what you've got is the Conservatives have won. So Sarah Abid has won, comprehensively won. And do you know what the funny thing is? Atik, Mark Birchall, third place, 652. Look at that showing. 652 votes. That is Labour Party votes. Labour Party, do you see? This is the betrayed white working class. You have lost Medlock Vale because of that. Conservative in Medlock Vale. Who'd have thought it? A Conservative in Medlock Vale. Robert did well, Charles. To be 200 short, he'll get in next time. I know Mark Birchall said came third, Anita. And I'm proud of him. 652 votes. Look at that. 652 votes. But that is why the Conservatives lost. I mean, the Labour Party lost. Because those 652 votes, I guarantee would have ordinarily been Labour Party voters or from families of the Labour Party. Mark did really well. 652 votes is a massive, it's a brilliant foundation. Remember the Tories in St James? 4 years ago? They got 155 votes. This time, Beth took out a Labour Party councillor, and Durker and Sholver, working class communities, have turned blue in Oldham. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. So 10 are in so far. We're halfway through. The leader of Oldham Council has fallen. Sean Fielding has been defeated. The Failsworth Independents have cleaned up in Failsworth East and Failsworth West. The Conservatives have taken St James, and the Conservatives have taken Medlock Vale. Nine hours. It's been a while. It's been a while, Jack, since I think I shared at some point in the middle of the night how in a past life the negotiations wouldn't start until 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. I didn't expect to be ever revisiting that part of my life again. Oh, in this way, staring at a camera. Wow. Please, if you haven't, buy me a coffee. There's 64 of you watching. I know a few of you have bought me a coffee, but please, if you haven't, buy me a coffee. I have been going all night. No, the word hyper, Katie, in the context that these people use it, means they look inward. And that's disrespectful to Brian Hoban, who stood up for the town and the children of the town and was ostracised by the council for doing so. And the hyper also kind of says you reminisce to the past when the place was different and stuff. So it's a racist undercurrent. They think we're stupid, but we're not. We never were. Do you see how none of these reporters or commentators are making reference to the child sex exploitation of the cartels or the dodgy associations with gangsters or Neil Wilby or any of that? They all know what's gone on in Oldham. Charlotte Green knows what's gone on in Oldham. Jennifer Williams knows what her mates have been up to in Oldham. The cover-up of the grooming gang inquiry so it doesn't come out until after the election. It's going to be interesting now, isn't it? I think things need to get worse for the Labour Party. As a Labour Party man, regardless of the fact they've kicked me out and stuff, historically, as a Labour Party man, I think it has to get worse before it can get better. We need to purge this fake liberal middle-class elite who are quick to judge the working classes as racist. Come and live where my friends in Sholver and Durka live, and tell them they are racist. And you will see why you have lost and you're continuing to lose. I like them. I think Beth will stand up, Pauline. I think Max and Luke, they're young, but they're decent lads. I've spoken to them offline, indirectly through intermediaries for the last year or so. I think they're decent lads. I don't think there's anything classically Tory about them. I don't think there is about any of some of these. They're just standing up for their communities, and there's no way they would have joined the Labour Party. None of us would have joined the Labour Party. We wouldn't have been agreed. Good morning, Diane. It's that, isn't it? Do you see? People aren't stupid. St Mary's Ward. Massive fight. Wow. Aftab just cleaned up. Aftab, 2,212 votes. Independents hold St Mary's. That's Glodick. Do you see the power of the cartels, guys? Split between those two. 4,000 vote turnout in St Mary's. The split between those two. Forget the rest. 4,000 votes. Those were the 4,000 votes that Debbie Abrahams essentially got that kept her as an MP. Aftab's a decent guy. I know he needs to do what he needs to do to get elected in the place he gets elected. And I know the likes of Irish Jimmy and them have tagged on to him. But I remember when I went to the council meeting, and the one council meeting I went to where Sean Fielding did his barefaced lies nonsense. Aftab was the guy who came and shook my hand and said hello to me. And I'd not seen him in a while. So I can only treat people as they treat me and as I find them. And I saw Aftab's publicity beforehand and stuff. I helped pull some of that together for him. And I spoke to people on his behalf. And the white people in St Mary's Ward were just as praising of Aftab as the Asian people were. A local independent councillor putting the local people first. Well done. Well done, lad. Wow. And of course that Yusuf lad was involved in the protests outside the Israeli factory. I think that would have lost him some votes. Amongst the traditional white community, I think, would have lost him some votes. So here we go. Saddle of Indy, who, do a bit better. They do a lot better than the Guardian type, MEN type reporters. They raised the issue that council leader Sean Fielding has lost his seat in Fellsworth West to Fellsworth Independent Party's Mark Wilkinson, and he left Oldham's Queen Elizabeth Hall before counting of the votes even started. Sore loser, left in a strop. No, Sam, Coldest hasn't been announced yet, mate. I know you voted in Coldest. I know many of you people voted in Coldest. Let's find out. And I don't know who Steve B is, but this is the thing, you know. Sorry, Steve. Miracles do happen in a Labour Muslim stronghold. Failsworth isn't a Labour Muslim stronghold. My friend in Staley Bridge works involved in the Conservatives have just messaged me to say he bets I'm buzzing, and I'm like, yeah. Actually, you know, if I take a minute or if I take a second just to whilst we're waiting for the next one, if I just take a second to wait for the next result, yeah. We've gone into a fight knowing now we're out-muscled, outgunned. The press were against us. The police were against us. They'd mobilised everyone. And so far, we've given as good as we've got. Some big results yet to come. We're still waiting for all the Saddleworth results, although I think 2 of them have definitely gone to the Tories. But the fact that the 3rd one I've heard nothing from at all. Sorry, there you go. Michelle, the one that I've heard nothing on so far is Lee's, which means that'll be tight. I usually hear when it's like a massive gap, which is where beforehand, or when someone drops off. Steve Harrison, not only have Labour been smashed in Hartlepool, the person who led the Labour Party campaign in Hartlepool was Jim McMahon. The Labour Party sent Jim McMahon to Hartlepool thinking he could recreate what he has done in Oldham, West and Royton. Unfortunately, the cartels do not operate in Hartlepool and the Labour Party forgot to factor that in. Although Jim, in his pictures, did look well fed, so I presume they have samosa shops there. Is that how many it was, Anita? 8,000 more than Labour. Wow. Wow. They got smashed. Hartlepool, traditional Labour stronghold, got smashed. When will you wake up? When will you wake up and accept that you, the Labour Party, need to comprehensively reposition yourself with sincerity and authenticity with the working class communities of our country? That's why you're getting smashed. And stop calling our people racist. That might get you somewhere. Stop calling our people racist. Instead, zip this, open these, and listen. And open your eyes and look around you and look around what they have had to endure and just stop blaming the Tories. Leadership isn't about blaming someone else. Probably sack full of postal votes, Sammy. Sammy will tell you. Sam and I grew up together on the same street. 5 houses up, he lived. His daughters are, in the scheme of things, my goddaughters are. I mean, when I reference my goddaughters, I refer to Sammy and his wife, Nicola, and their 2 lovely daughters. Sammy, post something about the postal vote fraud and the bribes that go on. And the cartels. You know, Pauline, what my Muslim friends in the Labour Party tell me about the Labour Party, and these are my Muslim friends who are councillors, who are politicians in the Labour Party. They are horrified at the anti-Muslim nature of the Labour Party. My Jewish friends are horrified at the anti-Semitism. And my white working class friends clearly know that the Labour Party has betrayed them as well. It's because it's run by a very, very narrow group of privileged, white, metropolitan elite. I don't know who Oldham maid is, but it's put a smile on my face. They don't eat lunch or breakfast. Just simply have a milky coffee with almond milk and a spoonful of coconut oil. After around 20 minutes walk outside. Been doing this for years. Works for me. Okay. I have almond milk. Well, not for me. I have the odd vegan friend who comes to visit me, so I have almond milk for him. I went and bought some in a carton. I think I've still got it. No, I don't have coconut oil. No, Jack Shaw's not been announced yet. I'm hearing Howard Sykes has won, but Mark has given him a run for his money. I want to see how many votes Mark has got. I think the fact that Mark Birchall got 625 votes, I think is a... You know, Sally, I'll have to have a look at my feed, but I am a little bit sad that somehow I've managed to get myself a 30-day ban for giving Wilby what he deserved. How dare the council invite him? But please, celebrate on my behalf. Celebrate on my behalf. That's it, Pauline. That's exactly it. That's exactly the thing with the Labour Party. They use us. They use the Jew, they use the Muslim, they use the Hindu, they use the white working class, but they never are for them. You have a place somewhere near the bottom for them, and you need to know your place. Oldham maid is still helping us out with her breakfast or his breakfast hints. Matt is having the time of his life, and why shouldn't you, Matt? Why shouldn't you, my friend? No, on this day in 2021, the people of Oldham rose against tyrants and began to take the town back. Here we are for Shaw. Shaw is coming in, I'm hearing. There you go. Look at Rob's comments, and I don't know who Rob's is. Result in Oldham particularly unusual. That's because you don't know anything about my town, Rob. Whether Sean Fielding loses his seat influences the general direction of the council remains to be seen. You don't know my town, Rob. But he was a moderniser who had bold town centre regeneration strategies. Though he maybe courted controversy once too often. Do you see? It's looking like Howard Sykes has won. I think we said a while back Howard Sykes has won. Pete, some of you are putting the figures up. I'll put that up until it comes up. Give me 1 second, Sean. I'll put this up. If Mark has got 574 votes, which is similar to Mark. So if Mark and Mark are in Medlock, that's a solid foundation. And look at that. Labour 400. Is that right? And the Conservatives don't seem to have a number next to them. Is that because they didn't bother? Brilliant. Kieran, yeah, brilliant. Can't believe the Labour Party sent that idiot up to be front of the press. They sent him up, Kieran, to run the actual campaign. His council leader has just took hammering in Oldham. Yeah, and his campaign has just took a hammering in Hartlepool. Mark Hintz came onto the scene barely 3 months ago and took the fight to Howard Sykes. And when he took the fight to Howard Sykes, he came second in Shaw. That's something to be proud of. Here's Paul. Let's put him on. How you doing, Paul?
Raj, I'm just leaving now. Fucking hell, what a night.
Yeah, I'll put you next to the speaker, Paul, so you fire ahead.
Yeah, well, we had ambitions with it being our first ever election. We was hoping to get, our first primary ambition, obviously, for the sake of Oldham, was to try to sort of unseat and assist Fields of the Independent Party with Sean Fielding. And I'm pleased to say that Fields of the Independent Party was successful, and that Sean Fielding has in fact been voted out. So the independents have now took over Fieldsworth, which is great news. We fielded candidates quite late in the day. We had a very strong candidate in Paul Shilton that we had high hopes of having our first councillor elected, and sadly he lost by 42 votes.
Oh, 42.
So it was,
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. To lose by 42 votes just shows how far we've come.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, the lady, it was very fair, the count, and they were very accurate. There were many spoiled papers, and when I say many, I was stood there looking at some of the papers that people had squiggled on, and we accepted them. We accepted every one of them that were rejected, and we didn't sort of question any of them. I thought the system was very fair, so that we have no complaints with that. They asked us, because it was so close, we were invited to ask for a recount, and we declined to ask for a recount because during the course of the count itself, they had been watched, they had been scrutinised by all the parties as they do at elections, and whilst you might get one or two, but I think we all agreed that they couldn't possibly get 42 wrong, even though, the figures were in 900, 1,000 or so.
Well, Jabbar's just held. Jabbar's held by 50 odd votes, 60 votes.
Oh, wow.
50 or 60 votes.
How did half-time go on?
Aftab won by a couple of hundred, but massive turnout both ways. But Azad lost by 70, 81, 91, 1, 11, 21, 51, 70, 71 votes.
Well, Mark Ince, who was up in Shaw, he beat both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. He was second in his first ever campaign, which he's run for, as you know, 3 or 4 months, and against the, formidable
Howard Sykes,
Liberal Democrat leader, Howard Sykes, and Mark Ince was his nearest rival, which, given it was his first outing, was a tremendous effort from Mark Ince. We're very pleased to hear that Phil's of Independent won both the wards. They've had longer to run at it than Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth, and they have, by achieving what they've achieved, they have given us inspiration. Mark Birchall, in particular, said that he's learned a lot. He was he managed to win the Holy Rosary section, a lot of Fitnell, Avishaw, Bardsley, a bit of Avishaw. The postal votes and copies sunk him somewhat. But he said next time he runs, he'll be knocking on doors, reaching out to people a bit more. I think he ended up with 12 postal votes that were delivered from copies. And much to his sort of frustration, he thinks he should have concentrated as much on copies as he did on the other areas. And that, he believes, was probably cost him that election. But again, he was very gracious in defeat, congratulating the Conservative candidate. Equally, I congratulated Kaiser. There was, it was a well-fought battle. I've not got a Moyes results.
No, she got 200 and something, but Beth won. The Conservative young lady won. Took Labour out in Durka. Conservatives control Durka and Sholver.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's Durka, Sholver, Moorside, Strinesdale,
Yeah.
and Watersheddings.
Yeah.
Now, the one of the things in a Moyes ward in particular, which is it plagues Oldham really. I don't know what the percentages are just yet, but I know at the last election it was 67% of the people that were eligible to vote that didn't. I don't know what the percentage was.
Oh, they're low. I think that the town has had a 37% turnout, but it's a myth because the cartel areas, you've seen the turnout. Or like St Mary's, for instance, nearly 5,000 people voted. Between the two parties. Yeah. Look at Coldust here. Between the two parties, 4,500 voted. Yeah. Do you see? None of the other areas have got votes like that, or few of them. Yeah.
No, I mean the apathy really is what's dragging the town down, because people, who are obviously concerned about the wards, and I've heard it like you have, Raju, where people are saying, you look at this, there's 20 wards that make up Oldham.
Yeah.
And many of the wards are elected. And during this campaign, I've had multiple messages of people saying, they're concerned about the wards being, getting worse. You know, and I'm talking about 20 wards, not one. I'm on about them as a collective. And unless the people of them wards actually turn out and vote, you're going to carry on having the same people that's run the town down, just running it down further. Hence, you know, I mean, one of the issues, I don't know Sean Fielding personally, I haven't got any personal malice towards the guy. I just don't think he was suitable, really, to be a council leader. I think he gave the town a very bad image. His decisions don't make any financial sense to anybody who can scrutinise accounts. And I think that his PR for the town has been shocking. So, I mean, I do hope that the Labour Party start listening to people, because what's dragging the Labour Party further and further down, I believe they've lost Hartlepool as well, you know, which Keir Starmer, it's got to be worrying him. You know, again, you know, even locally, people have become disconnected. You know, they used to be the party of the working class. We got labelled in the lead up to the election. First of all, we got labelled as the new Labour Party, which we're not, because we don't have a whip. And somebody said we were aligned with the Alliance Party, which we're not, because again, we don't have a whip. We were formed before the Alliance Party. So we're very much an independent party with a constitution and no whip. And in our first ever council election, our intentions were, first of all, to try to unseat the council leader that we thought were doing damage to the town, and to trying to get one candidate elected in our first election. And as I said, we were 42 votes away from achieving that.
Well, you were 20. You were 22, 23 votes. You know, if you could, you know, that's what we lost by. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the swing.
It was
Yeah.
like by the skin of our teeth. You know, it was. You know, it was a great sort of experience. Everybody was, you know, on a, you know, quite buzzed out by it. We had some, you know, great results from a point of view of the fact we've started from zero, and in instances, you know, a beat main political party.
And that's the thing. You've gone from 0 to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sort of you know, a particular sort of like the likes of Mark Ince, Labour Party, Conservative Party, in short, you know, and he's sort of second only to the Liberal Democrat leader in his first ever election, which we didn't expect that, you know, and some of the results have surprised us. But, you know, it has been, as these experiences are, a learning curve. I think, like Ronnie said when I was talking to him earlier in Hollingwood, I mean, he had such a short lead in, didn't really get a chance to get out the blocks, but he said he intends to stand in next year's election, and it'll give him a 12-month lead in, so he can get connected to to his constituents a bit better, you know, and engage with them. Which, you know, as I say, a lot of our candidates came into the race
Paul, there's no need to make any, you know, there's no excuses here. We've won. We stood up to them. We helped change this town immediately, and we're going. You know, you're going to go from strength to strength. So, you know what, Paul? It's been a long day. Go on. You go and get some rest. Paul. Yeah.
Paul Goldrin, he said, you know, he said there's a saying about upsetting the apple cart, and he said, I think we've tipped the apple cart over. It's pushed politics on its head a bit, really.
Yeah.
Where the fact that we've entered the race and made some significant points and delivered some significant blows. I mean, Kaiser said that unless Proud of Oldham and Salwood had not stood in Medlock Vale, he doubts whether they would have took it.
No, I don't think the Tories will, but it doesn't matter. Listen, Paul, you go and get some rest. All right.
All right.
All right, I'll speak to you at some point, mate. Take care.
Bye for now. Bye-bye.
So that's Paul. He sounded a bit down, and trying to be positive, but there was no need to be down. It's a good outcome. It's a good outcome. It's a shame that Paul Shilton came up short by 42 votes. Was it 42 votes? Sorry, and whilst this is going on, it's a shame. Azad the Independent was being beaten by Abdul Jabbar, who launched this campaign alongside a convicted sex offender. It seems that came in handy because that convicted sex offender's votes has seen Abdul Jabbar win in Coldest. The council seem to be taking their time because we've got results that aren't, they've not even managed to put up on Twitter yet for some reason. But, wow. What a night. I know Azad will be gutted to have come so close. So many people worked to try and take Jabbar out and work together, and Jabbar would be relieved. He had everyone out. He had everyone out to support him. So I would imagine Abdul Jabbar will now make a challenge for the leadership of the Labour Party. It will be the OBA cartel, basically the Bangladeshi cartel, fighting it out with the Pakistani cartel. So I think it'll be Arooj Shah fighting out with Abdul Jabbar for the leadership of the Labour Party, for the leadership of the council. Never mind the leadership of the Labour Party, the leadership of the council in Oldham. I would be surprised if anyone else enters that race. I don't think Dr. Chauhan now will enter that race now that Jabbar has scraped through. Oh, how close was that? Lewis Quick, the Conservative in Crompton, 1,045. Diane Williamson, the Lib Dem, 1,245. 200 votes. Wow. The Greens got 144. Bassett Shah, 390. So the Labour Party candidate got 390 votes. And Rob Vance from the Oldham Heart got 148. I think it's clear if you look at where Proud of Oldham and Saddleworth have stood and the Oldham Hearts have stood, there's a massive gulf between both parties. So both of these new parties. So it'd be interesting to see what Oldham Heart do moving forward. Dan Williamson holds. So the Lib Dems hold their stronghold of Shaw and Crompton. Yeah, your friend, yeah. Oh, Debbie, he came so close, didn't he? They worked so hard and came so close. But this is what we know. We want this, don't we? We want people to go out and vote. And unfortunately, in too many of our areas, not enough people go out and vote. Good morning, Nicola. How are you? So close in Coldust. How you doing, Debbie?
Hey, Roger, you okay?
Yeah, you're on, Debbie. I've had Paul on, and he was disappointed, but you guys have done well,
Do you know what, Roger? I'm not actually disappointed.
Paul Shilton, so that's at 933, and the Kenyan guy 975, Labour 731, Conservatives 600. So that was a proper four-way fight. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. And I'm gutted for Schultz because, for such a small amount of votes, for him not to win, it's heartbreaking. But do you know what?
To get 933 votes from nothing.
Exactly. And do you know what, Roger? Yeah, all right, we've had a few months to go at this, but we're not a political party. We're not we're individuals, and we're independent, and we're a group of people that have come together. And I'm so proud of us all. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how proud I am of each and every one of the candidates. Because we've all mucked in and we've all done our best. But do you know what? This was the first time. This is our first go at it. It's like a practice run, if you like.
No, you'll get better. You'll get better. I think you'll be better for next year, and you'll have longer for next year.
Exactly. We're out there now. People know about us. With you and everything that's been going on with the council, we're out there now. People are waking up. People are waking up. And we've got the cartels. You've got the 2 cartels in Coppice. You've got the 2 cartels in Calders. You've probably got 2 cartels in Glodwick.
And there's only one. There's only one in Werneth, isn't there? You saw that today. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, we've got to. Do you know what we've got to do? We've got to break the barrier through that, because there will be people within them communities that are actually fed up of the wars and fed up of I've got to choose him or I've got to choose him. Them people, there will be people there, and we need to let them know that they've got another option.
I think
it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, but it can be done. It can be done. So, but I just want to thank you, Roger. I just want to take this time to thank you for doing everything that you've done tonight.
Well, I'm off Twitter. I'm off Facebook for a month now, Debbie. I've got myself banned for standing up to Neil Wilby.
Roger, mate, I can't believe.
So I'm just letting you all know. It's probably a good time, Debbie, because we fought, and we've took Fielding out. We've took the Labour Party out also. We've damaged them in a way they've never been damaged before.
Yeah,
and I think, I think I'm going to have a couple of weeks off now. I think now is the time for us to have a couple of weeks off. Let the Labour Party fight out who the new leader is and the new leader of the council is. Well, let Mark and Brian and all the independents and Tories settle in, because they shouldn't be put under pressure. And I think a couple of weeks.
I'm made up. I'm so made up for the people of Failsworth, for every resident in Failsworth. Anyway, listen. I'm just wondering if you know something. Have you got any idea who Sean Fielder's employer is? Because I think he deserves a letter. Because what I mean. He's not a nice person, is he? And I think we need to write to his employer about that. Anyway, my thought process is that if the Labour Party now, I know they've got the puppet master Jim McMahon, but I'm hoping that some of the Labour councillors that are already on board now, look at this and think, hang on a minute, we've been hit hard, because they have. In Oldham, the Labour councillors tonight have been hit bloody hard. And maybe they'll think, do we really want to have a Ruth Shah who's hanging about with criminals and all that lot? And do they really want her to be the leader? Because sure as eggs is eggs, we ain't letting that go. So this is just going to carry on and carry on and carry on. So maybe they'll think, actually, we won't have a Ruth Shah.
No. The fight, she's going to stand. It's been overheard in the council chamber today as news of Sean Fielding was breaking. Arud Shah is going to, and these are the words that have been relayed to me, go for it. I think we know what go for it is. She had Irish Imi actually at the count.
Yeah, I believe so. And my friend Mohib, I'm going to have a serious word with my friend Mohib when I see him.
Well, he told me it was a confrontation rather than something pleasant, but I think it's irrelevant. I think there are fights we need to fight, Debbie, and we fought a very good fight today.
We've actually fought an amazing fight today.
Yeah,
we really have.
We've done well in most of the wards, where we stood candidates, so that I can see so far, and you know what? It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Here, I'm looking at.
I'm gutted for my friend Shommers, because they've done a lot, and I went out campaigning with them myself, and to get such a small amount between them in votes.
Well, again, look at this, right? Saddleworth North, yeah? It's just come up on my end, yeah? Saddleworth North, right? What you've got is Luke Lancaster, 1316, Garth Harkness, the Lib Dem councillor, 902, yeah? So Lancaster's got in because Gary Tarbuck got 562 votes. Out of nothing, he stood there 3 weeks ago, yeah? Yeah. 562 votes, look at that. Then you've got Royton South, yeah? Amanda Chadderton was...
Can I just butt in there, right, regarding Gary Tarbuck? Gary Tarbuck didn't have his flyers and his banners up until about three weeks ago.
Yeah, well, there you go. The work is put in. Amanda Chadderton, I think I said to you all, was always going to win Royton South, yeah? So, and she's held Royton South. But even then, the Conservatives, 994.
How's Paul Goldring gone on, do you know?
It's not come up on mine yet.
Right.
Max Woodvine, Saddleworth South, yeah? Yeah.
Has he got in?
1,383. Shuttleworth Labour, 885. But even look, Simon Hodgson, he only came on board a couple of weeks ago, 425 votes.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of you have done bad. None of you have done bad.
How's Mark Hinz gone?
He got 600 votes. He came second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is Sykes still in?
Yeah. The one I'm gutted for, I think we're all gutted for, is Paul Shilton. He came close.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I am absolutely. But do you know what? We can get them votes.
Oh, we can build. We can build. We just got to pace ourselves. We've got to be strategic. We've got to work, Yeah.
This is all a learning curve for us. This is all a learning curve. And do you know what? We're going to be coming back bigger and stronger and better for next year.
I think so. I think we will.
Guess what? Yasmin Tour's up for Medlock Vale. So,
Paul Goldrig, 295 votes. Harwood, Labour, 1,122. Arncott, Conservatives, 1,213. Wow. Royton North
has been
taken by the... Let me just look at that. Yeah. 1,230. Sorry, I've been up for nearly... 1,213. I've been up for 24 hours is what I've been up for. Right. Me too. Arncott, Conservative, 1,213. Labour, Harwood, 1,122. Goldrick, Proud of Oldham, 295. Those 295 votes is what Proud of Oldham took away from Labour. And what you've got is a Conservative councillor in Royton North. It's been a hammering for the Labour Party. It's been, they got lucky with Jabbar, and that's it. By something like 70 votes. And apart from that, it's been a hammering. It's been a hammering.
Kath Ball walked in and threw her arms around the team. Well, I nearly spat my water out my mouth. We were laughing.
Harkness has lost his seat.
Yes.
So that's, he's lost his seat. Harkness has lost his seat. And what you've got now, lost his seat to Luke Lancaster, young Tory lad, and you've heard me on our private meetings. I've always spoken kindly and well.
Of the young guns.
Yeah, Luke Lancaster, Max Woodvine, Beth, and Robert in South Chad. I've always spoke well of them, and I wish them well. I wish them well.
And I do wish them well. Now, I did say to Sean Fielding, when he got elected, after his first full council meeting, I said to him, I've got a lot of high hopes for you, Sean Fielding. And, you're the younger end, and I hope you're going to turn this town around. Well, now we've got a lot of Conservatives, and I've said it all along. I hope that the younger end now will stand up to the Labour councillors that we've got left, and really, really go for it now, because they've now got an amazing opportunity to help to turn this town around. And I do wish them all the best, and I hope that they do fulfil what they were doing, because they were the only ones that did write to Fielding regarding the grooming and everything. And they were the only one, and it was the younger end that pushed John Hudson.
It was the younger one that pushed John Hudson, because the likes of Pam Bryan were useless, let's be honest. But
they weren't interested. Yeah. They weren't interested. It was them younger lads, Lewis Quigg and all that.
Yeah, no, Lewis, Lewis did, it's just a shame he came up short. He just came up short. He didn't miss out by a lot.
It's a shame that, because I do know that they were and are passionate about turning this town around.
Lewis Quigg got 1,045 votes. Diane Williamson got 1,245. So that was close. 200 votes. That's close. The Labour Party across the town, the establishment across the town, which is Labour and the Lib Dem, have took a hammering tonight.
Well, I hope they all reflect. I hope they all regroup and look at that and look at what's happened tonight, and that they realise now that the people of Oldham are making a stand, and this is just the beginning, because we are turning this town around. We want this town to be the best town. And on that note, Rajamia,
good night.
With your ban for attacking Neil Wilby, I'm going to say...
I was outraged. I didn't swear or anything, but it's unreasonable. But it makes no difference. These people said worse about me, but it makes no difference to me. We've timed it right. These things happen for a reason at the time they happen, Debbie. But, you take care...
What's Wilby got out of it? Absolutely now.
No, it's brilliant, isn't it?
All his chums have been officially sacked.
Yeah.
So on that note, I'm going to bid you a good night.
Good night. Good morning. All right.
Good night. Good morning.
Okay, so I cut Debbie off at the end, right? The Pythian lad got in here in Hollywood, Amanda. Good morning. Okay, I think that's more or less it. I feel for Lewis. We've got so close, and I know he's worked really hard behind the scenes as the chairman of the Conservatives. But the Conservatives have made massive gains today in Oldham. In many of the areas they've won because of the Proud of Oldham space, taking up working class votes, attracting working class votes, and built some solid foundations. But the story of the night has got to be the Failsworth Independents have took out Sean Fielding. Now, before I go, I promised some friends a couple of things, but there's a couple of things I need to say to you guys. I am exhausted. I am going to it's my birthday the week after next. Please, if you can, buy me a coffee. Let me put the right thing up. I've been up for over 24 hours. I've been on for 10 hours. Nearly 9 hours, 9.5 hours. Please, if you can, buy me a coffee. And I would appreciate that. Like or subscribe. I've got 95 likes. Maybe, we could get it a bit further up to 100, but it doesn't matter. Please, I am going to be off now. I think I'm going to be off till the end of the month. I want to be off because I think I need a bit of breathing space. I think the Proud of people need to sit and reflect, and they don't need me nagging away. And I want to give the likes of Mark Wilkinson, Beth Sharples, Luke Lancaster, all of them, they need space. They need space to settle in and figure things out. And they don't need anyone like me hanging around in the background. And I will aim to come back at the end of the month. I'll try and put a couple of pre-recorded training session sort of videos on the odd Sunday that you guys can watch, and they'll be on YouTube, and I'll get all of that. But that is where I am up to. Now I need to say something. My friends in Failsworth. Not only is the town grateful, my friends in Failsworth have a message for Sean Fielding and Stuart Fielding. Now, Sean Fielding. Now, Stuart Fielding. Now it is job done.
Do not fear them. Do not fear any of them.